And it turns out Cava actually can go down, believe it or not. So Cava, some insider selling there, down 9%.
Yeah, wow.
Which, when the stock is up almost 200% on the year, is a drop in the bucket still. This is one that we haven't been used to seeing go to the downside very often here, Sean. So there are, believe it or not, with the market flat, there are some things moving around. Cava chiefly among them.
Yeah, I also wanted to, obviously we'll be talking a lot about Nvidia and whatnot. I'm thinking 210 here on Tesla could be something pretty good. I was thinking when Neil said the biggest and the baddest, we're going to get some movements off these chip names for sure. The biggest name, though, market cap-wise, obviously still remains Apple. And I've been looking at Apple, and it's not doing anything, really, over the last couple of days. So this is a name here that we're primed to do something. And I almost think it wants to get to the low side here. Breaking this 223 area could be really, really exciting for Apple. High end there, 227, 228. That should be getting, a look as well. I'm just thinking more short than anything. So Apple kind of consolidating right now. That's a much different look than a stock like Meta, where we are down now $23 or $24 off that high that we just made. And it looks like it was sort of consolidating, but now you get that break. Yesterday we had that 523 break and it worked to the downside. Now today we open up underneath that. So it's just like some of these names are starting to hit some tops and maybe come back in a little bit. And I think this is normal. I mean, if and when Nvidia puts up a big number, I think they still will. I think it's going to be a great quarter. A lot of these names have a lot more room to run back to the upside now. So that's the other thing. It doesn't have to be like a monster number to get the feels back into this. So I think we could see like Microsoft 440, 450, something like that in the next couple of days. So there's some possibility here for a little bit of a rebound. And then some of the Chinese names are interesting as well. Just getting the sticky note out right now. Here's a little tip to you or to everybody. I don't have one long written down on the sticky note today. So we'll get that out and we'll show it to you very, very soon. It's 8:35. I know there's a bunch of stories these guys want to get to.
Yep.
All right, marijuana, cannabis in focus today. The ETFs already making big moves in the pre-market here. You have the likes of MSOS, the regular ETF, down about 12% a day, but the MSOX, the double-levered or triple-levered ETF, down here 25%. What's the headline?
It's a bit of an interesting one here because this actually has not been published yet, but there's some circulation of this notice here on the Federal Register. You can find the notice on the Federal Register website here from the DEA, though they're not publishing it till Thursday, August 29th. But they've scheduled this hearing for the rescheduling here of cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Scheduled it for December 2nd. So basically, we're not going to get an answer on this until after the U.S. election. That seems to be the biggest thing here from what I've read. So this hearing, again, we've not had the official notice published yet, but looks like as of, we'll get confirmation here as of August 29th. So definitely keep an eye for these stocks on that day as well on Thursday, but looking to have that rescheduling hearing a little bit later than expected.
These are aggressive moves for the pre-market, guys. What's the look?
Yeah, it's...
What?
I feel like there's going to be a lot of these again. Like after yesterday with Meta and the ye old flat bottom break, it's going to be easy. Whenever something like that happens, how about we start with, and I'm going to leave it on this. So we'll start with, all this stuff. When you have something like Meta, which sets up like up, and then you make a consolidation top, and then it broke the bottom like that, you're going to have a lot of stocks that are setting up that way. I know this morning one of the first things we noticed was Tesla has the same thing at 210. So you're going to start seeing things in the wild when they work, but this is a bit different in terms of MSOS because all these other ones were rally from Black Monday, make a consolidation top, break it, and then go to the downside, where MSOS has been failing tops like they're going out of style. Easy to see. Fail breakout at 11, lower high double top. Fails a 200 period moving average at $8 several times, bounces off 6, and now a $6 level is coming into play here for MSOS. There's actually not a lot of pre-market volume on this, despite the fact that it's down 12% and having a news story behind it. Like as I've pulled it up, there hasn't even been a print. The last print was 20 shares, and before that, 1 minute ago, there was a dark pool print. So there actually isn't really anything going on here. So that's the other thing. You need something to be moving around to give you something, but that's $6. I mean, it's like $6 room to $4.85 in here, but still not much printing going on in MSOS. I think you probably, if you're trading these, you might want to find if one of the individual names is doing any movement, but then not really. CGC, only about 50,000 shares of volume. Not a terribly different look here. It's on the precipice of breaking down under its 200 period moving average in 570. So you're going to see a lot of charts that look like this in the cannabis space. Lower highs into a flat bottom. Yeah, this loses the 200 period moving average. That doesn't look good either for CGC post-split. Obviously, I mean, this is a penny stock without the split, as we all know.
I mean, I don't have too much to say about some of these cannabis names. I mean, we always look at a name like Tilray. That's, fell off this $2 level here. It hasn't really been able to get going. And again, consolidating and then breaking lower. Yesterday, it kind of just ticked a little bit there. We looked at a stock like NIO and said, hey, you got to trade these ones with a little bit of a different strategy, right? And you just kind of play the momentum and just let it keep ticking down. And you try to use as many shares as maybe your account can hold and just have a stop. And if you're right on the direction and the trend, then you should be able to capture something. So it's a little bit boring, obviously, to trade it for the show, I think. And so maybe the ETF is a little bit of a better place. But again, there it is right there, 160. I mean, you're still ways away from this level, but it's 160 seems to have been a spot that it's really, really like to defend. So if Tilray can get into 160, then I think it might be something that you want to buy at some point. But right now, you're trying to break below the 50-period moving average. Looks like we may stop a little bit around 175. So I like Tilray for a short right now into 175. And again, it's going to be 5 or 6 pennies. Maybe you take 3 if you're lucky. But right now, Tilray, 300,000 shares. I'd say yesterday, we kind of saw it drip down 4 or 5 pennies. I feel like the same thing today into 175. So yeah, kind of think that would be a trade if that's something that you're looking for. And then just because we zoomed it out right there, this goes all the way back to last November. And then if you go back into here, July, summer of last year is where we wound up holding this 160 area as well. So, that could be a decent bottom there if you wanted to bottom pick. I would not, though. These things are a nightmare.
That again.
Here for Trip.com, up 9 2/3 already in the pre-market. Look, they reported better than expected EPS. Revenue surged. Accommodation revenue here, Adara up 20%. Transportation, package tour, they beat in all categories here.
It's actually interesting here because they did miss here for sales. Slight miss, $1.76 billion versus estimates here of $1.79 billion. So very, very small miss. But yeah, as Strafe said there, they did beat for adjusted earnings per American Depository Share. This is a Chinese company. They also noted that apparently their outbound hotel and air reservations recovered to 100% of the pre-COVID levels. So nice COVID recovery being noted here for TCOM.
Big gap up, guys. What's the look?
Yeah, look, another light volume name. Like I'm looking across the board at what's printing, what's not when we call them up here. And this falls into the latter category of possibly what's not. There aren't any obvious, when you break like this, like there's some obvious levels. Like that 200 period moving average is obvious. Like you can see resistance, resistance, resistance. So into 44, that would be a spot for a trip. And then right in here, that's 48. It's trading at 46. So there's a term we use, it's like diddling in the middle. Well, Trip's up 10%, it's diddling in the middle on light volume. So 44 looks interesting. 48 breaking out there looks interesting. And while on light volume, don't really see much of anything that I would necessarily want to dig into. I feel like if you're looking at the Chinese names today, I mean, JD had a buyback. Alibaba had the big move off of, Pinduoduo, whatever you want to call it, disaster response, I suppose, to earnings. So Alibaba, this one failed a consolidative top high or like a trend high in there. I liked the short yesterday at 84. Obviously, it never traded into 84, but the resistance on the trend is still very much in play for BABA, and this has been going back. There you go, going back farther enough. So about 84 would be like a pop and fade idea, 84 into 85 in Alibaba. If it starts breaking that trend, it needs to be in the high 80s, and once that happens, I think this can really get going. It is starting to trend upside, but as long as it's failing the top end of that line, I want to look for shorts near those highs on something like an Alibaba. And then PDD, well, it's going to be SSR again, but there was that boatload of a seller at $100 in the afternoon yesterday, eventually broke in the aftermarket, Lo and behold, when that seller's not there in the live market, it goes to 100. It's back underneath the $100 level. So unless this holds the low and breaks out the local highs in here, which is about 102, we want to be very, very patient for this. It's day 2 SSR, so either want it off the lows or not at all.
So I think they still want to cover China stocks up there. But the Trip.com stock that we were talking about, look, they missed. So on our report here, it's not like when I saw this up 8%, I was like, oh, you know, stronger consumer. But the sales was only 1.76 billion, which was underneath 1.79. So they actually miss on their sales, but they want to making more money. They're making $1 instead of 74 cents. So it looks like they're getting more efficient, which is real nice, and they're getting paid off for that. So I wouldn't buy this name thinking that the consumer is strong, maybe just because the company seems to be operating at a much higher level, which is what you really like to see, obviously. So that's a nice move up. I would fade this today. I mean, up 10% to me on lower sales. I'm not sure what the guide was, so I should watch out there. But, you know, to me, little overcooked here. Trip.com, I'd say take the profits. I mean, it was setting up nicely there for that break, and then you get to the 50 period. So if you wanted to hold it, the 50 period is 40, 40 or so. So I guess you can give this name about $1 or so to the downside. If not, maybe you get an explosion up. I don't know if did you look at the short float?
I didn't actually.
All right, let me see what the short float is here. TCOM right now is only 157. So we're not getting a big short float rate here at all. So 1.57%. So they're not going to be scared of this, I don't think, but it is a nice move to the upside. Just a little less volume on Trip.com.
All right, another saga in the Paramount deal here. We'll talk a little bit about this. So it looks as if this individual by the name of Edgar Bronfman withdrew his bid from the process, citing challenges securing the necessary equity financing packages. There is a go shop deal here. Derek, explain this to us.
Yeah, this is a pretty short-lived little saga here with Edgar Bronfman. Around mid-August, he had a $4.3 billion bid for Paramount, then upped it to $6 billion. As recently as yesterday, the reports of what he was trying to do with this deal. And now all of a sudden we have the end of the go shop period on Monday. That basically means that, as far as I can tell, the period within they're able to kind of look at other companies before confirming that Skydance Media merger, that has ended. And that's part of their transaction agreement with Skydance. So this is just the go shop period was agreed upon by the companies. We do have the leader here, the chair of the special board, saying that they still feel good about this deal here with Skydance. So it looks like that could potentially go ahead. But as you said, this saga never seems to end.
It doesn't. 4 2/3 already negative here in the pre-marketplace.
So just for clarification, because you can look at Para A or Para, the actual Skydance offer is priced at 23 and Para A. So if you're looking at this one, it's like 23 essentially is what that deal is, and there was a competing offer, at least before. Now there isn't. So if it was trading at 24 before, it no longer is, because that potentially better bid is no longer going to be there. As far as trading it, you always just look for things like this to settle down into a comfortable range until like whatever the actual deal is starts to firm up, and then you have the ability to trade it in said tight range. There's plenty of examples of this. Para has never been one of those yet. It hasn't happened. So even somebody that's looking to like spread trade, take those small moves, it just hasn't been there for Para. Maybe this is going to start now. But why speculate? Like if you want to trade these kinds of things, I can show you 3 or 4 symbols that you can trade within a range that you don't have to worry about the deal conditions or whatever news hitting it every 5 minutes like Para does. It does seem like it has a little bit of a floor on it. So when you're down around the lows, people seem to think that there's a good support level because you do have the Skydance media bid. But that's been around $10. We're at $10.80. So I'd like to see where this one decides to settle down, and it might become tradable for that specific style of trading.
Yeah, I mean, just normal Para here. That we'll do a little bit of volume, and you'll be able to look at it. I mean, it just has a bottom of $10. I mean, it's not that exciting to me. You're starting to break a little bit lower here without understanding too much about this story. It's coming into $10. Just looking at it technically, I wouldn't try to catch this. I mean, all these, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high again. The trend is just right to the downside right here, well under the 200 period, well under the not now under the 50 period moving average, But yeah, we can just, you can just, I mean, this is just going to be sloppy, but you can see they're going right down in to all these tops. I feel like there's no reason to buy this name. So, those of you that are already in it probably know the details. Like Neil said, that Para A stock. So I would just watch out for it. I think it's going to close, they said, early 2025. So, I don't know exactly anything what to do other than stay short. I mean, until you break something like this, 1150 maybe, back up there to the upside. But then it's going to be news-based. So I think you just sort of hold on and wait for a halt. Like if you're going to be day trading this name, I think you wait for news and halts and things like that to get excited. So right now, although it's 600,000 shares, I'm not overly excited.
All right. Apple announcing their event on September 9th, widely expected to be when they announce the new iPhone 16, as well as some of the Apple Watch, the new model watches included in the iPhone 16 upgrade are supposed to be larger screens, a new camera bump, if you're into that kind of thing, and new color options. Also, they'll announce the release date of the iOS 18, expected to have Apple Intelligence.
Yeah, the Apple Intelligence thing is definitely going to be huge. We saw what happened with the stock the day after the WWDC keynote on June 10th. We had that massive run up, the push past 200 new highs. So this could definitely be key for Apple. Lots of analyst notes here in Apple, but none of them really changing anything. We have lots of maintaining and reiterating ratings here for names like Morgan Stanley here, maintaining overweight, Piper Sandler maintaining neutral, BofA Securities maintaining buy. So some analyst ratings, but no changes here right now.
All right, guys, we'll talk about the new CFO on the rundown, but for now, what's the look?
Apple's been a pretty solid range-bound stock. And in terms of it's the last 3 sessions, it's given you both the same, well, mostly the same top and mostly the same bottom. And we call it's like accumulation up here on Apple. It didn't quite make it to its highs, but if you look at the lower high, after it tested the fresh highs back in July, or mid-July, I should say, and then you had this lower high in here where we consolidated for a bit. That top, 228, has been this top. So while it's been a strong stock since that recovery off the 200 level, it's a very clean, and it's hard to see, but when you look at these wicks, what you'll notice is before you make those wicks up to 228, you got a 227, like 15 to 30 top. And then when you lose that top, you kind of fail it underneath. So fail breakout at the open, lose it underneath, resistance around the 227 change. Fail it at the open, breaking 228, resistance at 227. When you had the big turn here, it didn't even bother resisting. It just came back and stopped at 227. And yesterday, it never even broke the 228. And again, failing under 227 and stopping right up here at 227 change. And all that time, you've got this little double bottom or maybe even almost a triple bottom at 224, support 223. So, those are a couple of levels. If we're going to have an inside kind of day, which I have some expectations that's possible, I like those levels to just wait for dip buys. But I'm thinking pop fade. I mean, if we break out that top, and obviously when we sat down and we were a little closer to 227 than we are now, because now we're under 226, I was just thinking if it does it again and we break out that top, do not make fresh highs, do not continue to trend up. Just look for the short when it gets back underneath that 227 level. It's been clear as day. Resistance and support for multiple days now on Apple. I think you just wait for it to get to resistance to short it. Be patient enough for it to get down to those support levels, of which there are 2 for any long. So I'm expecting range bound here today on Apple.
Look, for right now, the market's starting to get to the downside. I mean, we've already posted, we talked about it. We said this, our sticky note was out 10 minutes ago. What's up, Randy? 10 minutes ago, right here on the screen, you could see we put this at, whoops, we can't see it now, but our sticky note, I'll have to get that up in a minute. It was, here, I'll just get it. I was going back to Twitter there. I was like typing in Twitter. We had shorts written down, and that was 10 minutes ago. Tesla's down right now, a full $1 right there. Nvidia's down also $1. This is just in the last 10 minutes as we continue to get low. So here it is right here. And these are some of the names that we are looking at today as well. So Nvidia short off weakness. Let the sell-off continue. I mean, it's exactly what we're writing down. 210 break on Tesla's right there. Alibaba for a short is there as well. Palantir's there for a short at 31. Micron is back in for a short. So we just wrote down all shorts. Watch out for 67 for a short on the TQQ as well. So, I mean, it's just protect your short day. There it is. You got the jorts on?
You're matching.
Oh, my God, you're matching Sharif. You guys are the jorts kings today. Jorts brothers. Well, we'll think of something for that. Yeah, you and Sharif. We should take some pictures.
Match with the Bears.
Post it up. All right, yeah, so Nvidia downside, Tesla downside, Micron downside. Everything's starting to bleed just a little bit. Let's check out the other name that we were thinking about as well. Palantir coming into $30. Actually, that one's bouncing a little bit now, which is nice. So that might be something else. And then the one that we hit yesterday, that was a big, big winner for us, was the TQQs. And we're looking at a 67 break as well on this one as we wrote down. So we'll go over some of these levels. But look at this, man. Just 10 minutes ago, we were talking about shorts. Should have put it on. That was 68.20s or so. So a nice move down. It's about 40 handles down there to 19.5. Oh, man, this is going to be another one of those violent days, I feel like, to be honest with you. We'll go over to the desk now, or actually over to the screen with Adara.
Upgrade side here with Cliffs getting upgraded here by Seaport Research Partners, up about 2.5%. BlackRock getting an upgrade from Barclays. We have GitLab, which report earnings next week, getting an upgrade from Robert W. Baird. And we also have KKR being upgraded here by Redbird Atlantic. Hershey's leading the downgrade side today. Citigroup downgrading this one. This getting down almost 2% right now in the pre-market off of this. We also have Northrop Grumman getting a downgrade from Alembic Global Advisory, Cinemark being downgraded by B. Riley Securities, and last but not least, Krispy Kreme DNUT getting this downgrade here by Evercore ISI.
Had to pick one of those. I mean, GitLab hasn't reported yet. Like, none of those are names that have made the list of stocks I'm looking at today. But if you had to pick one going into the report, GitLab at least is at an interesting level. So if you're inclined, let's say your catalyst is, I only trade things that have upgrades and downgrades for whatever reason. If they're so inclined, yeah, September 3rd, so you're going to get them next week. They're doing a little consolidation, but the way that it's respected some of the moving averages in here, like, it's pretty clean. Like, it's trying to break the 50-period moving average, shorts under, longs over kind of deal. But again, I look at the volume. There's a lot of prints for 2 and 3 shares on the book here. But it's like 1,000 shares have gone off on GitLab. And if you look at the way that it trades, like, you look intraday, it has really not been moving. So this could just be consolidating for a post-earnings break. This seems like it's going to be an interesting name. Ideally, what I would love to see happen is it just doesn't do anything, stays exactly inside of this range until earnings so that it can break away from it. But yeah, not a lot going on here on that upgrades and downgrades list. GitLab, if you had to pick one, that's at least one worth watching going into those earnings. It has a nice consolidation. If it were to break up or down, would look spicy. Tend to think when you're trending down and at the major moving average, usually look for a continuation of the trend at said major moving average, in which case that would be a short in front of the 50.
All right, I forgot to add Palantir to the sticky notes, so we just did that right there. All right, so yeah, just talking about some of those upgrades and downgrades. I mean, there's not too many interesting names on there for me. Today, we're going to still stay in the tech space, again, with some of those names, Nvidia, Tesla, Baba, Micron, Palantir. So normally we only trade the names that are on our sticky note, but we're looking everywhere today, including weakness in China could also signal weakness for names like Starbucks and Nike, but we didn't get that hit yesterday, so they're still on the upside. So this could be something here to watch out for. Like, why did Starbucks not fall off of this 96 level right here? Like, it's right back to those highs. I thought we were coming in. We talked about 92. 92 held wicked awesome. I might get out of this name. Just because I don't really understand it, but that's sometimes when you don't understand something, it's fine. You don't need to understand everything. And Nike, the same thing. I thought we'd get that bump off Pershing Square there, Bill Ackman, and then start to come back in as well. So yeah, a little bit, there's no volume here at all. So don't, although it says 2.7 million, that's not right. Unless was there a monster print? I don't even see any prints happening here on Nike. Wow. So I think our volume is probably off, but that's probably its average volume or yesterday's volume. But anyways, $84, $85 there for Nike. Feel like this could be a top as well. So I was just talking about a couple names there that I thought would have been affected more by possible China weakness. We saw Pinduoduo yesterday come out and warn a little bit there. So down 30%, that's huge. So right now we do have to watch out for, we need to work on the rendering there. $96, $97 for a top maybe in Starbucks.
All right, let's talk about Tesla here because they have a bit of a minor headline. So it looks as if Louisiana had enacted a law that prevented direct car sales to consumers. You had to go through the dealership process there. Tesla challenged that on multiple grounds, one of them constitutional grounds as well as due process. And they lost at first instance in initial court, but they won an appeal on some grounds. So it's going back to first instance. What do we know about it?
Yeah, so key note here being some grounds. This is a 2-1 decision made by the court, so not unanimous, 2-1. We also did have the upholding here of the dismissal of equal protections claims from Tesla, so those were still dismissed. However, they did vacate here the dismissal of Tesla's antitrust claim. So Tesla now apparently having an antitrust claim against the state with regards to this direct sales ban, also reversing the company's due process claim. So a couple things here to note with regards to TSLA with that in mind here. Just one court case coming here out of Louisiana court.
All right, it's almost 9 o'clock, guys. Let's have a look at the futures. We're already moving down here, as Sean alluded to. The ES already down more than a quarter point. Looks as if, we've been defending that 5,600 point level for some time. There is a good amount of support there going back to the end of July. To the high side here, if we somehow regain this footing and move back above the previous low over here, we're looking at resistance at 56 1/3, guys. All right, make sure to get the watch list every day. No good morning routine is complete without a good watch list. I use it, and the big boy use it every day, and Adara prepares it. It helps me know exactly what's moving on the day and what to prepare for. So make sure you are getting that watch list as well. So let's start off with the first here. Apple, the first name on the rundown. We already mentioned that the Apple event will be coming in early September, but there was more headlines overnight. A new CFO. So it looks like Luca Mastri out and Kayvon Prakash in there.
Yeah, so this is going to be effective as of January 1st, 2025. And also we'll still actually have here Luca Maestri as part of the executive team here. He'll be continuing to lead teams focusing on IT, security, and real estate development. Also, apparently, here, Kayvon Parek's promotion was already part of a planned succession. He'd been working under Maestri as the company's VP of Financial Planning and Analysis. So, bit of a succession here as we do have this announcement of a little bit of a switch up. Again, ahead of this event we have on September 9th, which is expected to be the launch here of the iPhone 16, and we'll get maybe a better idea of their Apple intelligence.
All right, guys, multiple analyst upgrades today on Apple, down already 2/3%.
You never want to lose a Luca from your team. I mean, Luca Brasi was just the most loyal soldier ever for The Godfather. So I don't know if this is good for Apple at all. Interesting. If you've never seen The Godfather, like one of the coolest things. I don't know why I'm saying this, but we already talked about Apple, so I'm just gonna throw this out there. That opening scene in The Godfather, where at it's his daughter's wedding. And everyone's like gonna ask their one request of The Godfather on that day because he has to say yes. And there's the one guy, and he's there and he's like rehearsing it the whole time, and he's super nervous. And it turns out that was an actual like mob enforcer who they got to be essentially like he was supposed to just help them like making the film, make it realistic. And like, well, let's just give him a part.
Give him a part. He's just so authentic.
So at the beginning, when he's sitting there like mumbling to himself, practicing, that was the actual guy trying to remember his lines. So when he mumbles them, delivers them to Marlon Brando and is stumbling through them, it's because the guy's not an actor. He's an actual mob dude. I never watched that the same way after that. So I don't know who this Luca Maestri. It's really when you rewatch, you're like, yeah, crap, this is just a dude practicing his lines. Like, it's so obvious that he's not an actor. You just think that he's being nervous because he's talking to the Don. I love stuff like that.
Yeah, so it plays, yeah.
The Wire did something like that, too. Like, one of the characters in The Wire was actually a guy who robbed drug dealers, and they brought him in just to be, like, an advisor on the show.
Yeah.
And they ended up just giving him a role. So he ends up kind of like a bodyguard to Omar. But, yeah, I don't know this Luca Maestri guy. It doesn't really matter. We talked about Apple, short from 227 in here, lows. If it breaks that, you're shorting in the 228 level. That made a lot more sense when we were trading up here. Now we're a lot closer to support at 24 and 23. The only places I'm looking bounces are where there are double and triple bottoms today. I think it's a continuation kind of day. Might as well pivot to, 523 was the flat bottom break on Meta. It resisted that all afternoon. If it pops and fails that same level, I'd look for the same thing. There seems to be like there can be continuation for them as well. As long as it's not above 523, like that would kind of spook me on Meta. And I think above that line, you might even be thinking about longs if the market decides the other way.
I mean, that's why I always think it's just best just to take the cannoli, like
always.
How could you go wrong?
Those cannolis, remember the one?
Yeah, I'm going to have to bring some cannolis back in here from the Italian bakery by my place. 227, 228. I mean, we already sort of talked about, I don't need a line here. We already talked that Apple wasn't really doing too much. So for me, it's not really that interesting. I mean, I don't know enough about their staff, the CFO, how important that is. He's going to be sticking around for a couple minutes anyways. So I'm not super worried about this for the stock. I'm just more worried about the market. We've talked about that. Feel like as the market goes, so does Apple, right? I mean, this is a $3.5 trillion company, the largest company in the world. So yeah, you're going to get some downside push, right? I mean, the more and more sell-off that continues in tech, you got to raise capital. Capital moving into, again, we already sort of know some of those names where we're going into Home Depots. We've seen Walmart. We've seen some of the retail names start to catch a little bit of a bid. And some of the tech names continue to fall down. Apple's actually done really well to hold up, in my opinion. So I'm actually waiting, and I didn't write it down. I mean, I think now we could maybe get to there. I'm waiting for this kind of a break here, 223. I mean, when that happens, I don't think it's going to be like Meta. Meta's a $500 name, has much more room to sort of breathe to the downside. But Apple here, 223, I think gets us into 220, 220.50. So, I mean, that break is decent. I don't think that happens in one day. I just, that's the next move. And then we can see what happens in and around 220. Obviously, everyone's going to be waited with bated breath and for an Nvidia tomorrow. So for me right now today, Apple, I like the stock. I'd rather short it. I'm going to be very short biased. We've already written down on here when the market was flat. Thing is, Sharif and I were grabbing a coffee earlier, and he says, we always talk about it. What's the look for today? I said, I'm still thinking short. And I said, I was thinking that yesterday, and the market was flat, and the market was flat again here today. As here we go, we're going lower right now. Look at this move happening as we speak in the market. Like, oh man, just get short, then talk, Sean. But there it goes. Wow. All right, so now you're starting to extend it. Since I just pushed the short, I don't know what just came through. But we were just talking about short rate now. What? All right, well, this is just dropping 30 handles in front of our face right now as this market seems to be. And look at Apple. Apple's like, what? Nothing. So there's a nice move down again, back into the lows for Nvidia. Here we go, guys. We're watching out for that TQQ level of 67. That's coming in hot right now. Tesla's not really moving. We'll find out what's going on. Broadcom right now had a release of new software. I don't think that's doing anything. Is it? No. All right. AMD may be pushing. I mean, Nvidia is selling off a little bit down to 125, but at the end of the day, it's only 0.5%. But 0.5% here, 0.5% there adds up. So let's wait to see what winds up happening there. It looks like the market is trying to flush a little bit.
Hey, you want to just report the number real quick?
We did, yeah. We did get a housing price index. That came in, though, however, at 9 a.m., so I can give some of those that came out about 6 minutes ago. We did have the house price index month over month a bit lower than expected here, negative 0.1 versus estimates of positive 0.1 here. We also had the house price index year over year, a little bit lower than the previous number, 5.1% versus 5.7% previously. Case-Shiller here on a year over year basis, higher than expected, 6.8% versus estimates of 6.14%. Not seeing any other news coming in. We've had also some headlines here coming out of the Ukraine and Russia story a little bit earlier today, about 25 minutes ago. Apparently, Zelensky here seeking to talk to Biden on a plan for Russia to end the war. But again, 25 minutes ago, nothing coming out right as we got that drop.
All right, we'll move on to the next item on the watch or in the rundown there. Eli Lilly coming out overnight saying that they're going to basically release a new form, a smaller dose form of their Zepbound drug at a lower price. Specifically here, they are targeting the counterfeit market. Simultaneously, they have multiple lawsuits against wellness clinics, medical spas, and compounding pharmacies that are selling unauthorized versions of its drug. So they're trying to get ahead of this, Adara.
Yeah, we have Hims and Hers getting hit particularly hard here, as well as Novo Nordisk, a lot of their competitors, because these single-dose vials actually are priced at a 50% or more significant discount. So pretty good way to kind of get at the competitors. We do have Lilly here trading slightly lower, below that key 950 level, but definitely not hit as hard as Hims and Hers, which HIMS currently down here roughly 6.5%. And we are brought to you here by Moomoo. Are you looking to maximize your idle cash? Earn 8.1% on idle funds for up to 3 months. Plus, U.S. users can take advantage of up to 15 free stocks and $300 in cash rewards. Hey, Canada, you're not left out. Enjoy 6% on cash balances, along with a 2-month commission rebate. Sign up with Moomoo and trade global markets with just one account. Gain access to an extensive range of data on stocks, options, and ETFs, complemented by over 100 charting tools and indicators, price forecasting, weekly rating reports, and instant alerts, all designed to elevate your trading game. For more details and the full terms and conditions, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Thanks to Moomoo for sponsoring this portion of the show.
Oh, I'm muted. Thank you very much, Adara there. Thank you to Moomoo as well. I look, that news, okay, you can look at Eli Lilly. I don't think that doesn't, that's not a bad thing, but it would seem to me when the biggest and the baddest are going to be cutting costs, or sorry, cutting prices, not costs, when they're cutting prices, I think that's like worse for the competitors, at least reactionary-wise today, than the other way around. So right now, HIMS down 6%, already lost support here at just 1540. There is one bottom left at about 1480. Then you got the 200 period, and then you got like $11 on HIMS. Already headed to the downside. There's a seller following it down at 15. So it broke this flat bottom break. This is one of those like wish you pulled it up to see that there was an iceberg sitting here. It's just holding it at $5.15 essentially. That's since broken. There's a seller for about 30,000 shares at about 15. This looks like it could just be taking the stairs to the downside. When you go back, look at the consolidation levels. Like to me, let the stock tell you. And if this thing is above that 15, 20, don't fight. If it's underneath it, look short. VWAP happens to be there because when you have a barcode like that and it sits there and all the volume in the pre-market occurs at the same price, then VWAP's going to be there as well. So that sets up pretty easily there. I just feel like it's worse for these guys in Novo than whatever you might be doing with Eli Lilly today. So I'd be looking at HIMS. They've done about $1 million in volume. The volume's going to be there today on this GLP name.
Yeah, so I think that's good to look over there. We don't really trade Eli Lilly. I know Adara will sometimes. It's the spread right now is $3. It's not really doing too much volume. It's only 133,000. I don't think you want to get out of this name. I mean, that drop into 760 and now up $200. Like this is up 25% in a couple weeks. So it just continues to work. I don't think any story is going to come out that's really going to hit this name, but I don't know enough about that. I just think that you don't want to sell strength sell on weakness. You actually want to wait for it to hit again and then buy it on weakness. So just because you're down right now 1%, I don't think that's enough to hit the panic button, is what I'm getting at. I'd rather let it drop 10% to buy more. So I think every time you'll sell this name, you may look back and regret it. I mean, they're working on so many other things as well. I like Eli Lilly, but I couldn't say that there's anything wrong with ringing the register. Like if you take something off right now, then maybe get back in if we break the high of 975 or 960 here, then I think that's a little bit better. Right, so that you're not saying, oh man, we double topped there and then we hit it again. Why didn't I sell? Well, at least you can get something out and then rethink about that play as we move on. It's just been such a nice run, and I don't really have too many better ideas right now, anyways. So I think Eli Lilly's fine unless your idea is cash. So that's what we're doing right now. Eli Lilly. I feel like it's smart to sell some, but you probably will regret it.
Straight cash, homie.
Nothing wrong with raising that cash.
I love that Randy Moss line, Neil. All right, Cava next here, down about 8.6% on the back of some insider selling. Looks like the CEO, Brent Schulman, as well as the co-founder, Ted Xenohristos, I hope I got that one right, and CFO, Patricia Tolliver, as well as some others Adara selling, but the stock is up 193% year to date before that drop.
Yeah, this drop, pretty significant, decent volume in the pre-market as well, at least for what Cava normally does here. Still down here about 9% and not at the lows that we've seen. But yeah, we had a CEO, co-founder and chief concept officer, CFO, and a couple board members selling pretty significant shares here, as few as 5,000 and as many as 210,000 for that CEO. Also worth noting, LUMN on watch here, Carisdale Capital here saying that they're short and issuing a short report saying that, quote, AI can't save this dying over-leveled legacy telecom. We know LUMN has been watched as of late, so that one dropping on that Carisdale report.
Tell us how you really feel.
It's over there. I'm going to take a shot at that. Co-founder Ted Xenohristos.
Yep.
Look, man, the thing about insider buying matters more than insider selling. I want to know when people are buying their own stock. Cava, like it's up almost 200% on the year. Like, okay, so there aren't going to be people, like it's a recent IPO relatively recent IPO, I should say, relatively recent IPO, which has been screaming to the upside. Of course, there's going to be insider selling. The one thing I want to say is, okay, fine. The last time it did a hook turn like this, it ran $50 or 40-something dollars in price action. So you can't ignore something like this rejection and pull back at a 125 level. But when it did this at 75, it was just straight up essentially to 90, then straight up again to 100. I mean, ideally, when you have levels like this, like it was 125 where this thing closed, and in the aftermarket, you did plunge down. Like usually I'd be thinking, pull back into prior support for Cava. That's $6 away on Cava. So then there's this level here, like about $118 for a potential pop and fade. Like if this is like a mini unwind for Cava, it's clearly got a bunch of room that it can go down. Even like the 100 level is going to stand out. But I need to have it settle down at the open. I'd just rather be looking at that big cap tech where there's more defined levels, I should say, that we like. Things like Tesla, Apple, Nvidia, and well, Starbucks isn't big cap tech, but it's the one I'm looking at. If there's even like an adjacent here, not that they're the same thing or anything, but I guess they're in the same sector. That Starbucks, it's just the earnings range, not the earnings range, it's just the range since the C-suite shakeup. And it's been holding this consolidation, 91.5 bottom into 92. 96 top. The only time this was above 96 was in the aftermarket, the day that they snagged Nichols. So it is, like, to me, it's an obvious level. Until it breaks, it's resistance till it's not at that 96. But if it finally breaks out, just want to be there when it does. It's the only like long idea. And even then, it's a breakout. So if it never breaks, you never take it, unfortunately. And if it does break down, it probably should even be a short underneath the 96 here on Starbucks. I feel like this is more likely that we trade. Cava, if it settles down and looks tradable after the open, I don't mind. Is that news?
We have a problem right now. There's a Hindenburg short report on SMCI right now. So you are getting clocked. Once again, the market tried to come back up. Now there's some sort of an accounting problem here, which is not going to be good. I just almost punched short at 505, honestly, and then I looked at this. And I was like, oh, I already missed. So it's a good thing. See, I already missed the play because we just dropped $50. So we just dropped 10% right there on SMCI. I don't think this should have anything to do with Nvidia, but Nvidia also falls down $1 and change right there. I mean, I'd hate to say I told you so, but we put short on here an hour ago. And since then, the market's really been bleeding down to the downside. It's not like I knew anything, but the market is starting to go lower here. You just need some like canaries in some coal mines here. And I don't think whatever's happening with SMCI right now is not going to be based on anything about the chips. I wouldn't think. Hindenburg reports, I mean, here it is right here. It's only 9:15, so we can stay on here. What are you going to talk about, Cava? All right, so watching Supermicro computer, Hindenburg is referred to Supermicro. Fresh evidence of accounting manipulation, sibling self-dealing, and sanction evasion. So, okay, so again, evading sanctions and whatever sibling manipulation means, that doesn't mean that they're selling.
That'd be like using your own like inter-subsidiary companies to like boost sales and stuff like that.
Right. So this is the one thing is like if this has anything to do with sales numbers, then that could obviously affect the group as a whole. So we'll see. Nice bounce though. Remember, Hindenburg's probably short, and you have to remember that these reports don't necessarily come out and ever get proven or anything like that. It's just a report. We could release a report on something as well. If enough people want to watch it and follow it, then that is their responsibility. But there you go. Not a surprise if you come over here on the daily chart. SMCI basing out at 630, and all of a sudden this comes out. So again, Hindenburg research report now, accounting manipulation apparently for SMCI.
I mean, Daryl will cover it as well, but Sean mentioning accounting and financial reporting issues, related party transactions becoming an issue, sanction circumvention as well, product quality and customer experience, and some competition, interesting stuff here coming out of SMCI. Do you have anything?
Yeah, one of the biggest things here for SMCI that I can see, they were temporarily delisted apparently by the NASDAQ in 2018 for failing to file some financial statements. Then they were charged by the SEC in August 2020, but less than 3 months after paying that settlement fine, they began rehiring some of the people that were involved in this snafu in the first place. So apparently 3 months worth of investigations here with SMCI leading Hindenburg to this conclusion. Pretty interesting short report there. Also JD here, I have up on the chart. I know this one is the next one here on the rundown with their $5 billion buyback. Had quite the couple weeks with their earnings and also the Walmart share sale.
Yeah, guys, interesting look after Walmart, sold about 10% of their stake. It's still lower, about 11% on the year. Keep your eye on this one. Already giving back some of the gains that it had in the pre-market, guys, up 3 1/3.
Obviously have the eyes on SMCI there, and we're definitely going to be circling back to that multiple times today. No question about it. JD, wherefore art thou, JD? There's your dump. There's your support, $25. Here's your break. Couldn't hold it today. Anytime you dump on an earnings play or anything of that nature, where you get that aftermarket move, I always look to see, does it hold the low? This is some data from yesterday. And then does it break out the top? Hasn't broken out the top. It's diddling in the middle. I feel like unless this is breaking out above 27 1/3, no dice for me. If we're looking at Chinese ADR, as we said, Alibaba, see that one missing data too. The 84 level already had that marked off for yesterday's trade. Clearly, it never got to 84. You can blame that on Pinduoduo. Essentially just started falling in the pre-market and continued to do so. Good, what's the word? I don't know, panic bottom, whatever, bottom at the $80 level. But if there is a pop in this stock, it's kind of a head and shoulders-ish look back into 84 on Alibaba. So that's the one I will be paying the most attention to, I think, as far as Chinese ADRs go. But it's going to be difficult not to look at this SMCI here today. The last time SMCI was an SSR bounce, the last time it opened down 10%, there were multiple chances an SSR bounce. That was the last time I actually traded the stock. We were able to take $4, and our exit should have been the easiest short entrance of all time. Next time I see something on the book, I'm going to pay a little more attention to it and consider the reversal. There's no big levels to work off of here. We're just going to have to look for a trend join. If it breaks 510 approximately, that's going to trigger it being short sell restricted. And if that's the case, there's going to be some opportunities, I think, for some bounce plays. Just got to be very, very patient. Let's let this one settle down. As I said, there's no big levels till you get to $480 for support, and this gap is already a wide one. Remember, we kept talking about this stock in the consolidation. If it breaks away from it one way or the other, it's going to explode. Well, unfortunately, it was to the downside for any shareholders. But be careful. We have seen this story before. Short seller report comes out, stock tanks, market opens, it can catch a bid. Just because it's a negative story does not mean this thing falls forever.
We'll go to the last item here on the rundown. Crypto moving down, sadly, overnight. Bitcoin already down 1 3/4, below 62,500 at the moment, making its way down into 62. There's some good news from yesterday, though. I'll give you some data here with respect to these Bitcoin spot ETFs. Since their inception, more than $18 billion has flown in to these spot ETFs, with IBIT taking the cake here. With respect to daily inflows and daily outflows, Bitcoin saw about 225 million of net inflows yesterday, with BlackRock's ETF seeing 704 million inflows, giving you an idea there was outflows out of other spot ETFs. But sadly, Adara, Ethereum spot ETFs continue to see outflows.
Yeah, they had 13.23 million in outflows yesterday. Their total outflows, I just have the Coinbase chart up here, their total outflows here for the Ethereum ETF since they debuted July 23rd, just over a month ago, 477.88 million in outflows. So pretty significant here for the Ethereum ETFs, especially compared to the amount that we had here in Bitcoin inflows or BTC inflows. We also have kind of an interesting note here, a report from New World Wealth and Henley and Partners saying here that apparently there's a 95% year-over-year increase in the population of crypto millionaires across the world. So definitely some people benefiting from crypto here in that regard.
Are you guys one of the crypto millionaires?
No.
Nope.
I'm not going to pretend. I can't pretend otherwise. However,
I'm a Rivian millionaire. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's go Rivian.
That's what I'm saying.
No, well,
No, I'm not.
Oh, I said I was going to try to figure out what Rivian would have to go to make me a Rivian millionaire, but I never did that work. Spoiler alert, very high. My physiotherapist that I visited for the first time yesterday as I start my rehab, of course, we was chatting, and he trades crypto on the side. So he was very interested in Bitcoin's recent trend. He's like, we're in the nice Bitcoin, we're in a bull market for crypto and all that good stuff. I was like, yeah, but we've been failing this level. Failed 65,000, double top, and then we kind of trended down when we failed that big 63.5 zone. So 63.5, you're trending down off of it. It feels like it's the other way today. Mara, this would be the one. It's just so far away from, what can you do? The 50 and the 200 period lined up at 19 change. Yesterday's high was just underneath $19, and we closed at 18.50. So I really would have thought, okay, if we're trending down, the shorts up in here somewhere. So we'll just have to find a place. If we keep trending down on Bitcoin, if that's the case, then it's either wait for some of those tops to come in for the short, or look to join a trend if it forms in the first half an hour and look for like underneath VWAP or that sort of thing. But yeah, you're so far away from those highs now with this little pop that we had down in the market and in Bitcoin. I'm not really shorting any bottoms on Mara. It's just too far away from the levels. You got to be patient off the open for this. We got other fish to fry, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's always going to be more. IBIT right now not doing a whole heck of a lot in the pre-market, as we'll just talk about this. I mean, this seems to be the ETF that everybody wants to trade. And yeah, I mean, still holding out pretty good. I mean, a nice little rally there. We talked about that $65,000 level. We'll see if it can hold. I mean, right now, it looks like you'd be able to buy this name in and around 35 flat for a spot. That is the 50-period moving average. You know, we have Bitcoin at the bottom there. You'll always be able to watch it on my screen at the bottom right, and I'll show it to you in a second. But just looking at a 20-minute chart, this is like that breakout level that we always talk about, and not level, but pattern. There it was right there, sort of a weekly top, broken yesterday, I guess, sort of in the beginning there. Yeah, I'll fix that, Fabian, in a second. There it is, a nice move back up there. So we'll see if it can hold this $35 level. We'll get a second look at that in a minute. We do have the imbalances. Fabian said I have to move my mic. So,
the mic's a little
yeah, we do have the imbalances coming out in just a minute. So we'll go over to Sharif, and then we'll come back and see if the sell-off continues.
Talking about the money flow index today, Sean, on how to trade MFI. It's an oscillator, a momentum oscillator. We kind of started that yesterday with the rate of change. We'll continue that today with the MFI. If you're into that kind of thing, join Adair and I on how to trade at 11.
All right, so here come some of these
imbalances.
Yeah, I'm not really. I was
not
just
really.
like, nah. I mean, Tilray got a bid, so we talked about sort of maybe going short on that sort of momentum to the downside, but that is going to get faded, I would imagine, as this bid sort of settles down. Let's wait to see. There is a seller right there on BATS gateway of 58,000, so that's nowhere near what that is. All right, so gold. Yeah, there's PDD. Again, a name yesterday. I mean, fading off that 100. It's going to be there right now. That high yesterday was 104 or so that we were looking at. Yeah, right there, 104. So that was a nice move down. Maybe look at some tops around 104, 102 if PDD gets going as well. Palantir, I mean, so we didn't really get to talk about this. This is on. You can go find all of my ideas for shorting right now on, there's SMCI, we dropped that story. There's the NASDAQ, and then here's what we're talking about today. And we've added Palantir to here. So there's Palantir. We forgot it in this little part, but Palantir, Nvidia, Tesla, Baba, Micron. So I thought this Palantir trade, I was just looking, I didn't know. Remember, this was an hour ago or more when we make these notes. And Palantir was midway. It was actually at $30.60 or so. I thought a little bump up into this area would be shortable, sort of VWAP where we closed yesterday. I still like this trade as short into 31 if we do get bumped up. But right now, like I said, I mean, it's funny that we put all shorts and then we look back an hour later and everything is at its lows. It's just now we have to wait a little bit. So I wish we had sort of stayed there. My opinion has not changed, but the prices have. So we may have to chase some names back down to the downside. I don't feel comfortable punching $30 short on Palantir today. It's just, to me, it's down. That would be down 10% from that level. I feel like there's going to be buyers. Like if you punch short 30, 29 is like a great level. If you can get that dollar, that would be pretty smooth. And obviously you're not going to complain. And I wouldn't even hold Palantir $1. I'd take 20 or 30 cents, I think would be a great return on this name. So anyways, this is definitely trending down. I feel like right now, for those of you asking, maybe waiting now for that VWAP pop would be 30.50. But with this imbalance, we got to let them settle down. We've seen it so many times where, you know, this will hit, spike it down 20 cents, and then it just starts to rip because sort of the pressure is off of this side. But it's very mixed, Neil. There's buys and sells on here. So I'm not really getting the feels that this is going to be collapsing or anything right off the open.
Yeah, I tend to agree because everything's right back at support levels. I mean, Meta, low a day. So, you know, you can like a short back into the level from yesterday, but that's a while ago. AMD here was trying to go red. Actually, it did go red. Now it's back to flat. This one I liked into 152. When you sit down, it seems like it's a good short at 152, and then you're down at $149 very quickly. I don't know. I didn't want this one for a break of the low. I wanted most things in the chip space and in big cap tech to be pop and fades. Like that's AMD into 152. And just double check. I mean, Nvidia with 2 minutes to go, you're breaking lower. I had 127.5 on my note because of the resistance from yesterday. So if it's going to be a short the pop after that SMCI news and this little bit of a market rollover, I think you got to be patient at 930 here for some levels. Like going back over to just going over all the names here. Apple down at 220, underneath 226. So that resistance up just above 227, not into play just yet. Amazon, Amazon's down at 174. It's way too funny because Lucid was on that buy imbalance, and Lucid, this stock just keeps bouncing at $4.20. And I don't know why it's so strong. I guess it's that whole rates are coming down thing, I suppose, as some of the EV names are going. But Lucid, oddly enough, is managing to hold on to a bit of a consolidation. I'm going to keep this one on the back burner. As long as it holds $4, there might be a little bit of a potential squeeze. And if I'm biased to the short side in most of the tech names and the market in general, then when you're looking for longs, you want things that'll squeeze. Like Peloton was a bit of a long in the morning. Lucid certainly has that potential. But as I said, you got to preach that patience. Double check Tesla. It's not at that 210 level, kind of diddling in the middle here. So I think there might not be anything which is right in the pocket at the open. Maybe Starbucks. Starbucks is trying to bounce off 95. It could test 96. It's close enough, I suppose, to the 96 that it could be one of the first things to come into play. Post C-suite shakeup high was that 96 level for Starbucks. That's why the interest in this one. As the market's trying to bounce off this SMCI news, we'll probably have to have a look at SMCI to see where it's going. But on this Tuesday, is it turnaround Tuesday? Well, it's pre-Nvidia Tuesday, that's for sure. Let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1.
Alrighty, we're watching Micron as well. Thank you, Adair, for that one. We're watching Micron, watching out for $98 coming in 1 minute. Maybe we'll see about Micron, but the market is trying to go back up. So we'll look at Nvidia quickly. A lot of you like to look at that name, Nvidia. Just dancing around. I wrote down 128, so we'll see if we get a bump up there. Tesla's starting to go higher now. This seems to always be the thing with Tesla, doesn't it? A nice little run up. I was thinking about shorting 215 into Tesla. We had written that down as a 210 break, as Neil mentioned, but that 215 high is coming up right now. It is really starting to go. I was looking at 215. I thought this could have been a possible short area into here. So we can see that's 216 basically high. I feel like if you're wrong, that's where you're wrong on Tesla. So we'll wait to get a print there. For me, just looking, the TQs as well. We're waiting for
SMCI is screaming higher.
Higher, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing about those reports.
What are you going to do?
I mean, you either got to believe them or you...
And they're already short, right? So, they built a short position, so they're already in the sucker when this happens. And I'd imagine good covering for them because they probably have like 600 and something on that. So Nvidia, where are we at on Nvidia?
We're going to get short
Tesla. VWAP here, 126 we're at. Starbucks is not in play. Apple's not in play just yet. Starbucks is close, but it's not in play just yet. So just got to be patient here. Tesla is absolutely screaming. I wonder if there's going to be a squeeze in the EVs because there goes Lucid breaking highs.
Yeah. We're only in Tesla. So we're in Tesla right now. Well, we're in the Qs as well, but this is just a try right now. So here we go. We're short 215. We talked about being short 215. Let's just take 50 cents right there. Sorry, 40 cents on that first part. And now we'll wait to see if we got that again. So we'll wait to see. We'll just take out, how how much, 15% or so on that, and it's starting to scream a little bit here. So yeah, this market, again, do not stand in the way of some of these plays, that is for sure. That level's 216.50, so that's going to be the stopping point here for us. This is an early play. You saw me do this with Micron yesterday. We layered into a trade. Again, so I'm fine with this one on Tesla all the way up to that 216.50. So let's put another bid up there somewhere and we'll deal with it then. But right now, short Tesla, and here it comes right back in again. So far, so good. It's your 50-cent winner right off the jump right now for Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla with heard a halt, but I didn't catch the name. Tesla with that pullback. I didn't get to 152 on AMD, but it did get to 151.5. It's yesterday's resistance levels. Going to try and pop and fade this one as well. And Starbucks is not breaking out that top. It tried to get to 96, got to 95.8. I was offering 90s and already starting to pull back in. So it's resistance till it's not, that 96 level. I do like it for a break, but I mean, notice like I'm willing to go either direction off that resistance since the sweet shake-up. Yeah, I'm going to screw that one up every single time. Got to be an easier way to say that. Come on, just give me the fill. Sometimes you want to get it against you instead of waiting for it to come up, test resistance, and go back into the downside. Might have missed the pop and fade on AMD. Starbucks is still in the pocket, though. It's 95.5. Want to get closer to that 96 level.
And boy, ain't missing much over here. 215.50 short out, 214.90. We're just trying to get in and out. I mean, it's not really doing too much. We are also short the TQs. It came pretty close, man. It got to 67.80. So now that we can see that level a little clearer, let's put some more shares over there. We have our plan. We talked about staying net short today, so we're net short. We're short Tesla here. Tesla 40 cents in. We'll see if that can continue, hopefully to push a little bit lower. Targets for this Tesla short. I mean, it's only ever been in the money 50 cents. So, and our stop is going to be a little bit higher. So we'll take a little bit more shares if and when we get to that 216 area. But remember, we are pretty concerned about this if the market keeps going. You could get to 216 and then try to test sort of yesterday's 218 or so. So I'll probably take another little piece here at 216 and then watch out to see what happens at 215. That kind of a break right there is, 216.50. That's probably a little too much. But here we go. It could be your first dollar for me right now. Let's see what happens with Tesla. We're short at 215.21s right now, and it's pushing back in Adara, I believe.
Small cap on watch here, moving off the open. It's Vox International Corporation. VOXX is the ticker for this one on the NASDAQ. Announcing here some strategic alternatives for their valuation, including a potential sale of the company. Also announcing that this Gentex Corp has apparently submitted a preliminary proposal to Vox's board as of May 31st. So some strategic valuations going on here for VOXX, guys.
All right. I think this is going to, I think Tesla seems to be getting ready to even go higher right now. Like the market just had a nice move up. Tesla came back in, but then didn't really think about it. Like, okay, now it's coming. Okay, good. So it needs to try to break VWAP. It just keeps on bouncing off of it. I'm not even sitting there. I'm sitting lower. I'd like to get something below VWAP on a VWAP break back in, right? Boom, we just talked about it, and that's what's going on right now again. Oh no, Neil, we're doing it right now again for everybody here today. Tesla on the short. Let's see if that works. We also have got our TQQ. That just went up and then back in as well. So, hey man, this is what we talk about. If you're gonna say trade ideas and give them out, hopefully we can average into our positions, take the right levels, and then punch out if we are indeed going to be wrong. But there we go on the TQs, up to VWAP and a quick little out rate there. We'll just continue to massage some of these plays. If we're going to be wrong on being short, then we'll be wrong on it and we'll get out and we'll take some L's. But for right now, we're just sort of massaging some of these shorts with trying to hold on. I have no idea where my chart went. Trying to hold on to some of these plays that we have, 215.50 back in for Tesla. So we're just going to hold on to this trade, see if it continues to work lower. But that was that break that we just wanted. We just talked about it. We hope to get a VWAP break and a little bit of a flush. So that was a pretty good move. Short at 215.25. That fill right there, 214.35. So good trade there. We'll see if it wants to work out for it. AMD must be screaming short as well. Just
one trade. No, it's actually relatively strong. It was able to get a double top 151.60. Relatively strong, meaning it's pressing the highs. It double top 151.60. I got it back underneath 50, and then it came in and bounced off 151. So when it's trending like this, there's no reload while it's doing this. I need it to calm down, give us a lower high. You're screaming to the upside. Don't like the way this is going, especially because SMCI is just ramping to the upside. So if we break this 151.6, I'm just jumping out of the trade and looking for a better entry point. If I'm going to get 30, 40 cents on the first scalp trade, don't mind taking it out and looking for another opportunity. We'll see if it breaks that high. Starbucks tried to get back into that high. It did not, so it rejected 95.80. So trying to work into the short. I thought we'd get closer to 96, but we're not there just yet. We're going to try and get a little more short underneath that previous high. Adara, what up?
We did have the SMCI short report, but another short report we mentioned a couple minutes before that it's worth noting here is Lumen Technologies, LUMN. This one down over 13% or almost 13% right now. SMCI making a recovery while Lumen's still a little bit weaker. Carousel Capital here with this short report called AI to go to fix this mess. Also worth noting here, they do have already here what I'm seeing a short float of 7.7% for Lumen. Market cap of $6.6 billion. LUMN, guys.
$3 in the money on Tesla, Neil. As there it goes, man. It's a huge move down there into the downside. I mean, what else? We say this all the time. What up with this market? And there it goes, man. Have a bias, have a trade, put it on, ring the damn registers right there again. It's Tesla. It's another one there. Big trade alert. I mean, we said that before. We're like, this has to start to work out for us. We'll take another piece out right now. Now let's hold. Here it goes, Neil. Neil, it's $4 right now in the money on this trade. So that's going to be a good one. Appreciate that, Sharif. Let's go now. $4 in the money on Tesla.
This market is dying. We just took out low of the day. It's flush city at this point. I don't mind hitting some lows if they're the right ones because I'm staring. I still have my order in for a 210 breakdown on Tesla. So we'll just wait for it to make that break. AMD's now going to try to test the 149. I'm not thinking add on this double bottom. I'm thinking cover and short the pops into the downside. SMCI just turned and fell $20, and that created, I think, a little bit of a temporary top. I don't want to give this all up just yet. And what was the last? Oh, yeah, Nvidia. Nvidia now has a double bottom looming from yesterday. If we lose this, Tesla loses 210. The Nasdaq's already taken the low. You could have not an inside day. Until that happens, stay in the pocket here. I'm only in two shorts. We have one entry into Starbucks. We did not get any more. I said I wanted more of Starbucks, but then the market turned on us here. So we weren't able to add to it. Why is it still saying Blue Ocean? Gimme the Starbucks chart here. There you go. So I tried to get more of Starbucks, wasn't able to get the fill. I'm looking at the afternoon bottom here. We'll take about 40 cents on the first look. We're short in front of 95.80, so our risk is about 15 pennies on Starbucks. Right now, it's trading in the 40s, so we've got better than 1-to-1, but I want a little bit lower with the market breaking the bottom. Shorts are paying, is what it is. Only had one long idea, and it was a breakout, and it never broke out. Simple.
We talked about this. That's right, Sharif. Pay the man his monies. Right here, we talked about it early, right? I mean, I said early on, this is what was going to be hopefully happening here today. This is yesterday's sticky note. We talked about it coming through today, that this was what we were looking for. We're looking for shorts. Every single idea on here is a short. Short, everything on here. So there it comes back in for the downside. It's a $4.50 winner right now on this name. And it's a big one, man. You guys want to talk about real trading. I mean, you got to have a bias. You got to hit the levels. Here comes Tesla coming in through 210 as well, man. Oh my, man, this is $5 now in the money on this trade. And we're just sleeping on this one, by the way, because the TQQs is maybe even the better trade as the futures. I mean, Sharif, what we're doing on the futures here, we just shorted this here. This is now 100. So that from that top is 100 handles. We're short from about right here, 37s down to 55s. We're about 80 handles right now in the money on that one. So we're giving you another one, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now on Tesla in the money. And we are just sitting back and just straight chilling right now and putting up digits here on the day. So it's a good trade so far here for Tesla and for the TQQs, man. I mean, everybody here, if you're taking these trades, you could basically walk away. And that may be a good idea. I mean, there's the flush down. We talked about this play coming through. It did, and it was fabulous. So there it goes, man. It's a nice trading day here so far on the market. If you've been biased short, which, hey, who knew biased short was going to be in play?
Pretty much everybody is
Wink.
what I'm saying. If you're watching the morning show, then you should have been. I had one long idea for a break, and it just broke. So I said I'd go short at first. We're now long it. I did jump out of AMD. I said that 149 came in. We'll take that trade as it goes. It just wicked the 150 level. So we got 151.5 into 150. Now we move on to the next trade, wherever it might be. And if it's going to be a breakdown trade, I don't mind hitting lows. I don't think it's going to be the next one because Tesla's got the 210 level right in store. This is all over again, Meta, and the other one was Micron. So 210, flat bottom break. I don't care where it's been going into it. If it's coming out the bottom, then I'm going to take this one short. This is a setup that the first thing I sat down was like, okay, going to short Tesla on a break. I like shorting flat bottom breaks, especially when the market's under panic. My order's in for the breakdown. We just got it. So Tesla, let's see what happens. Tesla is very well known for snapping back in. If a trade doesn't work immediately on the breakdown, I want to get out and short a pop. So if it doesn't hold, I want to get out about the 30s, have it at 1-to-1, and then wait for this retest of 211. So always have an exit before I make that entry point. So on this break, I got 80, so that's a bit of slippage. It's about a $0.50. You expect about 20 cents of slippage on a Tesla. So it's about $0.50 in terms of how much I want to risk on this trade. If we get down underneath that 50 level, we're going to start to take some out. SMCI, just heard, it's probably just a rehash of the old story. Yes, I think that's exactly what it is. So SMCI starting to come back down once again underneath VWAP. If you're watching any of the chip names, you're going to want to pay attention to what's happening here. I don't think it actually ticked short sell restricted on SMCI. By the time it got to the open, it had already bounced profusely. So heading back into the upside is SMCI. This rolls over and goes 10% down. Things are starting to look very spicy. So as I said, Tesla, the break trade, it basically tagged the 50 levels we're kind of anticipating and bouncing. If there's a move back, it's 211 that I'm concerned with. 211 is prior lows. We're going to make sure we round into that. AMD still nothing yet. AMD's right back into VWAP and failed. So the next trade is usually short into VWAP or short back at the high. Let's see which one it wants to give us. Short into VWAP or short back into the high.
All right, man, there it goes. Like Sharif just said, he said, oh my God, dude, you were $7 in the money right there. So there it goes. I know we were looking at 210 short. I'm not going to take it. We're already...
Wasn't that the big idea?
Yeah, that wasn't the big idea. It was fading off of some of these bumps. So right there, 215, huge. We could take it, but I think we'll wait for it there. Did you take this trade or?
I took it. It was very mixed. You had to scalp it. It just came right back. It gave it to the 50s and then came right back. On the bounce, it's not getting to 211. If it doesn't get to 211, then I want back in here. But I'm going to there's sellers here that are getting bought up. Someone just dumped about 10,000 shares at 5s, and it just kind of came right back. So they're doing a battle at 10. If the 10s win, I want previous low. I always want previous low. And that was $211. So the breakout's not going to work. This is not like Meta. When Meta broke yesterday, the same flat bottom, it was instantly in the money. It never threatened against you. So I want to see some acceleration in before we get this one again.
Oh, boy.
AMD, where are you, AMD? AMD just broke the lows. No, sorry, that was Nvidia. Now that we're underneath the bottoms, see, I just tried to get 210s, and then it flushed one more time. Let me go over. I got to be able to get AMD here. AMD just broke the 150.
All right, I do want to acknowledge Neil for acknowledging that big idea because there it is. It's 50 cents in the money if you wanted it. I'm just going to hold it. I mean, he's right. This was the idea that we had, and there it is, man. It's another pay dirt idea right there. Now $1 almost in the money off that one. I guess you're right, man. Just trust yourself as we do every single day. So there it goes right to the downside. The other idea, of course, that we had was TQQ breaking through 67. So that's happening right now. Let's put another bid on here right now and just to see. I'm not like this market right here. We'll see it's at 19.5. We did break that. So that would be a sort of a key level for us right there. Maybe we'll take another bid at 209 and change. But I did really think that if the NASDAQ and the Tesla started to break lower, we could be in for something a lot lower. So right now that's 204, 205, 206 right there. Randy, it's just $6 in the money, but it's Tesla and it's a short, and we're going to wait to see what winds up happening. We should have probably cleared out a little bit more there on the TQQ. So let's put a bid now at 11 and see if we can get that price because, again, when your levels hit, sometimes they could just be so key that it dances around them for a minute. So like, if you like this Tesla short, it's right here, right now again for that reload. So we're already cruising with this. It's been a great trade. There goes the TQs. There goes Tesla again, back down to that downside. So Tesla's huge. The day's huge. And we're just getting started, man. It's 9:47, Randy. I like the color of your shirt there.
Matching the bears, and the bears are definitely in full force here, guys. Nvidia continues to hold the lows, however. That was, I don't want to call it a capitulation candle because I don't think that's what it is, but there was just a big reversal. And the second I saw it get back above, it's threatening 125, punched out of AMD. I did get that refill in Tesla. It's not a refill because I was out and back in. It's not a refill, it's a re-entry at 210. The seller was at 210.03. I just kind of just joined that price when I saw it. But again, you're bouncing off the $0.50 and coming right back into the upside. That's now twice. It's broken 210 and turn around essentially at the same spot. If it makes a fresh high here at the $0.50, get out, wait for VWAP. So that's going to be the plan. Get out, wait for VWAP. There is a kernel of strength somewhere right now, and it happens to be Apple. I always like to look, when the market's making fresh lows or at the lows, what's the stock already bouncing or at its highs? I see Apple as at VWAP. If there's a turnaround, I do like this name. So my idea was Tesla 210. It keeps on holding underneath for a little bit and breaking back out. So have to be patient. If the short's going to be up at VWAP, then we're going to have to wait for VWAP. The break trade, not the big winner here today. You kind of had to go into it against you to grab it. Not going to be my style trade just yet. I don't want to ignore what's going on in things like Eli Lilly, but the focus was going to be on tech and Tesla. Lilly going to the upside, and that HIMS still holding down. So relative weakness in the non-Lilly GLP.
Thank you so much for all the kind talk there in the chat. Zion, Adam, everybody that's tagging me, Wayne, thank you so much for that as well. Anybody there, Sam is in the chat there. So let's just, you guys can see real, right? And I mean, that's, again, a big win right there. I hope you guys were able to capture some of that. We did talk about getting some of this stuff out. So even on the TQQs, we still have 15% of each of these trades. Now, we have a little bit more on Tesla. We have about 20% or so left on Tesla and about 15% left on the TQQs. So yeah, we didn't trade it absolutely perfectly because then we got out of everything right now, but it's another 2 for 2 day here. So, this is kind of like, what we're trying to do is stay focused and trade the names. And so I really do appreciate all the talk there in the chat. It's been quite the run. So I appreciate all of that. And hopefully you guys are seeing some of the things that we are as well. $31. We talked about fading that on Palantir. And look, it did come in immediately off the open up to $30.80. So that could have been something that we were looking at there. I just heard Sharif say, what's Apple up to? So let's go have a quick look.
Apple's
strong. Okay, yeah. So we sort of thought, remember, this is why we didn't really want to trade Apple because it was sort of in this range, but it does dip down into 225. 225 yesterday didn't hold by any stretch of the imagination. So not really super key level, but maybe it is today, that's for sure, as Apple gets battled right back. So yeah, so if there's a name here that we do not, well, I'm not sure if it's battling back any more or less than some of these other names, but right now, that is a battle, that's for sure. Let me just see what's happening with Nvidia because we do want to be short this name. But they're not more aggressive than the market by any stretch now either. So this is not relatively weak. I thought it was going to be relatively weak today. It's apparently not. Yeah, I'm just going to cancel all my offers right now. We've put the damage on board right now. So we're up about the same now that we were at the end of the day yesterday. So it's been a really good and big day. So we got to sort of stay in the pocket and make sure that we take the right trades, not all of the trades. But Nvidia is coming up into a decent level of 127, which is what we wanted to get short. So if we can get a 127, 128 short, that would work for us. And the other short idea was Micron. And that one got, oh man, that's too bad too. We missed that early bump. We didn't because Tesla is Tesla and it's great. But that short of 98 as well could be coming into play for Micron against the 200 period. But now we got to watch out for VWAP because now VWAP's bumping and that could come into play again. So let the futures think about recovering a little bit and then possibly get that reload. We are into Tesla still, remember. This is still a $5 winner. I'm going to wait for 209.50. That's been the bottom. I do have a bid there. If we can grab that, that'd be nice. But I do think that there is possibility there to get even lower. Do we trade? What's up, JKL? Do we trade off of historic? I mean, all charts are historical, but hold on a second. Using historical charts, example, Nvidia chart looks similar to previous setups. Oh, going into earnings? Yeah, I mean, sure, you can. I think that's a good idea. We do have like Danielle Shea and some people on there that look more at earnings expectations and things like that. And I just think that every report is so different than the past. So that's where they get the best thing to look at, in my opinion, for what we're trying to do here and what to expect is just to go into here and figure out what is the expected move. So right now, last move was 9.3%. The expected move for Nvidia right now is 11.2%. So that to me is pretty much the same. Like right here on Salesforce, last time it went down 20%, expected up 7%. So it's like the report's going to come through and move probably completely opposite of what you were thinking. So those of you that play options know what the best methodology for that is. But for me, I don't think you need to necessarily look at past performances just to see how the volatility
before we go
moves around in there. Yeah, sure. Go
Before we go up to Adair, we have to get to Adair in a second. The Nasdaq's about to test the open range high here. It's not going to go green if it breaks this top, but when you get to that high, it's better be a weak stock if you like it still to the short side. I mean, not breaking out those tops. Well, Tesla 211 sets up. Nvidia is absolutely flying to the upside, so maybe not the chip names. Let's go to the desk with Adair.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Okay, the market is rally time right now as we go right back, right through VWAP. So we'll take what? Oops, that's Tesla still.
Tesla's not a VWAP.
No, Tesla's not. The market is past VWAP right now. Just took it out. We're going to go short just a little piece here. If this fails, man, we're at the 200 period. We do not want to be short the futures over the 200 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. That's going to be like the biggest trend identifier for me. Again, we've done the work on this. This is why we're in this name right now. You can never guess within the penny or within the 10 cents of this, but we're short right here at 88s. So if this breaks too much more than this, like 68.10s or so, which is the top, then we'll fly on this one and regroup. Again, you don't need to be in all these names, especially when the tide has turned. We've seen the NASDAQ go from top to bottom like 4 or 5% in a day easily. So we'll wait to see here. We were down about 0.7 or so, I think. And now you're getting back to flat. So watch out now. Futures take that 19.5 easily and then start to head back up to the upside. So yesterday's TQQ, about 10:30, like when we started getting numbers, it started to come into question for the short, and then eventually it paid off. So that's the strategy that I'm doing right now. Can we massage out of this one if it breaks the top, which it's going to do, and then refocus and rethink? You don't need to be stuck one way. The market could easily flip on its head right here, and it looks like that's what it's trying to do. So there it is. We'll punch out over 12s. We'll hit the fail on that last idea for the TQs, but Tesla's still holding out okay.
Tesla's still trying to hold out. I just tried in front of 11. It just wicked 11, but it's trying to hold underneath. There is something that's not weak, that's not strong, I should say. Intel is at the low of the day here. I am on a Tesla level 2. If it fails 211 again, I want to jump into it. But I like to find when the market's at the highs, what's at the lows. So Intel's at the lows, it's failing the 200 level. Okay, Tesla's now at 211.30, forget about that. Apple, when we sat down in the beginning of this morning, I said Apple's very unlikely to get back into that high because we were down at 225 change. So resistance was at 227.30. That's where I'm waiting for, 227.30 if we're able to get it. The market is seeming like it wants to break back into the highs, but the NASDAQ is still technically red on the session. So we still have some overhead resistance in play. Tesla's back underneath the 211 level. If it's not underneath 210, 211 was that previous resistance. Apple, I think, is going to pick us up in front of 227. Nvidia's high of that 127.5 just wicked it as well. So Nvidia, 127.5, we're here now. So it's time to wait for it.
Yeah, exactly. We just took 50 cents on that trade right there, shorting Nvidia, sorry, at that level. So a nice 50-cent winner. Let's wait to see what can happen. We just bounced off 127. We have Richmond Manufacturing coming in right now and all of that. So let's go. Let's get down, Nvidia, man. Let's get down. Let's get down to business. All right, so we'll see if we can get a little bit lower on that play. We're still holding out for Tesla as well for the downside. All right, and we're back into the TQQs on that little bit of a break. Let's put something out. All right. Right there on that short. Isn't that funny, man? Once again, the TQQ stops us out within 5 cents there, and then the move turns itself around. But there it is, guys. There's Nvidia. It's trying its hardest, Neil, to enter that dollar club. Good call on this one. It's Nvidia to the downside right now. So there it goes, man. Another one put on here. We got to get out, though. I mean, you play the short. Doesn't mean that you're necessarily right. You're scalping some of them out. We won't be at our exact days high because we took out that one on the TQQ, but we're back into things. If things start to float a little bit downside right there, let's pick some more up on the bid.
Hopefully not float.
Yeah, I don't mind if it just sort of levitates around here. Right now, we're bidding 63s. Right now, that was sort of the stopping point there of that 53s. Well, there it is. So there we go again. There's another 90 cents right now as the face slaps are coming through hard right now. There goes the futures back down as well. And today, guys, big day here. 1, 2, 3 for 3 trading. Let's see if we can keep the party going.
So 211 right back to 210 on Tesla. Man, if it loses this for good,
let's go.
Tesla's in a world of hurt. Okay, fine. It's not in a world of hurt. The daily chart is absolutely fine. My physiotherapist is like, Tesla's my long-term play. He's a crypto guy. So I don't want to speak too badly about it because he said he might watch today. No, Tesla's probably fine in the long term. The 200-period moving average is the next big level. So that means there isn't a big level until $205 if you lose this fresh low. But once again, just want to temper expectations. It was a break that was, unless you scalped the first 50 cents, it wasn't a good break. I don't care what anybody says. On Tesla, 30, 40 cents is not a good move on a big break level. And then it comes right back into the previous low of 211. That's been a good short, but it still can't break down amongst the 210 level. Intel just consolidating off the bottom. If it breaks lower, I just want to be into that name. Where is Apple? Apple's still trying to press. All right, it's not where you want it. It's where it wants to go. So it's trying to press higher, but it's running out of steam here in front of 227 instead of over 227, which is where I wanted to be short the stock. I'll give it one last chance to push up here. Otherwise, we're just going to start getting into it off of the 226 3/4. Market's still red on the day. We did just have that number. Going to give Apple a chance to push. It's a relatively strong stock, so usually you don't want to compromise on price. Now 209 on Tesla. Bye-bye, Tesla.
All right, there it goes, guys. As we said, it's a huge move down in there for Tesla. Right now, it's $7 in the money on this, but we have numbers. Let's go to Adara.
We actually have the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index coming in here earlier than expected. So just before 10 a.m., we got that coming in negative 19 versus consensus of negative 14, forecast of negative 15, and the previous print of negative 17. So lower than expectations here for Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index. Manufacturing Shipment Index also lower here than, slightly higher here than expected, negative 15. Versus the previous of negative 21 and the forecast here of negative 18. So higher than expected manufacturing shipments index, lower than expected manufacturing index here. In terms of consumer confidence, this one higher than expected, 103.3 versus estimates here of 100.5, consensus of 100.7, and the previous print here of 101.9. SPY here still hanging out just below that 560 level, which has been pretty key for the SPY last week and earlier this week as well. The S&P 500 slightly down here on the day. We've had the major economic data prints of the day. Tomorrow we'll get a little bit of Fed speak, and then of course later in the week we'll get a little bit more exciting with GDP print here, and then also on Friday we'll get the PCE, Fed's preferred inflation gauge. In terms of stocks on watch, we have SMCI, Supermicrocomputer, getting a short report here from Hindenburg Research right before the bell. So SMCI recovering pretty nicely here, still down about 4%. We also have Cava Cava group here, CAVA, this one down almost 8% right now, though also recovered from lows, having Artel International selling 6 million shares, the group valued at $732 million. We also had the CEO, co-founder, CFO, and some other execs here from CAVA selling some shares. So this one trying to recover, still down about 8%. What an exciting morning, guys.
Hindenburg, yeah, it must be nice to be able to put a report out. Tank a stock $50 and it's right back to where it was when all of this mess started. So congratulations if you're long SMCI. I'm not going to pretend I saw that one coming. Didn't see it coming. SMCI absolutely flying to the upside and still going. If there is some kind of a curl, I'd wait for 550 to 555 for it to come back into the downside. I don't think Tesla should regain 210. I would take that to mean that it's gone bullish. So at this point, that flat bottom at $210, we'll just use that as the Alamo in the other direction. If it breaks back above that, then I want to be out of the short. The gap fill, I said 205 kind of jokingly, but it's actually 204. That would be the next significant support. You're not getting there without breaking 05, which is a key level. Apple ends up taking out very briefly that high. I say very briefly because it's about 10, 15 cents above, but got to let this one curl a little bit here. The market's still trying to trend back into the upside, so I want stocks that are weak. I'll take a shot at a level if it's up at that top, but I don't want to sit there and then fight a stock. So two names that have been weak. One has been weak for days, and then Tesla just underneath that 210. Still bouncing off 09s. I think you can get to 05 today, especially with the relative weakness it's got. Intel, just take it every 10 cents, 5 to 10 cents. It's a 20 breakdown. We're short at 97.
So we took another piece out of Tesla there for that $6. I mean, we just got some out at, we were sitting there at 219.50, 209.50. We talked about that level, that we really liked it. So we sat there. It was the low of the day. Now the low of the day is 208.78 right there today. Nvidia is trying its hardest to get back up, but it's failing every time. So let's wait for another downside push right now, of course, on Nvidia. And there it goes. Now Nvidia joins the dollar club right now as well. Okay, Neil, now we are starting to get spicy again. Man, shout out to Posh Spice. We are getting spicy down in here into 67.85 now for the TQQs. Okay, real trading reloaded. There it goes for the TQQs now as it comes back in, and there's another fill at that downside right there for that play. So it's $1 on Nvidia. It's 40 cents, probably 30 or 40 handles right there on the TQQs as that's trying to go, but the market's funny because it's not really going the way that some of these names are. I really hope the market goes, man, because we're short, but let's see if it does start to go right now back into the downside. We're at the highest spot. We're now similar to where we were yesterday on this move. We did get hit initially on the TQQs because of that short play early, that right into there, and then it got taken out, but then we've reloaded it since. I just feel like the market trading a lot, obviously different than some of these names that we've cherry picked and really hit today. That's going to be back-to-back days. So now today, Tesla will be P&L the highest stock, higher than even those trades that we had yesterday, including Meta, which was $6 or $7 on Meta, $6, $7. I guess it's about the same, $6, $7 here now on Tesla. As let's get cranking into this downside. It looks like Nvidia just stopped for us at 126.20. So let's put a bid down there. We have shares enough to do this. So the thing is, we always want to hold for bigger moves. But if this is going to be somewhat of an inside day, I know Neil mentioned that before, it's coming into that. I mean, we had to move down in there. That was that early flush. I mean, we definitely took advantage of that. And now we'll have to just wait. There, we got that Nvidia play. So there goes Nvidia again, man. That's it. It's official now. It is $1 in the money now, as here's one of our favorites, the gates of hell. For the market.
We kind of retire that one.
Yeah, it's just too choppy.
The flush is definitely on. I still have no idea why. I'm happy when that one happens. So Tesla, I'm not adjusting my trail just yet, but it's getting pretty darn close. It's holding underneath 209. I want to see it break 208.5, and then we'll work back into that one. Apple is still pressing. It broke the high. If I have a resistance level and I'm short in front of it and it breaks, I get out. It's that simple. No questions asked. but it's back underneath that price. And if I like the resistance up here and the market's trying to turn, then I look to take another shot at it. But off that same resistance, if it makes a fresh high, I got to get out, which means I want it above 227, somewhere in the 227 quarter range. We're going to try and grab that. I did add Intel to the list because it failed 20 and was at the lows when the market was back at the highs. It just went 1997 to 1990, probably next to 1975. There was a buyer the other day at 1980. That was a support level. If I zoom way out, I guess you can't really see it anymore because that was a while back. So if it bounces off 1980, I'm expecting that you could find a buyer down there. I'm going to throw a bid out on that name. So Apple still trying to be in the pocket. Going to come back over here. It's pressing that high, but as long as we're not making fresh highs and we're not breaking out above this week's and last week's levels, I want to try this short. This is one that we liked. Okay, Tesla, now the trail's going to go to 209 from 210 as that continues to the downside. Oh my goodness, he literally, my physio guy literally told me his long-term play is Tesla. And then I was like, don't look at stocks in your long-term every single day because you have to be able to hold on to them. You know, you don't want to get that FOMO.
Yeah, that is for sure. Okay, guys, we just this is pretty much is the high of the day. I mean, within a couple pennies here of Nvidia. So, like we said here, it's a big day. I don't know how else to mention what kind of a day we're having right now. I did this yesterday, and I'm proud to do it again today. Cruising in second place right now. Give it up to my guy behind us. It's Obi one more time, putting damage on the board. So I got to say big respects up to Obi back there. Don't matter where he's sitting, back here, over there, Obi putting it up. So congratulations to Obi right there. Yeah, all right. So that's just to talk about some names. So on Nvidia right now, we're out of about 3/4 of that trade right now, 126. Looks like that was the stopping spot there. Let's put another bid down there. Look, man, sometimes in the afternoon when there's not as many trade opportunities, what I find myself doing is sometimes throwing away some money. We didn't do that yesterday. Yesterday afternoon was great. But you got to take advantage, and what I'm getting at here is that you can see both Neil and I trading here, is you got to take advantage when the moves are here, because sometimes the moves completely stop on you, and then they'll either barcode or you'll get stopped out. You've seen two basically different styles here with Neil and I today, and it's just a matter of figuring out, I'm getting some out now as we just drop into the bottom. Like I just watched as I started talking, Nvidia was 126.70. It just dropped into 126 flat there. So we just made right there 50 cents by getting out of that trade. And now we say, all right, we just got a piece out. Now we actually back into that 15% or so level of trade, right? We take advantage of Tesla dropping in. We weren't certain, so we get some out at VWAP. Then we get the 50-period moving average. And then we get the hot dog cannons right now, because this name is $7 now in the money and going lower. And as we mentioned there, that's that 210 break, giving you all the way down to 208 and change. So about $1 or so worth of risk down in there to $2, but that's a tough trade.
It got to 211.50.
Right, so about $1.50. So that's why I didn't take the trade, guys. I already saw it. We saw the momentum kind of dying down here, bouncing around a little bit. So yeah, we're not in love with that trade, but we are in love with this action here today and being biased to the short and cashing out. I feel like now we could almost flip long right now. So that's why we've emptied
Meta's
out.
higher lows.
Meta was weak yesterday for sure. Let's just have a look. Where are we going to get out of Tesla is really the question. 209.50 maybe. I like to try to watch these 50-period moving averages, but that's all the way back at 211. So, things that make you go, what to do with these futures right now.
Google's holding VWAP. Meta's making higher lows.
Yep.
Apple's trying to run the top again. So there are strong names.
Like Apple.
Yeah, I'm just going to double check my trail here, because if we're making some kind of a bottom on this, I do want to at least try to respect the lows that you're trying to put in here. It's 208. I'm still going to sit at 209. I don't think there's any reason to change it just yet. Intel, man, if this gets back above, like it just did a... Okay, let me just get on the bid first and explain why later. So it just did this candle underneath. So broke the low. You had that topping or bottoming tail candle there. So it looks like we are heading back into the upside a little bit here. So it's looking pretty strong overall. Got to find something that we like to the long side. And I'm not really, again, we didn't have a lot of long ideas here in today. There just weren't a heck of a lot of them. So I'm going to get more out of Intel. I'm not reloading unless it fails VWAP at 20.05. Micron, that's still well underneath $100. That's not setting up for a long. Maybe SMCI. I don't want to be long SMCI today. All right, we're just going to have to be patient for this because the way this market is going, we're about to test those highs. And if we get up there, you're going to be put to the test on some of the weaker names. It feels a little bit better. SMCI, there's just no way, even with that V shape that I'm punching, I don't want longs on SMCI at 545. If anything, I was thinking fade off of 550, and let's be patient as it tries to get there, because I think it really does want to get there. Even Nvidia wants to try to go green. Sorry, it's already green. Yeah. Wants to try to break the highs. So if that's going to happen, it's just take some out. I was able to just punch out of some Intel there. And if we can roll into this one back underneath VWAP, it's still relatively weak. Tesla's still trending to the downside. I think those two work. If you like shorts, you got to be a bit careful with this. If it's still trending down, good. If it's not, find a long. Like what's Nike doing? Should probably double check on some of the other stronger names. Nope, Nike's relatively weak in here. Yeah, going to have to hunt for some long ideas, 100%.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I have time to flip over to the long.
There's a problem when you don't have any long ideas.
Yeah, I have a couple. We'll talk about those in a second. Right now, though, we did get out of the TQQ, so let's have a quick look at that one breaking above the 200 period moving average and really not getting below. We had talked about, remember when I was like, oh man, this market is not tanking, but the names are. You know, like we still have $7 in the money on Tesla. That's at the lows pretty much, you know. So, I mean, that one's still working. We did have a stop on Tesla 209 right now to capture that 650. If that hits, great, but Tesla's still trying to go lower now. So again, the market breaking higher, Tesla going lower. So that's definitely something to look at right there. We talked about looking for some potential longs. So the name that I was looking at right here that just broke 166 was Google. Google keeps on bouncing off of 165.60, although it is still the same as the market. It's just you're getting this good base and then breaking the high of the day right now. So it looks like Google may want to get back up. I mean, we've talked about this level a couple times, 164, 165. Looks like it holds it there today, but still, this kind of reminds me of Apple. Like, it's still just so choppy. I don't know if we want to be in the, Tesla is still tanking. I don't know which name.
Tesla's Deadsville.
Yeah, Tesla's.
No, when the market's making highs and a stock is making lows, that's the hint.
Ooh, wow.
And it's not a very subtle hint at all, but Tesla's looking pretty bad. So, okay, just quickly over here. AMD does not want to get to 152. I looked over. I saw Apple at the highs. That was a fail at that level. Should have had it every single day, but today's the only day we had the short into Apple. Nvidia got to the high close to the high of 127.5. When it got there, it was still lower highs on AMD. So lower high on AMD when Nvidia was trying to press its actual high. So it went back over and shorted that lower high. VWAP sits at 150.5, gets them out in front of VWAP, gets them out in front of 150, and then see if we can't work it to the down. So Tesla's now. Okay, so Tesla just keeps adjusting the goalposts. It just broke 08. I think we're headed to 05. It's that simple. I'm going to be on the bid at 05 because if I go to the bathroom or something like that, don't want to miss it. But I just keep moving the trail. It was at 10s after the 11 short. It was at 9s. It's now going to be at 8s. With the market trying to break higher, I do want to respect the fact that Tesla is likely to make some kind of a capitulation bottom. And if it does so, I want to make sure that I'm able to get out. So I just keep on moving the trail manually. I don't use like percentage trailing stops or anything like that. Manual stops for me.
Yeah, good trade there on Tesla. We're going to look for similar levels. I mean, if that hits that 205 and it's $10, I mean, again, it doesn't have to be based. It shouldn't be based on that. You got to base your trades. Well,
there is there is a level down.
Yeah, no, that's why I like that level.
There is a level down.
I'm just mentioning the $10 because it would be a big trade, obviously, and I know that's what you guys are here for. And that's been good so far. So we'll just continue to put up hopefully some numbers here. I still have that 209. I'd like it to get even more aggressive, but it is making those moves down in. We talked about you mentioned Nike a little bit. Let me look at what that's doing here. Oh, nothing. Okay, absolutely nothing on that one. This is just a lot of money here. I just don't know if I want to get out of this name. This is not like options trading or anything like that. Like we've already got the move down in.
Oh, you're talking about
Tesla.
the PA.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about right now. This is a monster winner here for Tesla, and it's sitting on a lot of cash in the account right now that you guys are witnessing. And I just in the long term, I'm long this name, but my recent buy was 170 something, 178 something like that. But anyways, Tesla right now, I don't know. This has just been a good one. I don't want to get too greedy with it. I'm wondering about maybe change this to 208, but we just keep on falling down. I don't need this thing to wick up and then stops me out, but you only get stopped out on orders you put in. And I'm just hesitant to do that because I wonder exactly how big this trade. It's already huge. We're $8 now in the money. I'm gonna save you guys the exercise of hitting that thing 8 times, but we got to hit it once. It's 8 now and going lower as we speak. And then also our Nvidia trade, we could have reloaded it, but we were getting nervous on that push back up. I was actually thinking about looking for some long ideas. We talked about Google there potentially being long, but Netflix is, wow, okay. Netflix is up on the day right now, but that name the spread is too good for that. I don't really, too big for that. I don't really like that. Apple is another name that's up on the day here against a red market. So this could be one that you look for longs if it does pull back at the day's high as the NASDAQ pulls back in. And wow, there it goes, man. $9 now on Tesla and still falling, and $1 on Nvidia. So right now, man, we're sitting in $10 in the money live trading for you guys. So we're $10 in the money live trading. I hope that you have been watching some of this, as I just wish I had a little bit better diamond hands, but we'll hold on to this one for a minute. We're still making a lot on this last piece, but could always have more. We have about 20% of Tesla left.
Yeah, the market is starting to turn a little bit here. Time to anything that's worth a reload, I'm trying to reload. That's going to be VWAP here. Sorry, I was just looking at Li Auto. Li Auto's a nothing burger. No, that'll be VWAP in here off Intel to 2005. That'll be in play. I was just messaging Sharif about Li Auto and how it actually doesn't look that bad for a breakout at some point at 22s. AMD, I don't know, like now that it's starting to hold VWAP, the initial short, tried the reload underneath, that broke VWAP the first time. I just trailed out of Tesla at 208. So that was a spike to the upside. Let's go over to Tesla here. That was obviously, this is why I've had the trail the entire time. Every time it bounces off an even, I kind of give it to the next level. If we see 210 again, I want to reload the trade. So this is one where, for myself, breakdown trade, not great. First short underneath 210, second short underneath 210, again, scalping out, but then taking the hit when it breaks back out, and then twice at the 211 level. So all in all, 1, 2, 3, 4 trades on Tesla for the short down here, and 1 worked out of 4. To be green on Tesla. That's my style of trading. I'd rather take L's, which are a fraction of when I win on the trade. That way, at least if it doesn't work for me, I'm not going to sit here and blow up my day on anything. Like nothing's going to compare for me to Meta yesterday at all in either direction. That's just one of those mornings, because the best idea for a breakdown trade is not going to end up working out until you had that big move off the 211. That's why I said when it broke 210 back upside, let's wait for 211. The next play is very simply short off the previous low. So it's either breakdown trade, short off the previous low. Took each of them twice. That's my plan. AMD's going to manage to hold underneath this 152. So as long as that's true, I want to look for the trend shorts. That's either off the top, off the lower high, or short underneath VWAP. Again, have a plan of action. I might work back into this one underneath that VWAP as we're about to get underneath.
Water.
Let's go back over to Adara. We've got the small cap recap. Haven't looked at a single one.
Nice little double bottom here forming on the IWM, the Russell 2000, despite those lower highs, trying to push higher here off this level. So this could be an interesting level here, that 218 for the Russell going forward today. Not a ton of small cap movers today. One of the stronger ones is going to be Vox International, VOXX. This one up over 70% right now, initially moving higher here after announcing strategic alternative discussions, including a potential sale of the company or some of its segments. Then we got a filing here from showing that Gentex, which is interested in the company as early as May 31st, has now purchased over 3 million shares, average price of $5 a share. So VOXX, pretty strong here on the day. Another one here's a small cap earnings name, Hain Celestial, HAIN. This one up here more than 30%. Definitely still near highs of day here. Missed on sales here for Q4, but they beat on earnings per share and raised their guidance here for fiscal 2025. Last but not least, Lumen Technologies, not necessarily a small cap, but definitely a smaller name here, $6.6 billion market cap for LUMN. Trying to recover here off the bottom after getting a short report from Carousel Capital, guys.
Lumen. That was the other. That was the other one.
Yeah, it's going to look like a bad idea, but I also got out of Tesla there at 208, so I just went down to 207.50 there.
SMCI is going to hit 550.
Oh, SMCI is back.
It is screaming to the... You know the funny thing about this?
Nvidia.
Anytime there is a short seller report, I promise you... Well, I shouldn't say I promise you this. Most of the time when it's a big company, you got to look for the bounce. It was... last year was Block. I forget the exact price on Block, but I remember we're all looking, and when I say all, I'm probably mostly talking about myself and Sean, but it was a couple of other people on the floor I think were looking at it too. And there was this one bottom, I think it was like $68, I could be wrong about that price, and when it got there, it was just zoomed to the upside, because you know they're already short, and there's going to be a good bounce play. It was just, oh, this is not even on my SMCI chart. Can we come to my chart for a second? You know this is coming at some point, and it actually bounced at $501. It just happened at 924. And then when it got to the open, there was one dip back into 515. I'm not going to blindly short this thing if it breaks a fail break of 550. But that was the level. I think if there's a curl here, it would be a good spot to look for a reversal in the market if there's going to be one. So I'm going to keep eyes on SMCI. If it does start to fail to 550, I think that can be a play. AMD still working to the downside. What else? Oh, yeah, I was going to go to Meta. Remember Meta in 523? So it's still not there. It's hard to get bullish. I know the market's technically trying to go green here today, but it's hard to get bullish when Meta failed 523, went down to 515. It's still the same range. If it doesn't break out the top, then why would I want to be long unless you're getting a really good dip by price? It's really hard to punch long anything that's not setting up for a top-end break. Maybe Alphabet can set up for that. I'm going to keep eyes on SMCI. If it curls, I want to look to jump back into some shorts here. It's just right now AMD off the 151. That's a lower high adjacent to the afternoon range. I think you got an inside day for AMD, but that's 151.5 down to 149. So we'll play that range as long as it wants to give it to us.
Professor, it wound up being $7.40 on Tesla. So that's okay. He's trying to hit the bang button, so we'll just do it for you right there. So the professor coming back in, getting ready for the 11 o'clock programming where we talk about educational things, plays, lessons, so on and so forth, plus live trading with both Dara and Sharif. And today is Money Flow Index. So you need that cash flow coming through as well. So yeah, we said that maybe that was a bad idea for Tesla, but I guess not. Right now, as it's starting to go back up to the upside there goes the futures. I mean, this is why we are not short anything right now other than Nvidia, small piece, waiting to see about another short into Nvidia. I'm going to wait to see if we can get something in and around this price again in the 50s for Nvidia, in and around there. So we'll wait to see if something does come in. And then I want to stop out if we break through 128. I know I wrote down 128, but that would be now that is well through any kind of a level now. So, you know, the 50 period was there at 128. And right now, it's well curved in, and you do have some actionable levels here. I was thinking about maybe even stopping out if we get anywhere near that 128, but I could probably use that as a level. So let's take a little bit more here in and around the 50s. It's not there, but at the high of the day, if we're able to do it, and then we will go from there. So yeah, the breakout continues, and this is how, as Neil was mentioning, man, this is what it's all about. You know, we don't want to hold anything so you get hit, and there it goes right back up to the upside, breaks that level of basically 68 like we were talking about, and now a huge, I mean, it's a nice upside move, bringing the NASDAQ right back to Greensville ahead of Nvidia earnings. So we're short now. We talked about this play. We don't want to necessarily be in this until we get to 128, but I just feel like right now we are playing, obviously we talk about this all the time, with house money. That doesn't really matter. We're just trying to put in the best trades at the best levels. We've already been up here once. Let's just see if it goes again. To be able to take $1.50, $1.20 on this with 50 cents worth of risk, I'm going to roll the dice one more time here in case we get a pushback in. But remember, Nvidia up close to 1% right now, while the market is clearly where we are. So just be careful here. As it's pulling back in, there it is, Neil. There's another one for us coming through there on Nvidia, man. Okay, we are reloaded, and we'll just take their 30 cents. And now let's see if it comes back in. We take 20s off of that 50 short. I think the short was 48s. So 48 short there, out 20s, 30 quick cents. And now, again, we'll keep reloading it until it eventually breaks that 128. We'll bid 127, and if we get that, then we're pretty lucky.
Yes, sir. And got to get on the bid to get lucky. Got to have the entry to get lucky. Got to have the idea to get lucky. Got to have a plan of action and a platform that you can trade it on. And all of that is available. This is my segue. All of that is available at Real Trading. The campus program is back, everybody. So if you are in Canada, if you are interested in trading on a professional platform like we do every single day here at Real Trading, then this one is going to be for you. Trade real money, gain real experience. It is a curated program for free. Market introduction. Learn this platform, P-Pro8, built for traders, by traders, and also go into a simulator after that process. Get one-on-one coaching with some of the group that we got in back here. Fantastic group of people in the back office as well. Get that one-on-one coaching for about 4 weeks in the simulator. Then you get to do what everyone wants to do, which is go live. Trade real money, earn real profits. You're still going to get coaching, that one-on-one. You do trade 8, minimum 16 hours a week. It is available to be part-time. You can have that side gig, as I always say, which can be really important in trading because not everyone makes it in trading. At the end of the program, you have the opportunity to become a funded trader. That is the key. That is the goal, but you got to put that time and effort in. If you're interested in trading, you have a passion for it. If you are in Canada, to me, this is the program for you. A lot of people are going to charge for stuff like this. This is a free program. All you got to put in is your time and your effort. So scan the QR code below. Check out the link in the description of this video. If you're interested in the campus program, get those in there, and then you can find opportunities like, SMCI had news today. Look what happened. We're waiting for 550 on SMCI. Want to look to reload if we wick that 550. Well, I'm not reloading SMCI because I didn't trade SMCI. Reload AMD because I was trading AMD. So AMD, that high, lower high. Every time. I don't know why you always say AMD that way, Sharif. AMD trying to press back into VWAP. If we get a break of VWAP, 150 is held, 149 is held. Want to respect both of those levels. I also want to get back I don't want to get back at the stock, but I want to get back into the trend short on Intel. As long as it's not pressing the highs and putting in lower highs when the market's strong, I got market at tops, this making lower highs. Just want to have it level off, ideally under VWAP. That'd be the ideal proposition. And I don't think Tesla's off the hook. The flat bottom break was 210. Remember Meta at this time yesterday? Meta broke that 523. Okay, maybe it wasn't exactly this time. It was closer to 11 o'clock, but whatever. It retested all the way back into that 23 and gave you pullbacks again. Not as big as the initial, but it gave you those pullbacks. So if Tesla wants to do something similar, back into that 210, which is a flat bottom break, it's still trending down. If we press back into 210, I don't see why that still wouldn't be a short. It's also close to VWAP. So if you like VWAP trading, good. If you like support and resistance, good. It was a big level before. So if we get back into here on Tesla, I think it's worth another shot. Down 2% into a now up market. Clearly, it's a relatively weak name. I don't have to tell anybody that. They should know.
Yes, sir. So 1030 right now. We've just gotten more out of Nvidia. Nvidia came in into 127 there. So we're still holding half of that reloaded position on NVDA as the market's starting to get a little spicy again with some volume starting to pick up, it feels like, as the NASDAQ now taking out day's high one more time as we came into this pre-market level. And there it is right there, right back in to those highs goes NASDAQ. So wow. Big time movement. The one trade that we don't, first of all, we've been really great with Nvidia. Nvidia short has really, really paid. so far today. We looked at Alibaba short today. We talked about that, but it never gave us a better price than the open. So that's tough to take, right? So, all right, Dallas Fed going now, but we have crypto, and crypto is getting kicked as well to the downside right now, 62. Was up to 64, 65 the last couple of days. Let's go find out with Adara exactly what up with that.
Didn't you see this discrepancy between Bitcoin and Ethereum inflows and outflows here with regards to these ETFs? Bitcoin ETFs, as mentioned here in this desk earlier today, $202 million in inflows yesterday, 224 of which coming for the IBIT ETF. So inflows are those actually outweighing the outflows in some of these other names. So that's certainly of note here. ETFs, though, for the Ethereum side, continuing to have some outflows, 13 million yesterday. And a total, since they've debuted here, pretty significant as well. Total net outflows in the just over a month since we've gotten those Ethereum ETFs, now reaching 477.88 million. So lots of outflows for those ETFs. In terms of Bitcoin itself, just holding on by a hair to this key $62,000 level, a level that you can certainly find some interaction with here on this daily chart as both support and resistance as recently as early August of this year. Also, though, worth noting, this is also a level analysts find particularly interesting. So we'll have to see if Bitcoin can hold the key $62,000 mark. Right now, still down about 2%. Ethereum a little bit weaker, holding on by a hair to the $2,600 level. Sorry, still down about 4%. Couple names that are slightly positive on the day, USDC, Ripple. Generally, though, a lot of significant weakness with Cardano, Tron, Dogecoin, all down at least 1% today, guys.
Okay, thank you, Adara, for all that crypto update. All right, Nvidia, it's still trying to bounce around. We're not doing a whole heck of a lot. I think that was a good call at 210. We could see if Tesla can get back up there or not. It is trying. I didn't want to look. Palantir, I think, is trying too. Palantir is trying. Palantir has succeeded right now. We did look at a 31 short, but remember, everything has changed now. So, like, you can almost, it's 10:30. Right? The trade ideas that hit early have already hit. You know, we'll be 20 times here holding up this trophy on 2 trades, really, Nvidia and Tesla. So, I mean, it is what it is for now. You got to sort of slow down, but I do want to look at a level here. I mean, Palantir, 31.1 right now. We're going to have to wait to see. Maybe that's the top, but tides, oh, how they have turned. Straight up now, taking out day's high. I'm actually now waiting for pullbacks to get long. So I'm flipping the script on my own notes here and thinking about a 30-80 back into VWAP, into the 50 period moving average right now, and trying to put some damage back on longs right now to find a good long. I mean, there goes the market. Remember, we are a day away, only a day away. Oh no, here we go. Nvidia coming back upside. So again, look at these outs. Boom, boom. These are the reloads and those are the outs. So right now, we're taking out at 127. We just missed this high. We're waiting at 80. So if this can get into the 80s, we're not even waiting at 80. We're waiting at 83, 84. If it can get up into that level, we want to give ourselves that 20 or 30 cent chance, a risk opportunity to re-short it against 128. Feel like it's going to break 128 and then do a dance. And if that does happen, I want to give myself like 20 cents worth of room. So which is why I'm not reloading this rate here right now, because I'll get out at 128.30 and I short rate now, which I already am, but I've already taken this trade out, then that ratio doesn't work for me. So let's wait to see what happens. That was a good reload spot if you weren't in it, but I already am. So let's just hold out on this trade for now and see if we can't get a little bit of a further push down, and then think about reloading some of these stronger longs like an Apple or Meta broke lower again?
No, Meta broke $523. The big level from yesterday, and Meta broke it to the upside. Before I get to Meta, I have to mention Micron was 100 yesterday. The afternoon bottom, and this is a legitimate one in here, was like 98 change. Look at the wicks on this chart here as the market's breaking higher. Like the amount of times it's been testing 98. I just came on over to and tried to go short, and it's already going to be at VWAP. So I didn't want to chase it too far because the risk was going to be to the high. So I was looking at 30 cents risk there. VWAP sitting at 60, so I wanted it in the 90s, 98 90s or 97 90s, which we still could get picked up. So I want to be short this name. It's a false break. It's under 100. It's still relatively weak, but Meta, as we're looking for the next trade, That broke 523. So if it holds trend to the upside and just wants to keep going, I'd want to respect this one as a long one. The fact that it came all the way back is pretty good. AMD never got to its high when the rest of the chip names did, so that's back underneath. I did not get a reload because I thought we'd actually get to that high, so we're just going to hang on to the 21s that we have, about 70 cents in the money. But it's Micron that I'm going to like if we can pick this up in front of this clear top, like as clear as day, 98 and change on Micron, looking like a weak one in there. Lasmel saying, please look at Costco. Well, if you're going to say please.
That's where my family is.
Yeah, right now?
I'm going to ask her, are you guys at Costco yet?
Yeah, well, maybe they bought a bunch of stuff and caused it to just go up $8 in the last couple of minutes. But yeah, Costco's having a good day, up 2 points here. Here comes the highs again because Costco only goes up. Now was it 927 or so? Looks like it's that all-time high. Wow, Costco. This is screaming. I haven't heard anything in my ear for a while. And I don't know if there's anything specific going on Costco. It could just be good stock goes higher. Sorry. For Costco. But yeah, screaming to the upside. Great look. That's looking absolutely fantastic. I don't have a story on this, but the story could just be that it's good.
Yeah, it's great. So we are short Meta because of that 523. We're short right here at 70s. It just went down into the teens. Like we were 60 cents in the money, but I'm waiting at 522. So I'm waiting basically at 522 flat to see if it wants to break that. The real level, see, that's the level that it just went into. Like we took the short and then it collapsed almost as soon as we had that short down to 522.15. So look at the spread. The spread is 50 cents. So 83s and 36s. So you got to sit on the bid and hope that you get a little whoosh, like right there. It was just 36, now it's 14s. So you got to hope to get picked up right here, right now. So if we can break through 522, let's take a piece out and then start to work down into the bottom. I mean, this was a monster trade yesterday for us, $5 or $6 and P&L number one, as we just talked about right there for both of us. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Meta coming in right now, sitting on the bid at at 522 flats. So let's see if that, okay. One more. See, now I'm thinking about crossing this gap and trying to fill in this right now to get a piece because honestly, right now we're 70 cents in the money, but you're only in the money if you get filled. So the spread right now is 20 cents as we go. So let's wait. Here we go. 522. Come on. One more push down and we'll get this. Let's be patient and wait for it. Hey, if we could put another 70 cents on the board, man, in 2 minutes, then I feel like that would be well advised. So here we go. Come on, Meta. One more break lower. It's stonksorific today, and it's over to the desk to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Stonks.com. Want a chance to win $1,000 every day? Stonks.com is giving out $1,000 daily, and entering is super easy. Predict the stock price after the earnings report. Today, we're looking at Box. All it takes is 30 seconds to join. Just go to stonks.com, sign up, and hit the Make Prediction button and potentially win $1,000. It's that simple. Each day you get 1 free ticket to predict. Want more chances? Share your referral link and get 5 extra tickets for each sign up. Go to stonks.com, don't miss out, and good luck. In terms of the sector board here, we can see the slight positivity on the NASDAQ and the SP 500 reflected pretty clearly. A little bit of green here in consumer services, commercial services, finance, pretty green here. Electronic technology, Nvidia curling back up here ahead of its earnings. We had a slight price target increase today from 140 to 145 by Truist ahead of that report. So some of these other semiconductors, including TXN and QCOM, following suit here. In terms of weakness, we have energy, minerals, consumer durables, producer manufacturing, health technology, actually a little bit more mixed to red, as is retail trade. But worth noting here in both of those sectors, as well as technology services, quite a few expensive names on watch. We have Eli Lilly up more than 1%. One of the strongest names in this sector right now in health technology with regards to its single dose Zepbound treatments now available on their website. We also have COST, Costco, one of the shining stars here at retail trade, above $900 for the first time, and Netflix, NFLX here in technology services. This one up almost 2%, getting a price target increase from Evercore ISI. So some of these more expensive names definitely ruling the roost today, guys.
Ruling the roost. Because that's one who always wants to rule the roost. as opposed to, like, what else do you do with the roost? I have no idea there. But so a couple of things, as Adara was so eloquently going over how much of a beast Costco and some of these other names in the market are, Costco being a beast, I don't think it needs a reason. It's just doing its own thing. Micron came back in. I did eventually filled at 98, but the buyers are starting to come in VWAP. I want to point this out. This has made that bottom. This is a bit of a trend line. If it loses the trend line, then I think can be an acceleration down, and I'd look for shorts under VWAP. Until then, I want to short at that top. And the reason I say trend lines is because I got it front end the first. Now this is going to be gone. Let's do that. Okay, so there is the upper trend. We shorted off a level first on Apple. Then we wait for it to break a trend line. It just tried to break it just attempted to break the trend in here, and it kind of did. If it makes a new fresh high, out. This is more of if it's going to be a reversion trade, allow it to get to a point. It broke out the top here, higher lows all the way through. Once it breaks down, put the offer in underneath, and then give it to the high. So again, another setup on Apple. Apple hasn't worked so far. AMD's still working underneath 150.5 underneath VWAP. No change there. So the new trades are back in Apple, although a different setup. It's the trend break.
I agree with you.
And then give it to the high of the day as the market wants to try to retest those highs. Still want to look at some relatively weak names if we can.
But
again, if this holds trend on Micron, it's relatively weak, but it is until it isn't. Yeah. At some point, it's making higher lows and holding VWAP, so it's underneath resistance. But this does seem to want to break out these highs. It's really just Tesla that's the absolute dog, and I don't wonder if we're not going to get that 210. Adara?
Be aware of this story coming out here on Intel INTC being reported by Reuters and circulating a little bit on social media as well. As we know, last week it was reported here through a filing that Lip-Bu Tan, who is also the executive chairman of Cadence Design here, actually resigning from the Intel board. Now we have Reuters reporting that this resignation had to do with some disagreements with regards to Intel's AI strategy and revival plan, specifically regarding the workforce size and how it approached contract chip manufacturing. This is also interesting because initially it was stated that Lip-Bu Tan resigned from the board due to some issues with his schedule and not having enough time. So this is an interesting report here from Reuters on INTC, guys.
For that, I mean, we're always ear to the ground on anything INTC related because you never know where it's going. But for us, we're trading Nvidia right now. Our stop out is going to be a break upside of 25, so 128.25. We talked about this already, guys. Like, we wanted the 128 short. It's what we wrote on here. It's just we didn't want to get short until 128. So we're pretty good. 127.80. If it breaks upside, we will punch out on Nvidia and call it a day because we had said, I mean, it's so funny because we said a while ago that we were looking for longs and we should have just not been as stubborn and actually just went long on a name that was the strongest of the bunch. And here goes Nvidia. It's in meme mode right now. Like once it gets going, like there's like no stopping. There it goes. There, I'm out. There's no stopping any of these levels right now when this winds up happening. So there we go. We have to slap it, fail, and flush it down the toilet there on Nvidia. I mean, it just ripped up, keeps on going. I'm guessing this 128 now looks like a long as the market starts to break out higher. And we really bounced off the 200 and on VWAP there. So Nvidia pretty clean. Too bad we just got, I'd hate for that to be the top, but it's just bouncing around right now. I feel long on this name, to be honest with you, but I'd rather have it at the 50, which is 127. We've had these feels about Nvidia before, and then we wind up getting chopped up trading it. So we took our shot there on the short. It no work out, but Meta right now is trying to work out. We just got stopped again at 522.03. We're at 522.01 and being stubborn with it. Nvidia's meme mode, so we'll stay away from that one until it settles down. Hopefully we can watch it and be able to catch that push stopping. So I don't know. I mean, your market's a good level.
I'm now out of AMD because it trailed out. AMD making higher lows as well. It's also making lower highs, but I can't ignore the fact it's making higher lows. I threw a trailing stop in. I don't take my eyes off Nvidia when this is happening. So if I just trailed out when Nvidia took 128. And maybe it's not going to be that kind of a relationship today. I might work back into this, but my whole notion was tighten up the stop because the market made a fresh high and Nvidia started to break out there. And on sympathy, now it's starting to come back in. I'll look for a re-entry, but I don't want to force it on AMD because it's not up at that top. Micron still holding VWAP. I tried to grab the 98s again, but it just, like no fill. Like it wicked 98. got to 98.04. I'm like, okay, we'll just go when it goes wicks 98.04, try to get back in at that 98 level, but no fill for me on Micron. You know, sometimes you look over, and I like using AMD and Nvidia at key levels together. Probably the wrong decision, it turns out, to trail out of AMD for a smaller winner when Nvidia was taking out that top, because this could be the curl. Apple is binary. If it breaks the trend, if it breaks the high, I'm out. If it pulls back into VWAP, I'm taking my profit. And I did want to go over, there was one more name that I wanted to go back over, and that was going to be Cava. Like at some point, just going to start buying the dips on Cava when there are dips to be had. Cava right into 114, which you could probably guess was the pre-market lows, and it's at the high of the day. Cava the stock is just undefeated, and if you're not buying dips on this, you're just essentially failing. So shout out to anybody that caught this one. There was some insider selling was the reason why it was down as much. Like the bottom, right into the lows, and just a clean bounce. And the market's bouncing as well, but it's not just Costco that's looking relatively strong. So we're still in Apple. That's just that trend, which hopefully, again, if it breaks a fresh high, I'm out. That's been the case every single time. I've been short to here. There's the out, short to here, give it to that out. It then broke a trend line, so we got into the short off of the trend line, which is now gone again. So that's here. These higher lows after it broke this high. Higher low, higher low, higher low. I got a bid in front of each significant level. So this previous level, 227.60. Then we have the 227, yesterday's highs. Then we have VWAP incoming. So this is a trend reversal trade. We're just looking for some mean reversion on Apple. Give me the fill. I'm on the bid literally here, 5 cents below. Just give me the fill. I'm leaving it. You're going to give me the fill.
Oh, boy. Nvidia, you can honestly go straight to hell. Because we got stopped out on the top there, but we reshorted it. We looked at our sticky note and it was like 128 short. We gave it 25 cents. We saw it go meme crazy. As that was happening, and that's going now again right now. It's when it starts to go down and then basically stops and then just goes, thank you, thank you, thank you, like it's doing now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See, like just boom, the future's doing nothing and this stock gets bought right back up. So that was a good out for us down there at 85. We also put the damage on the board with Micron right there, man. We went right back into it. We had talked about that short. I know Neil's got it as well. But boom goes the dynamite right there on Micron. Right back in, man. Now putting 30 cents on that board. Top, that's 200. Back down to VWAP. We take that every day. 97.20 coming back in for Micron. Let's put a bid there as well if we can get that on MU. So hopefully that will come in. Let's put a bid. What did I say? 97.30s. Let's put a bid there, see if we do get that fill, man. All is well right there. And for Meta, see ya right now. Now we'll see what Meta wants to do. It's got $1 on the bid right now. We get filled on the bid. It joins the dollar club again. We have a brand new member. So let's wait to see now what happens with Meta. It breaks that 522 area that you guys knew we were bidding. I mean, we talked about it. Need to get run over. That fill just comes in. So that's going to be a good trade so far for us. If we can get a bid down here, man, at 520, feel like that's going to be our next area. So let's exactly do that one. We are also waiting, and I don't know if it's going to work. We just took a short. I mean, Nvidia's bouncing back up, so there's a couple good outs there. Palantir right now, 31.15 basically, days high. If it breaks above that, we may just give it to 20s or so, but my next fill is going to be at 08 for Palantir, kind of like just that little top right there. Hopefully we can get that fill and then watch it bleed back down a little bit. As I'm just playing, this is just a retracement play. Like, I just feel like the market right here is bouncy at the top. Let's see if we do get a little bit of a fade back in, hence the short on Palantir, hence the short on Micron, and the reload of a failed short on Nvidia. So let's wait to see here if it does print down in. We actually got, I think that's actually an 80 fill on Nvidia. Just quickly, I'll tell you what that was. 83s, yeah. So that was an 83 fill there on Nvidia. I feel like the 50 period is something to look at, but on options, especially for tomorrow, 127.50. Let's put a bid there on Nvidia. As here it comes, man. And I don't want to apologize for anything because we got short there, and now it's coming back in. We are almost at the highest spot we've been at all day. Why? Because Neil, there it is. It is now an official on the Ask Dollar Club winner there for Meta. So again, a couple back-to-back jacks right now happening for us, including hopefully Nvidia pulling back. And you know what? I'll take a bid now on Nvidia at 75. We'll see if that can play, because again, another optionable area for that. Only 10 minutes left, but it's a dare on the ones and twos.
Here is the DXY here, trying to find a little bit of a bottom at this 100.6 area here on the USD for the DXY. Definitely continuing to find a bit of a base here, but we're slightly down on the day despite a bit of a wick higher. Nowhere near, though, that 101 level. We did get a couple pieces of economic data earlier in the morning at 9 a.m. with some housing price data, but the more interesting numbers coming at 10 a.m. We've got steady consumer confidence for August higher than expected, 103.3 versus estimates here of 100.9, and this revised number here of 101.9, so above expectations and the previous revised number here for CB consumer confidence. Richmond Manufacturing Index for August, on the other hand, actually getting the lowest print since 2020, coming in at -19 versus the estimate of -14 and the prior print of -17. No more economic data to watch out for today, though we are going to be getting an auction here at 1 p.m. That would be the 2-year note auction. It's also worth noting we'll be getting the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the PCE index here coming up on Friday. On Thursday, we'll be getting GDP data, so definitely more interesting economic data that could be moving the DXY later down the week, guys.
And moving as well, in addition to the markets and the dollar, is Tesla back through 210, back through VWAP. So it did do a wick here to 210 while Sean was talking. So I had it back underneath in this consolidation. It was this 50 short into this level, which is about the 3/4. But that blew that one right back through. Now it's testing VWAP. Got to let it settle down. Either settle down under VWAP and regain the short underneath the 210 or at the 210 level, actually, or get back up to that 211 area that we liked a lot earlier. When the fail break didn't go, it was that previous high at 211 that we liked. Micron for now is relatively weak, but I say for now because all bets could be off with the market, again, retesting some of those highs. But my eyeballs are on Tesla because Tesla's at VWAP, and it's a relatively strong name. So there's another wick. It just failed VWAP again. Last time it did this, it had a brief consolidation before regaining the high. I'd like to see it hold under VWAP and then reverse. Apple, I'm at 228. It's at 227.96, 97 there. So it's still retesting that high, but it's got to be Tesla, I think, for the next opportunity underneath VWAP here. Sellers starting to come in back underneath that 210. That's what we're looking for. Tesla is still not out of the woods yet. When the stock is making lower highs, the market's making its highs, I don't want to give up on it. This is exactly the kind of setup where if it fails VWAP, you can be back at the low of the day, especially if the market decides it wants to retrace. Tesla's still the weakest name that I've seen today.
Sharif often gives us credit for not letting stocks off the hook. So I'm not going to let Nvidia off the hook here. We wrote down 128. Thank you for everybody in the chat. They're like, dude, you have 128 marked down. Let's see if it does something. So we just took some more profit there. We reshorted 17s into that high and just took some profit out. But I just want to tell you guys, the market has broken higher. And we'd rather be short names when the market's doing other things. But this could be a level. And, heading into earnings, could see some profit taking. I mean, 128 is a fantastic level for Nvidia, right? I mean, if you're nervous about what's going to be happening tomorrow, I mean, you still have all day tomorrow and all day today, really, right, left. So this might be a little early to talk like this. But if you're nervous about what's coming for Nvidia, you're at like month highs right now. I mean, sure, you're going to be a couple dollars off, but what's a couple bucks? So right now, you're at month highs pretty much for Nvidia. You can go all the way back. I mean, this right here, before the split, this is July. So right here, we just bounced off of July 23rd lows. So nice move up. I'm going to stay net short here until it breaks that 50 or so mark. We got stopped at once. We've added back into it. So Nvidia is going to be a fine name for us, but we'll have to wait. Micron, I mean, out of only 40% down there at VWAP. So that's going to be, once again, a pretty good call to get out of some of that name as you get into VWAP. And what we're learning is when you're trading bigger share size, man, you can't be greedy. You got to, once levels are there for you, sure, it's great to watch them break down. And we have an absolutely, and again, we talked about the P&L here on Tesla. We have an absolute monster trade here. And that's because we were able to hold, 30, 40% in for these dramatic multiple dollar moves. But if right now, if you're just going to barcode back and forth, you may want to play like a VWAP back into the 50 and be happy taking $1. Be happy scalping some out for 50 cents, right? Just work on your sort of management of ratios now, because it's 10:55. The market's telling you that unless we get, I don't know, we're at the highs, so it looks like we're going to break out higher. But unless we get some kind of news or whatever, I feel like Nvidia and some of these names may just continue to sort of grind a little bit higher into earnings. So I'm going to sit on this, see if we're right for now, and then just try to work in and out of some of these trades and hopefully be able to salvage what has been, again, another really, really good day. So thank you, Sharif. It's going to be back-to-back days here that we've really been doing something special. So hope everybody enjoys the show. Here comes Nvidia, hopefully back in lower. We're bidding 60s.
So there's a good question in here. JJJ just asked, why didn't we touch SMCI? No, I wasn't looking. I actually thought it would be like a 10% down SSR bounce play. And that my thought was, if it opened 10% down, look for the long, because then it's short sell restricted. And the last time I traded it, that was with the conditions in which I traded, and it was a great long. But it did this move like 3 minutes or 5 minutes before the open, where it went 501 all the way into 530. Like, it's just a huge bounce play. And at that point, I didn't really have anything in terms of a trade plan. It seems like it does want to curl. $556 is exactly where the stock was when it started. It looks like it wants to curl there. But you're getting an opportunity to short names off the tops, which you don't have to worry about the crazy spread like that, where it can be part of an original plan like Tesla at a level that I already like and at VWAP. But I'd rather just do that. Like, take a setup which is more along the plan. Absolutely, SMCI, if it had opened 10% down after 9:30, was going to be part of the trading plan. It's not often you get a stock that big that's going to be SSR, so usually I would want to take a shot at it. It just happened to run at like 9:24 or so, and it just didn't look back. And I didn't want to chase that move. In hindsight, these short seller reports tend to do this, as I said before. So you're looking for the long. Could have looked a little more aggressively, I guess, but that's about all I could say. So Tesla, VWAP, Micron, 98. It keeps on getting to, so usually before it was getting to 98, breaking 98, then coming back under. Now it's getting to 98, not breaking 98, and coming back under. So the reload might finally be underneath that level as opposed to at it or above it. I still think this one is relatively weak. It's down 1%. I know it's above VWAP, but it's underneath this level from the afternoon, and just look at it hold. Failure to break over and over again. So VWAP, Tesla, this, still same trend on Apple. If it breaks the high, we got to let it fly. And there was something else that I was forgetting about. It was crypto.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, I knew there was something that we kind of didn't talk about. I liked Mara if we got to 19. That said, it just got to $18 and pull back. So this was a huge reversal at 18 yesterday for a long. Today, it's looking like a reversal in the other direction. The market's trying to press higher. Bitcoin's not doing a heck of a lot that's good, and this can't seem to break out above 18. The market is trying to go higher here. So Tesla just broke out. So just jumped out of Tesla in front of VWAP. That one's trying to go. Apple is. I got one fill on Apple for take profit, and now this wants to take out the high. So a couple of cents, and then I'm going to get triggered on Apple as well. It looks like the market does want to grab those highs. That's the first time I actually got a profit taker on Apple, but it still wants to take out those highs. So the short's not going to be right here. And then Micron has not, Micron's still at 98. I'm short at 97, 95. So Micron's trying to go. Apple hasn't really wicked past that 30. Once it does, I'm going to be out of that trade. And it'll be just left down to Micron for myself on the short side. With 10 seconds to go, apparently the board has already switched over.
All right, you guys asked for it. Today it should be a good one. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a good one for everybody. No, Adara, it has nothing to do with spice. The market's taking out the highs, that's what's happening. Montreal spiced all beef burger with jalapeno Havarti, lettuce, tomato, chipotle aioli, served on a sesame seed bun alongside of potato wedges. So not too bad. So that's going to be a burger today. And that for me, for lunch, is a hot dog winner right there. But Nvidia's breaking higher. Everything's breaking higher right now. So watch out. We're short into Palantir, Micron, and Meta. But Nvidia did break higher. So let's go over to the midday madness. It's Sharif. It's Adara.
Go get him.
That's a big move up in the market. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. That is your girl, Adair. You can't see her, but she's there, I promise. I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We already have the OG Darwin, Mr. Havana Woody. We got the world's greatest moderator, Bears versus Bulls. Hold my beer live action, he says. Shout out to the Havana Woody again. FFTB, we got Botrix, we got Benson, we got Pitchbull, Vic, yeah, Novak, my main man, Adam DeLuce, Jeremy Newman, Chef Joe, Cesar Sandoval, we got CompuCare Team 1320, we got also Gorev, Profit Monsters. I like that. Let's go Apple. I like that. 420 Bud Monster. A couple of monsters back to back there. Who is this? Sean Katina trade? We got David Mansour. What's up, my man? We got Royal Dixon, ACK, and Jason Ryan joining us as well. Mary Lyman. Welcome to Mary. Thank you for joining Adara and I. We got Susie. We got Oscarito, and we got Mike Walter. Dan, the dang man, Emmons, shout out to him as well. A big smile in there as well. We got Oliver, we got Alton, and we got Atif. What's going on, Adair? How are you?
I'm great. How are you this morning, Sharif?
Cannot complain. Everything's good. It's a nice Tuesday morning. Humid. And then a couple of words after that outside.
I figured I know what words you're talking about.
You know exactly what I mean.
So.
Went on the little walk there, but everything all good. All right, so a little volatility coming in there right at the start of the show. Or volatility. You want to cover that before we start?
No, you can go with that. I just wanted to make one fun.
Yeah, right. So we were moving up big there. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Apple did break the... for whatever reason, 2820 was a bit of a local resistance level, basically taking us to 1030, waffling between that 228 and 22820, and then we got a big boy breakout. But it wasn't just Apple on its own. It was the Fuge. It was Nvidia. Meta has a topping tail candle as well through 524. So we're going to keep an eye on all this stuff for you, and obviously cover any new headlines that are coming in right now. So here's the look right now at the futures as we do reclaim that 19650, putting in a bit of a high there, 19694, knocking on the door of 197, looking to possibly get long. Apple back at the high of day. Something's afoot here. I don't have anything new on Apple to account for any midday moves here, but as soon as we do get it, we will let you know. Apple just printed another high day there, so keep your eye on that. I have plenty of small cap gappers to talk about. Sadly, none in triple digit territory today, but day two for my main man Polestar. Go baby go. So this one got up to $1.14. I'm happy about this one. I told you guys I had a lottery ticket on this one. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that I'm involved in it. It is on my personal account, but yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. Anything you want to cover, Adair, before we start?
Yeah, I mean, I know, guys. I know. I want to say it. Okay, if Eli Lilly's above a milli in volume and we have a catalyst and it's in my playbook, I'm going to be trading it. I just want to tell you guys that right now so we can get all of, I know it's not a day trade stock. My thing is, though, is I definitely got a little bit tilted last time because I had a great setup on Lilly, took it the first time, didn't work out, managed it appropriately, went to get back in the second time and then didn't because I was like, oh, it's not a day trade stock. Insert small violin. Yeah, that's it. Adara, why are you doing that? If you like a ticker, go for it. That being said, Lilly, I was telling Sharif, I was watching the book on Lilly all morning. Shout out to Wayne and Obi and some of the guys back there. They're all kind of saying if you want to see sometimes how things are going to set up throughout the day, watch how it moves on open. Open, I was watching Lilly. We get to 962. We hard push into 962. And then, it was 966 we hard push into. Then we get down as low as 957. So we dropped $9, okay, right? But that range in between at that 962, I'm obsessed. I tried to short up 962 because I said to Sharif, Sharif and I were both like this, kind of a weaker looking ticker. Risked into 964 has got out exactly according to plan. To be clear, I am saving all of my risk today if I see stuff I like on Lilly or SMCI. If I see anything really high probability before that, I might trade it. But honestly, the main looks here, Lilly, SMCI. Microsoft 413, vaguely interesting to me, but not at all in the same degree, not to the level that would make me want to use my risk. So that's what's happening there for the Lilly one. And if you hear me shouting about Lilly, that's why. Also, yeah, SMCI, definitely interesting as we get back to that 550 level. We're going to talk about that later, though, because right now we're going to cash flow into this lesson, the money flowing.
Yeah, I miss seeing that commercial on CNBS because he would always go, flow. Anyway, I'm a fan. So, we're talking about the money flow index today. We're continuing with the theme we started yesterday about talking about momentum oscillators. We start with a couple of obscure ones that we haven't heard about. I don't think too many of us talk about rate of change. Not too many of us talk about the money flow index. I prefaced this one where I submitted it to the NOS boss yesterday as a way to gauge the rotation trade. He responded by saying it was a good index, or sorry, a good indicator to use for that, as well as volume. And we're going to talk about the overlap, obviously, between the money flow index and volume. A lot of overlap between them. So put your listening hats on right now. Let's get started. As we always do, just explain everything in layman's terms. The money flow index, what is it? So the money flow index, as I alluded to, is a momentum oscillator that basically measures the strength of buying or selling pressure in the market. Buying or selling pressure, that's what it's gauging. So unlike other momentum indicators like the rate of change, the RSI, and some others that focus primarily on price, MFI takes into account both price and volume. And there's a heavy weighting for volume, so we're going to get into that. So here it is basically. I just wanted to show it to you so you guys get the idea of what it is and how it's displayed on the chart. So you have the price action up there, and as we typically do, we have our indicator at the bottom. So you'll be able to see 80 is above the overbought area, and then 20 is the oversold. Kind of like that 70-30 that we have in RSI, but we'll get to that one in a hot second. The calculation for my math nerds out there of the money flow index, I didn't mean you, but I know you're a math nerd, self-professed, by the way, math nerd. The MFI is calculated using a 14-day formula that considers both the positive and the negative money flow. Positive money flow occurs when the closing price Positive money flow occurs when the closing price is higher than the previous period's closing price, and while a negative money flow happens when the closing price is lower than the previous period's closing price. Simple to understand, a lot more difficult to use. Here's what the actual formula is IRL for my math nerds who may want to use it to derive other formulas. There it is. Not like you can find it on its own, but I thought I'd make it a little bit easy for you. That's the calculation. Doesn't really concern us too much because the computer's doing all the calculation for us, okay? So how do we interpret the data coming out of the money flow index to use for trading? What's the move here? So much like the relative strength index and some other momentum oscillators, we have levels of overbought and oversold. So let's talk about those and how to use MFI to gauge overbought and oversold. So typically, the MFI, is typically considered overbought above 80, like I alluded to, and then oversold below 20. However, these levels can vary depending on market conditions. We're not gonna belabor that point. But we can also use it for divergence, much like all the other indicators, like looking for price action, RSI divergence, MACD price action divergence. We can do that same move with MFI. So when the MFI diverges from price, it can signal a potential reversal. Now we know from previous lessons, we have bearish reversals and bullish reversals depending on what the price and the MFI are doing. For example, if you make higher highs on the price, but lower highs on the MFI, bearish reversal possibly incoming. You want to go? Yeah,
let's talk about Stonks here. Thank you very much to Stonks.com for sponsoring this portion of this here show. You want a chance to win $1,000 every day? Stonks.com is giving out $1,000 daily, and entering is super easy. Just predict the stock price after the earnings report. Today, we're looking at Box. All it takes is 30 seconds to join. You just have to go to stonks.com, sign up, and hit that make the prediction button. And you could potentially win $1,000. It's that simple, guys. Each day, you get one free ticket to predict. Do you want more chances? Well, all you have to do is share your referral link, and you could get 5 extra tickets for each sign up. Go to stonks.com, don't miss out, and good luck.
Thank you to stonks.com, our awesome sponsor there. And you know, Adara, like I gotta love the name, man. Like they really put it on the nose there with the name, right?
I like it.
Right? No, Elon used it.
It's dope. It's dope.
All right, so back to the lesson, guys. So 2 ways to use the MFI, you know, just from a really basic perspective. We're looking to gauge overbought and oversold conditions with respect to 80 and 200 on the MFI. And then we can also use price action MFI divergence. That's how we typically interpret, in a very basic way, the money flow index. Okay, now let's talk about using it for trading. But before I do that, let me show you here. This is kind of the gauge. So when you're below that 20, you're oversold. Above 80, you're overbought. But this chart also shows price action MFI divergence. Here, the case that I was making earlier, the price action making higher highs. What's going on up there? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Fabian. Fabian. So this one, basically the price is making higher highs here. And then the MFI says, I don't feel like making higher highs, makes lower highs. Then we can kind of gauge the fact that the winds of change may be coming on the price action and that we may retrace. And that's exactly what happens over here. You know, the price makes higher highs, the MFI makes lower highs, we end up tanking. Conversely, the MFI here started making higher lows. The price, though, continued to make lower lows. Look what happened. We defended 28 and we weaseled our way up into the previous high there at 33. So these are the 2 ways from a very simplistic perspective to gauge overbought and oversold, as well as price action MFI divergence. Let's talk about some other, though, possible utility for this ticker, okay? Using MFI for trading. So I kind of already gauged the overbought, oversold move here, but it's also good to confirm trends. Now, this might seem like, you know, super basic. Okay, Sharif, the MACD is moving up. So is the price. What am I getting? Well, to be honest with you, it's not always price action indicator divergence that we're looking for. Sometimes we're looking for price action indicator convergence because you want to see that they're on the same page, especially if there are other indicators that are pointing that same way. You don't necessarily want to see a conflicting picture. So we're not always looking for divergences here. So it can confirm the trend, and I'll show you what that means in a second on the chart, as well as obviously we already talked about the divergences aspect of this. Now, here it's basically, this is basically the higher lows on the MFI with the lower highs when the price action was going down and the higher lows when the price action was going up. The reason I included this is just want to make the point that it's not always divergence that we're looking at here. So we talked about the rate of change yesterday, so I want to include a quick slide to make some comparisons between the money flow index today and the rate of change indicator that we talked about yesterday, both of which, as you know, are momentum oscillators. So they fall within that same group, under that same umbrella. Both MFI and ROC, or ROC as Adira called it yesterday, as I said, are momentum indicators, or oscillators, excuse me, that can be used to identify overbought and oversold conditions, as well as gauge potential reversals like we talked about with price action indicator divergence. However, there are some key differences. So focus. MFI focuses on both price and volume, while the rate of change only and exclusively looks at the price. So if volume is an important indicator, and I would submit to you in most cases it is, you really need to be focusing a little bit more on MFI. The calculation, though, for the 2 are obviously different. They're different indicators. The MFI is using a 14-day formula that considers both positive and negative outflows, as well as while the ROC is basically based on a percentage change in the price over a specified period. That period, as we talked about yesterday, is N period. And the N period here is to make that, you know, customizable so that not everybody has to use the same duration. Everybody trades differently from different windows, and the N part of that rate of change that we talked about considers that. Last but not least, the sensitivity of the money flow index. It's more sensitive to volume changes, obviously, because it takes into consideration volume, and ROC doesn't. The ROC may be more sensitive, though, to rapid price changes. So, you know, if you're really seeing a move up aggressively in price, unaccompanied by that move up in volume, not typically a formula we see, maybe here the rate of change is the better indicator to use, while if you're getting that big boy volume and that big boy price up, the MFI probably a better use there. Confirming. Oh, yes. Okay. So now we want to talk about the money flow index and its relationship, excuse me, I just have to get my water, with the volume, because it heavily takes into consideration volume. So we're going to talk about some strategies to use the money flow index in conjunction with volume to base trade. So let's talk about that. Here are some strategies. The first one we're going to talk about is combining MFI signals. So in this particular case, we want to look at divergence. If the MFI, the money flow index, is indicating to you an overbought or oversold condition, but the volume is high, again, underline, the volume is high, it could suggest the trend is likely to continue. So the volume is operative here. However, if there's convergence, if the MFI is indicating an overbought or oversold condition, but the volume in this specific instance is low, again, volume here is very operative, it could suggest a potential reversal. So you really need to keep one eye on volume and the other on MFI. Now, identifying these accumulation and distribution zones using the money flow index, another way we can kind of combine MFI with volume. So we've talked about Wyckoff's accumulation and distribution. We did an entire week on that. This is one of those tools that we can help gauge accumulation and distribution. When the price is declining, but the MFI is rising, it could indicate accumulation. This suggests that buyers are gradually accumulating the asset. And that's what we know that big money does. Sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, big money players, they're typically accumulating when the price is quite consolidated. Distribution, we can gauge it for that as well. So when the price is rising, but the MFI is falling, it could indicate distribution. In this particular case, it's suggesting to you that bigger money sellers are gradually selling their positions there. And you can use it to set trade targets as well, right? So your volume-based trade targets are awfully important. Based on the volume accompanying the breakout or breakdown, traders can set price targets. For example, if a breakout occurs on high volume, the target could be the previous high. So keep your days on the keep your eye out for the days with outsized volume. You can use them as price targets. And managing risk, you can certainly use volume-based stop losses. So traders can use volume to set dynamic stop loss levels. For example, a stop loss could be placed a few ticks below the previous low on a day with low volume. So keep that in mind as well. So in conclusion, the money flow index essentially is a valuable tool for technical trading. It provides insights into the market's momentum and potential trading opportunities. By understanding MFI and its relationship with volume, you can get a better gauge on what the market is trying to tell you there.
Yeah, right now, all I'm trying to have the market tell me is honestly, guys, I would love to say I've done anything other than watch the Lilly spread, but that would be a lie. And we don't lie here on Trader TV Live, though the word lie is, I guess, kind of in the name if you say it out loud. Not the point. I'm waiting for something on Lilly here. What I'm waiting for is a 961.20s break. Is that a highly specific level? Absolutely. Why do I like it? Look how many times we closed here. Now, I like 962s. I talked about watching the book at 962 was deeply fascinating to me. It was a support resistance level in between this wider range that, in my opinion, existed. I can't, in my opinion. I stand by my opinion. I watched the book, okay? 957 to 966 was deeply spicy on Lilly. We bid up aggressively into 966. Can we hold it? No. The market dropping. Okay, guys. I'm getting ready to punch short here on Lilly. The second we get near that 961 level. Also, I said other than Lilly and SMCI, which is also at near my 520.52 level, the only other things I'd be looking for would be high probability trades. I like Tesla. You guys know I used to scalp Tesla book a lot more frequently. I still have the book up, but I took a quick cheeky Tesla scalp long here, took 10 cents. It was cool. It was fun while it lasted, and then it ended. Lilly, are you ready for me, Lilly? Okay, we're getting close, Sharif. We're getting close. The second I see that ask drop, emphasis is important, guys. Enunciation is important. The second the ask drops below that 961.20 level, someone's going short. You're looking at that someone. If we can't drop below that level, that's fine. Then I know support's there for the long. And the second we break above that 965, we break that sequence of lower highs, then I'll go long. I have plans either direction, but something in me, every time we fail to break decisively into that 465 area, even to 464.50s, something in me is telling me, Dara, wait for the short. That's what I'm trying to do here, guys. Also, I was joking to Sharif this morning too. I was like, contemplating listening to Travis Scott this morning on my way to work. And I was thinking, like, it's interesting because I am in kind of a unique position that I think I've pretty much only ever traded in front of people. I pretty much only ever traded here, right? And so I think when you're trading in front of people, and like I said, I'm immensely grateful and I feel a lot of gratitude. I'm in this very unique scenario where I've had my entire journey in front of this awesome community. But also I think sometimes it leaves you with a little bit less introspection for yourself and for your own trading journey. And that's why I said I went back on the sim yesterday to trade for myself. I was prepared to go back a little bit longer, but I'm happy I went back live again today with this Lilly. Let's see what's happening. Kyle Burdett, $5 super chat. Drop that ask, hashtag spread hunter, get down. Yeah, instead of TED Talk, maybe I'll give a spread talk sometime and how I view the spread. But yeah, that's what I'm waiting for here in Lilly. I saw someone though pretty excited about that Nvidia. I love those triangles, Sharif.
Yes.
Let's hear about them.
Yes, I got in at the 10 exponential. We're going to see if it bounces here. I got to tell you, I actually want to take Apple instead, but I was looking at Nvidia. I said, no, the one that I'm setting up for is a 10 exponential retracement on Nvidia. Already took a little bit of a beak wetter there into 50. We'll get out if it breaks 18. So we're in it right now. Nvidia already profitable on it. Shout out to Big Spile. Thank you for that super chat. The break of 18 pennies gets me out, but I'm looking for another possible move higher here on the monster Nvidia. If we get stopped out through 18, that's going to be the end of the trade there. It's strong. It's up 1.5%. It's very much respected, the 10 exponential on the 5, but that doesn't have to happen forever and ever more. So we're gonna have to pack our patience here. I'm looking for a hold up at the 10 exponential. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Already profitable on it anyway. So what else is the move? I'm also looking for another move down there on Apple. Possibly, well, this one was a nice entry, and I was trying to decide between this one and Nvidia, and I chose Nvidia. But this one also at the the third of a dollar, 128 and a third. We were whiffling and waffling in and around that area for the better part of almost an hour, I think, from around 10:20 till when we broke it here at 11. So 40 minutes. We defended that 128 and a quarter, 128 and a third, or rejected, I should say, 128 and a quarter, 128 and a third. So I'll be looking to get in there on Apple. Now, I'm interested in some shorts too. Amazon seems to me very short primed at the moment. So does Tesla. So Amazon over here, very much respecting the 10 after this outlying move. This one broke the 10, the 20, and was in between the 50 and the 20. So I didn't have an eye on Amazon when it moved into this 174 area, likely a rejection off the whole dollar. But it's been very not consolidated, but very respectful of the down move on the 10 exponential moving average. So we'll see if we can get involved with that. Tesla as well, looking short on TSLA. So this was awfully weak, obviously, for 216 or 215 and 2/3 all the way down into 207, high 206s. Now it's been kind of using the volume weighted average price at around 210 and a fifth as its level in the sand. So we'll see if Tesla can change its tune. But right now, I got to tell you, I'm looking short on both these names. Still involved in Nvidia, looking for a move into 129.
Yeah, I will say for Tesla, that 210 area, it's very wiffle-waffly. I had like a 10-cent scalp on that. And honestly, I think that was like, you didn't get much more than that. That was a very, very tight move there on TSLA. So I definitely see what you mean there. Some of these names looking to give up. Lagoulsby, who's not speaking today, but I wanted to make a pun.
Anybody speaking today?
No.
Okay.
Tomorrow we have Waller.
Got it.
But also sometimes I've noticed lately, like all in the morning, I'll write out the stuff for the second stream. Shout out to Morse Trader TV. I'll write out everything. And then all of a sudden it'll be like, 40 more Fed speakers. I'm like, where were you when I was writing this? Like, where'd you come from? So a little bit inconsistent. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not in any positions right now. But I have my eyes on Lilly.
Okay.
And my thing is, I know, you could look at other stuff. I'm aware of that, and I'm telling that to myself too. But to me, like that Meta 522 breakdown, nice short. Shout out to Joanna Brewster. Sounds like you were involved in that. SMCI also came. I'll pull up SMCI for a bit because that's another.
Smicky.
Yeah, get it, Smicky. Smicky, I like 552. Look at that 552. I like the potential 552 rejection, but honestly, given all these bottoming tail wicks, I would kind of need us to be decisively below 552 and retest before I got involved in that short. To me, that is a bit lower probability than my look on the Lilster, as I've heard Sharif sometimes call Mademoiselle there. So my thing with Mademoiselle, and the reason I haven't punched short is, like I said, look at how many times we either close at a wick basis or we've got the candle here at 961, 19s or 20s. I know that's highly specific, but that's a level I like. That being said, we're creeping up on the bid in a way that, as I've said, I usually find to be really bullish. Like we were at 961.35 for the longest time. Then we get 961.36s. Now we're 961.46s. Now we're 72s. I apologize for the continued TED Talk, spread talk. I don't know. But you know what? Like I think there's different types of traders in the chat and different types of traders in this community. What I love that, Sharif and I, we trade very differently from one another. We trade differently from what you're going to see with the big kahunas. So if we can provide kind of any value there to anybody trading these spreadier names, because I know we do have some of those traders in this chat, I would love to be able to provide that. So let's see, like I said with Lilly, no short for me and Lilly till this ask gets below 961.20. So I want to see her drop it low. I want Lilly to drop it low here for me. I could be a little cheeky, but that could be a little bit low.
Yeah,
Why not? Within reason. Let's see if that ask can get down here. I'm emphasizing, enunciating, to 961.20. If I see that, all bets are off, Lilly. To the downside, I want blood, I want smoke. I'm risking it to 962s. Really tight R&R for Lilly, which I think can give me minimum 957s. But you can get a lot more than just the minimum on Benzinga Pro.
Adara, I have questions. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news?
Not with Benzinga.
No, I like it. Yes. Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? I know I am. Visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Arsenal officially signed Mikel Mourinho. Oh, baby.
Such a transition.
Because I got it on my watch.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
Yes, this is the kind of player, Adair, we couldn't get previously because we didn't have the project that the players wanted. Now we've got it, and now they're coming. So I couldn't be more
I'm going to smile
pleased.
and nod.
Yeah, just go with it, Adair. So I'm out of my Nvidia trade. I did quite well. Quite well as a relative term. I took 25 pennies here on the retracement, Fabian, into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and then we weaseled our way up into that 2/3 of a dollar, and I got out there. It did come back in to test that 128 level, so there was an official breach of the 10 exponential on the 5, and as I look at it now, all I see on NVDA are 4 successive lower highs and lower lows, one of which is breaching as we speak, the 10 exponential on the 5. There is this area here that I'm very alert to, and it is between 127.50 to 127.75. It was a bit of a consolidation top that we whiffled and waffled at from 9.50 to when we broke it at 10.35. It is also kind of conflating with the 20 exponential on the 5, which is hanging out right now at 127 and 2/3. If we come back in there, I'm all eyes and ears to see if we hold up at that area. That could be an interesting long. Below that area, if we do break this consolidation zone over here, or consolidation area top, I should say, this the volume weighted average price right now is at 126.80. Could be maybe at 127 by the time we make it down there. But as I look, there goes 128. And now we may be coming into that 127.75, 127.50 area that I was just yapping about over here. So I'd like to see NVDA give me a better entry than the 10 exponential, because the respect this morning was very, very strong for the 10 exponential. And so you have to assume, at some point that level gets breached, and then we got to be looking at the next level. The question is that next level the 20 exponential or that consolidation area top at 127.75 to 127.50? So I don't think we're going to have to wait that long to find out, keeping an eye on NVDA. The Fuge also took a bit of a turn down. Nvidia and the Fuge charts look awfully similar today, and that's something we've been talking a lot about lately. Whoa, a lot of tags. All right, let's get to them. Gorev, shout out my man Gorev. Always with great ideas. Always keep your eye on what Gorev is dropping in the chat. He's always bringing stuff to my attention that I didn't have my eye on. S-Bucks on the 10 minutes. Wow, he says. Let's bring that up and have a look for our friend Gorev. Bringing the side chart over here. I see everybody else, guys. I promise I'll get back to them. We're just going to do the Gorevs first because I think he was first. So let's go to the 10-minute. Oh, that is a nice one, isn't that? Yeah, that's a nice one, man. This stock continues to recover. People are really liking this nickel guy. I wonder if they hired a guy named Dime. We're probably
Right?
even,
Or
like,
quarter.
we're at 200 already, Adara. No,
Right?
we're kidding, of course. Shout out to him. Obviously, he is he's doing something there. Look, you know, he's been brought in to control costs, and I think people have a general idea of how he's going to do that. Robotics. And so we'll see exactly how this one goes. But yeah, very, very strong. Let's look at it at the 5. Gaurav, see, yeah, a lot of respect. Look at that. It's not even touching the 10. Let's flip to the 1. Yeah, this is just very, very, very directional. You could tell this is program buying over here. Great call out there, Gaurav. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. It's gonna bump another small cap gapper here off the side chart. We're gonna have to likely take off CGC. I want to put CGC because weed was moving today, but S-Bucks seems like the better move here. And even if there is no more upside, maybe we can get some downside move. All right, let's look here what other people were saying. Matthew Booth, Ramsdale move to Wolves also off. Sad for Aaron. He needs game time. I couldn't agree with you more. I really do feel bad for Aaron Ramsdale because I don't think it was anything he did wrong. I just don't think he can play out the back as good as David Raya. So you know how the modern game is. They want the goalkeeper as that 11th man, I should say, sorry. Yeah, it's a bit of a tougher move. I hope he lands somewhere good, and I hope in England as well, because I think he wants to stay around his family. John Del Segno, MYRG Infrastruct, breaking down big time. Let's have a look. So MYRG, not a stock that I'm Meyer Group.
I've never heard of it.
Neither have I. Very light volume though, John. You know, like when I can just see the candles, when you have periods of 4 and 5 minutes where you're not moving, it's not one that we can, you know, safely trade on the prop floor. I do like this area where it's hanging out right now, 99.88. Let's see if it defends 100. It's awfully spready. So I'm assuming that the spread probably brought it down below 100 momentarily if it is to defend 100. But John, this is not one that we can trade here on the floor. But thanks for pointing it out. Freddie the Friendly Guy 2.0. I like it. That's my favorite date shirt. LOL, especially on Arms Day. All right, sounds good, Pete. Sounds good, my man. What else we got over here? John, yeah. All right, we already covered that one. Maybe wrong ticker. What did I type? MYRG? I typed MYRG, I swear. It's only done 20,000 shares, almost 21,000 shares today. So, you know, you just can't cut that. We trade stuff doing tens of millions of shares, right, John? You know that. What's your look over there, Adair?
Yeah, my look is I missed the Lilly short. I'm not chasing this. If we get to 961s, I'll get short. If we don't, I will. I will admit I'm a little bit sad. I think we showed it to Miguel in the chat saying, you know, Lilly's going to break down. I'd already be short there. Shout out to you. You called it. I just didn't want to chase this because like I said, I had no interest in getting involved in this until I got that ask below the 961. And I guess that meant, you know, I missed my trade. I can live with that. I'd rather, you know, we're at a prop 4, I have to manage risk. I would rather take a trade that to me was, you know, in levels that made sense to me. My next level in Lilly that we're knocking at the door of it, and it's 957.
Get it there.
957, as I said on the book, or earlier today on the book, 957 was like nuts. So what I did this morning was I was doing my other tasks, and then I had on the side there, I had my my book for Lilly up so I could see if there's any price action I found interesting. So we push up into 966 at the time, the high day. Then we reject it violently, and we come back here to 957, and then we pop. Look what we're doing here now. We get to 957.50. Then we climb here about like 10 cents on the book. I'm like, now we just climbed another 10 cents. I took out my order for the short for now because I want to see if we can climb back up here. That being said, as I was watching my girl Lils, I did miss an opportunity for SMCI. And SMCI, one of the levels I had written down here on my little tickers to look at thing, what did I not? Okay, I definitely liked it, was that 544. Look at 544 in SMCI. We had all this pressure. We wick down here into what's clearly a previous area of resistance here, that 535, and then we bounce. If we get another retest of 544, that could be a long for me, or you go long this 545 and you're risking to 544. Either way, I think you definitely have some profit heading up into 550, and you're risking like $1. So I'm cool with that. But it looks like as I'm yapping about these spready tickers, these tickers are indeed moving. Let's see if Lilly breaks below 957. As I said, that was massive support earlier. If that breaks, the bout breaks, the Lilly may fall. So That could be a look there. And as I say that, we hold 957. So some levels certainly still coming into play. I apologize, guys, not in any trades right now. I had a Tesla scalp earlier that was successful. I had my first crack at Lilly here. But the thing is, I don't want to let these names off the hook. Because if I like them, why am I looking at anything else?
I don't know.
Right? That's what I think. So yeah, anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, like, as I said, I was, doing a little bit of contemplation and just kind of trying to realize, you got to stick with what you like. Meta, though. Shout out to, I believe it was Joanna Brewster in the chat, short Meta. I don't know if you're still short Meta, but if you are, like, wow. Great look here on META. Look at this false range, too. We hold this level here, 522, beautifully. Wick into it a couple times. Higher highs, but on a wick basis. And we wick into that 524, which is the base of that multi-day range we had, 524, 530s. Look what Meta does. It quadruples, but look where we bounce.
Go.
520. Not only is that VWAP, but you know what that's in confluence with? Confluence with that level yesterday, which was also near VWAP at 520. Shout out to whoever's just printing there. Maybe Wayne?
Euro.
Oh, Euro close. Okay. Yeah. Shout out to markets. Good times. Yeah, great look there. This Meta could be interesting. Like I said, I want to save my risk for the big boys, the big spready tickers. But Meta, though this is a 50-cent spread on Meta, which even for Meta is kind of a lot. I do like this 520 breakdown. I think if we can get that 520 breakdown, I'd be interested in taking that as a short. And in order for me to confirm that breakdown, I'd like to see us continue to reject this area just above 521s. Now, maybe I'm being a bit frugal, but I don't think frugality hurt anyone. I mean, it can make you sad. Sharif and I've talked about frugality, can make you a little bit sad, but it can protect your gains and stop you from more downside. So good look there. What is anyone else? Redfin, some people are asking, just trade your book, says Miguel Lopez. I agree. Thank you, Miguel Lopez. I appreciate that. And that's what I've really been trying to do. And that's what I realized, that my book might be a little bit different than a lot of people's books, but it's mine, and you got to stick with what works for you. Redfin, can it bounce back here? Someone was asking. Okay. I will be positive, Sharif, okay? Even though Redfin's not. We have a double bottom here at 11 ones. Make a wish. We have a slightly higher low here at 1120s. Now, we're struggling with VWAP. We already struggled with VWAP here with these topping tail candles. I think unless Redfin can reclaim this support resistance area here around like 1135, 1140, I would say that they're closing down the house for the day. That open house is over for the day for me, for Redfin, because right now that Redfin is a red ticker. Watching Lilly as it does in fact bounce off 957s. Let's see if we get another rejection here for the Lillied one. EUM, IWM, I feel really badly because I haven't looked at you in a while. Yeah. And you've been given some opportunities.
Down 1% today. Down
1%, and look at the level. I mentioned this on the small cap recap as well. 218. Double bottom. We pop up here. Sorry for yelling there, guys. I get excited. We made a higher low. Look at this, into 219.35. This is an intense top. A lower high, Huaduk. We are careening towards 218. Now, do I want to stake everything on a 218 breakdown? No. Low of day, 217.87s. I think 218 could be interesting, but like I said, I do have some other levels. I perhaps like a skosh more. Lilly coming into it. And also, Smicky, if you can't hold 544 one more time, we'd have to make a choice between you and your spready cousin, Eli Lilly. One of you is getting traded. So happy I went live again today. If you see stuff you like, you gotta try for it again. Also, I wanted to be live ahead of CrowdStrike and Lulu earnings over the next few days too.
All right, that big drop in the market right there that we had, that took us all the way down, Fabian, into 19.6. I was able to get in on Apple, and I took 25 pennies on the dead one. This was a 20 exponential retracement held. 228 to the dang T, and then all the buying came in there. I fumbled with this one, I can't tell you, 3 times, okay? I should have had a better entry than 228, 18 or 17 or whatever I had there. I was really trying to get in here. It didn't let me in the first time because the price action just moved up too quickly. I chased it, didn't get in again, and then I fumbled the keys because old man hands can't hang. That's just the way it is. So I took that trade on AAPL. Happy with this one. I'm looking again to this consolidation area, 228 and a fifth. Okay, it's to me, it's been important today because we whiffled and waffled and used it as a consolidation area top for the better part of 45 minutes. And then now we come down to it, defend it. So it keeps increasing in importance, right? When the stock has such a big move up like that, especially during the midday, maybe it doesn't continue to move up in the same bull flaggish way, but rather it does that stair step up. We move up 20 pennies, retrace down maybe 10, move up 20, retrace 10, You guys get what I'm trying to say there. So I'm going to keep my eye on Apple. I think it's obviously strong.
Will it be the apple of your eye?
Ooh. Adara, did you see your friend Netflix?
I heard Netflix is doing insane things.
Your friend Netflix doesn't care about the market. It's up 2 1/3, whether the market's up or down. NFLX, right? Emphasis on the F. But no, seriously though, it just keeps moving.
True. That's true. That's a good. That took me a moment there. I was too caught up in this beautiful price action, Sharif.
Look at that
bearish engulfing candle. Though.
Can we? Yeah. Wow. It's been very directional. The reason I just started talking about it right away because I looked at the Mag 7 to see which one's the strongest. Obviously, Netflix, not a Mag 7 name, but it is part of FANG or the former FANG, so I have it there with Big Tech, so I can always keep an eye on it and then feel bad about myself every day for not having invested in it. Well, I did invest in, but I took up the position long time ago, so that nothing to talk about there. But in any event, keeping an eye right now on Apple because I feel it is one of the strongest of the bunch. I get Nvidia is up more than Apple, but the way that Nvidia is retracing now, decidedly breaking the 20 exponential on the 5 has me wondering if it's going to remain the strongest on the day. I don't care either way. We'll trade them both. But right now, Nvidia breaking down below the 20 exponential. But it's coming. Say that again, Nia? AMD just broke low of day. It was a stronger of the bunch. Now it is down 1%. It just broke that 149.25. Shout out to Neil. Thank you for calling that out. AMD decidedly down now, unlike its older brother, Nvidia, still up here 0.75%. I'm looking right here for Nvidia, though. This is the area I was talking about. 127.50, 127.75. It's obviously breaching it now, but if we do get a bounce off this level, it doesn't have to come right away, I'm interested. The reason being, it's the same reason I was talking about that 228.20 on Apple. It's a consolidation area top, essentially from 9:50 a.m. to when we broke through it at 10:35. So we'll see if we hold up here. Right now, we're putting what looks to be a possible hammer candle. If you get a hammer candle there, wait for the 5-minute candle to make a new high. That's where I'm going to get in, keeping an eye on Nvidia, keeping an eye on Apple. We'll see what comes.
Yeah, I got short SMCI here. It's not showing here in the position report, sorry guys. I'm short 544s on this. That was the level I wanted. We had that flush in the market. We dropped lower. I said, take your opportunity to short SMCI. I'm watching what we do here at 544, 545.50. I'm going to give this $1.50 because I want here minimum 538. So I'm trying to get like $6 on this. I'm willing to risk a little bit more for that $6 winner. That being said, if we have any kind of pause here around that 540 level, there were some wicks there earlier. I'll take a piece out earlier. But as I said, 544 to me, that was a huge level that we tried to wick above here earlier. Then look at that bottoming tail candle we get a support at 544. So we have that flush down in the market. We break that 544. I said, Adara, take this trade here. Try this trade. Lily's still below 960, so I don't want to be taking a trade there. Just take a trade. This one showed up. This one said, hi, Adara. Look at me. And I said, I do. SMCI, I see you. I hear you. I'm here for you.
Aww.
We'll work on this together.
So nice of you.
That being said, is SMCI incredibly spready? Oh, yeah. You got to be aware of that. It's already tried to get me out of this position at least once here, almost twice. But you know what? Like I said, giving this to 545.50, giving this $1.50, I'm more than willing to risk a little bit more to get a little bit more. I even would argue if I was feeling a little bit less conservative, I could risk into 546. I have enough risk for that. And that is arguably where the wicks get a little bit more interesting. But I don't want to be... You know, you got to have a playbook. Shout out to Miguel Lopez for saying in the chat, trade your book. My playbook is spready tickers at resistance and support levels. That's really what I've been trying to play all darn day here. The other spready ticker that was like waving hi to me that I know some people in the chat are involved in, so shout out to all of you guys, is Meta. Meta at this 520 has been giving you, it's had a war, it's had a tug of war. You know, biting at the tug of war rope, I don't know, at this 520 level. We wick up into 521 can't do anything for Meta. Then we wick below here to 519.50s, and then we bounce. So Meta to me, I think definitely not like trying to find a direction here as it chops around VWAP. I'll have eyes on it, but it's not one that I have a trade on as of right now. SMCI here pushing up into 545.60s is going to be after where we're going to be watching here to cut this trade short. I could arguably risk a little bit more, as I said, but I don't want to be risking just to risk it. As we push into 545.50s, we come right back down. I feel good about this trade for now. I'm going to try to breathe. I'm going to try to chill. Like I said, I'm always going to have to trust myself in the book because, again, am I like, you know, I'm not an expert like reader or anything. I'm not a perfect reader. But I find what I see, like especially these spready tickers, I spend a lot of time looking at them. So I kind of know sometimes if there's distinct patterns that are interesting. That 545.66 though, I do not love how we're pushing up to this level. We're gonna have to get out of this trade here, cut this one short. Now we make SMCI every time we get to this level, getting a little bit bamboozling. This is and now we're doing that thing where we get a little bit lower. Okay, we're gonna wait for this. Like I said, I don't want to panic sell out of this too early. I have no reason to sell this name yet. We just got back below 545, so we're going to breathe. We're going to chill again. I am short 544s. I am risking into the vicinity of 545.50s, depending on what I see on the book. Let's go, Smicky. Spready Ticker is a great band name, says Jesse Munson. Yeah, I don't mind that name. I mean, hey, I'll be the lead singer of that band. I trade these often enough. But let's see what we got here with SMCI knocking back on the door, making lower highs. About 545.50. This is pretty interesting. Netflix, yeah, I saw the Evercore ISI price target.
Well, just the only reason I brought it up because Adam just put it in the chat right there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So he's like, Netflix, all right, got an upgrade. There it is, Evercore ISI liking NFLX, unsurprising there, bumping up the price target from 710 to 750. So, up 2 1/5 right now, but, it's still below that 711.
Oh,
high.
Shout out to my people.
It did. I put it in a few days ago there. Oh, what was everyone yelling about? Oh, was it the euro?
I don't know. That's very descriptive.
It's a very, very, very descriptive term. So good look there on NFLX. We'll keep an eye on that. It's not one that we typically trade too much on this desk because it is obviously a little bit spready. All right, so let's keep an eye on the future.
What? I like the spready tickers for you.
Yeah, well, yeah, what am I saying? What am I saying? Yeah, then you can add NFL
I'm gonna put it on my side chart,
to your watch.
Thank you.
Awesome. Keeping an eye on the future right now because we're defending 19.6. So this is a good look right here. I would have liked to take Nvidia a little bit long ago. I hesitated to take it, so I'm gonna keep my eye on this one. Gives me a better price back above 128 right now. Good strength on Nvidia. Good look here. Not much else for me to talk about. I only have, I didn't talk about the small cap gappers, so we'll bring in those in and yap a little bit about those. Okay, so here are the ones that I've got on my list today. I've got VOXX. This one, though, sadly broke down below the volume weighted average price at 480. And now it's trading at around a little bit higher than 470. Trying to defend that 450 area, though. There does seem to be a buyer at around 450. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of buying, though, because it's not really making any higher highs, just a consolidative move there. HAIN, another strong one on the day. This one's up 25%, done about 7 2/3 million shares. It's a bit of a bigger name, $771 million market cap, and the float has got 1. My program says it's got 1 share float. Kidding, of course, 18.4 million shares. And then let's find out what the short float is on Hain there. 4%, exactly, 4.04%. So we'll wait if this one can make it back above the volume weighted average price at around 8 3/4. It does seem to be obviously some selling in and around there. Once it broke down below VWAP, started using it as a level of resistance. So not a breakout trade for me, just a range trade below VWAP here as a long. Polestar. Obviously, this one's not a small cap gapper, or maybe it is. Not even sure the market cap. But this one is running for a different reason. I'm unlikely to trade this one. This is not the kind of name that I trade in small cap gapper world. These ones that move 1 and 2 pennies intraday, or you're going to have to size up big in them. And then I don't like doing that because the bottom can drop off. That's not about my life. Starbucks, though, obviously not a small cap gapper, but thanks for Zion Lala for pointing this one out. Still respecting the 10 exponential on the 5. No breaches, at least not yet. The last time we were below the 10 exponential was 20 after 10. Keep an eye on that. SMCI, I've got that up there, unlikely to trade it. Givo, though, this one a continuation play from yesterday. Still an inside day, though, sadly, on Givo with the topping tails coming in at $1 there. The best we can do today is get up almost into 98 pennies, but the day ain't over, baby, and we have higher lows. So even though it's an inside day, meaning that we're ensconced by the lows and the highs of yesterday, we have a higher low. So that in and of itself is bullish. Now we can see, we'll have to wait and see, I should say, if we can break that $1 area. We couldn't yesterday, even on a wick basis. There were no breaches of the dollar. I gave you a gnarly retracement too. So this one is not beyond the V-shaped retracement. Keep that in mind. Yesterday, I assumed that we had to buy shorts or secure shorts. To short this, it's actually free for us here on Real Trading. So yeah, Neil's like, you put your stop a little too high there to test it. So GEVO still in play, up 9.83. And when I was talking about 2020, I guess Neil didn't remember what 2020 brought for this name. Let me see if my weekly will load up here and we can show you that the outsized move that we had in 2020. And there it is. So this is October 2020. Look at this, Adair. This was 76 pennies, and by the time the week was over, it got to $15. So
wow.
In case anyone was wondering what the percentage change of that is, Adair, it's 2,800%. Not that bad.
Just like a little.
Bad.
It's not, yeah.
And so you can understand why I would remember a stock like that. So that was back.
I think I could.
Yeah.
I think I could.
Right? Late 2020, early 2021. So GEVO, definitely one that I'll be keeping an eye on. I still don't know. 4 years later, I don't even know what they do. I don't care. So keep eyes on GEVO. Last but not least, MNTS. This is a holdover from yesterday as well. So it made a big move into that $1.53. I don't know what's going on with my charts. An inside day still from today, ensconced by the lows and the highs of yesterday. Higher low for today, defending that closing print from yesterday. So the closing print on MNTS yesterday was $1.06. We don't break below that. Technically, the low is 103. You can see most of the prints though, and all the closing prints north of that $1.03, and now it's a $1.38, is the high of day, still well below the $1.54 that we put in yesterday. So keep an eye on this one. With respect to a breakout trade, you can see it's not really respecting the volume weighted average price. What I would try to base it on is this after the bell high at around $1.05, $1.25. Try to use those levels to gauge what the sentiment is at any one time. So those are the small cap gappers that I'm looking at today. If any new ones show up on my scanner, obviously I'll bring those to you. I know about AAPDN, but it's swiffling and waffling below VWAP right now, so I don't have a move on it.
Yeah, this SMCI here. Wow, this thing, every time it thinks it's getting directional, it doesn't. We are at a really interesting point here. I said I want to see what we did, and I was like, okay, we're making lower highs. Then we pop up into 546. I'm like, hey, Dara, you said we were going to risk up to $2. Get out. I'm about to press out. And then this thing comes right back down. So I'm like, SMCI, can you make a decision, please? Asking for a friend. If we now flip to support here at this 545 from resistance, because we were resisting that 545 hard, I'll get out here. I understand this is definitely I'm not trying to give this too much. I think with SMCI, you do have to risk a little bit more. And so that's why I was willing to risk up to $2 on this. And I said that I was really going to be trusting the book above all else. So let's see what we do here as we get to that 545. Definitely, this one will always make you bite your nails. That's what it's known for. As Sharif said, it's not necessarily one that's super fun to trade or anything, but these are the type of names I like trading. As we push back up above here into that 546, I am done for you right now. I almost said done for the day, but knowing me, that's never going to be the case. So we get out of here. Around, like I said, around that 545.25 is where that order went through. So yeah, definitely. I usually don't take my P&L, as I said lately, but for these ones, you kind of have to see how much risk you have. That's, I think, a valid point. So definitely, if I want to go for another crack at one of these names that I have enough risk at which to do so, I don't want to force into anything willy-nilly. Am I happy I tried this SMCI? Absolutely. It's a little bamboozling, you know that. The spread, honestly, this one right now I feel like is more unruly than Lilly. The spread is certainly more unruly than Lilly's. Also, Stream, imagine I get out of this trade and then it decides to break down on me. But all jokes aside there, it's all good, baby. It's trades. You lose some, you win some, you make some, you make others. Zion Lala. Asking about TRIB and ADX, said I know TRIB is way below this straight small cap rule. I talked about that one in the small cap recap just because there wasn't a lot moving at that time. But TRIB kind of weak right now. This one is a Trinity Bio. Oh, okay. This one, to be fair, still does break the Sharif biotech or small cap rule because we are way below the pre-market highs, way below. But we're trying to curl back into VWAP with higher lows. Look at this flat bottom here. We have at 280s. We look like we're going to flat bottom break. No, we pop back up here. Now we make a higher low.
Oh.
Could be pushing above VWAP, but this is a bit of a weaker small cap. Volume a little bit. They're also, in case anyone's wondering, the catalyst for this one, their HIV screening. They've now raised the revenue forecast for that. You can read about that in the watch list to promo that. Also, if there's any tickers you're watching, get in the chat, guys. !join. Space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls, also saying TRIB on the watch list. So shout out to you, Bears vs. Bulls. Appreciate that. Also, what about Nike? Because Courtney Smith is mentioning Nike, so let's see if there's anything running. Oh, you don't get a pushback, Nike, but I do like what we're doing here at 84.60s. Look at this. here around this level. We wick below, we push higher, then we come to bounce off 84.60s beautifully. Now we're making a higher low. To me, Nike, it's a little bit of an anemic move to use a strafist. I'm looking at these volume bars. They're kind of... But Nike is pretty strong on the day, up more than the market here. We're up about like 0.7% here on that Marquette. Also, really happy I trusted my read on the SMCI book because SMCI now well above that previous resistance of 547. That's why, like, the thing is, I know I have a bit of a different risk approach. I've talked about this. I will have price levels, but I'm always going to trust my read on the book as well within reason. And so happy that worked out there. Lost $1.25 on this for SMCI, not bad at all. Honestly, I can fully live with that. I was willing to risk a little bit more. So let's see what SMCI does as we get back into that area of 552 that I liked. Lilly kind of meandering over here. There's not a lot of possibilities for me right now for that, so I don't want to get back into that. But also, shout out to DayTrader mentioning comments from Feds Mester. I didn't see Feds Mester on the docket for today, but like I said, some of these Feds like to poke their little heads out. Mester, also, I thought you were retired. I thought you were being replaced by Beth Hammock. I've been talking about Beth Hammock for weeks, Sharif, for months. The Fed's Minister apparently saying, I don't think the Fed is behind the curve. I don't support a 50 basis point rate cuts out of the box. So Fed Master maybe making a mess of some of these people's rate plans. So, yeah, kind of interesting look
Get it together, Loretta.
Yeah, Loretta for the market. Loretta. I don't know. That didn't work out that well. Mester is former, so that's why I'm not on the calendar, says Neil. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that makes sense because, like I said, Beth Hammock now taking Mester's position. And honestly, I've been so excited about like this new Fed speaker. I remember even like Brendan one time was like, "Are you excited about the new Fed speaker?" And she was like, "Yeah, like she's been talking about it for months." But yeah, heavy puts on the SPY, I think is what I'm seeing. Shout out to Monty G for saying that. Okay, sorry, I just gasped because I looked at this. I gasped a lot, guys. The market gets me really excited. I don't think you can blame me for that. There's a lot of excitement in these markets. Look at the SPY. And what it's doing at VWAP. That's why I gasped. Because I look at my side chart. You guys know the SPY book and chart. I'm kicking my feet under the desk. Look at this VWAP hold at 5.6. Oh my, Sharif. Sharif. If this picks a lane, and by that, I mean if we get that nice push here above that 560 70s, and I like what I'm seeing on the book, I will go long this because we've spent so long trying to break above it, then I risk getting to 560 50s because I've been watching that on the book. You know what, SPY?
What's up?
Do you want to be like a creepy little spider? Creep up beyond that 90 MA? No, I don't want to. We have a lot of fun on this show, guys. But yeah, great look there. Yo, says Monty G. Yeah, yo to you. Yeah, I like to, any comments like that I see. I appreciate everybody for bringing their own unique perspective. As I said, I am in a unique position in that I've really only ever traded in front of people, which can in some ways be challenging because you want to make sure you're trusting yourself, but also I honestly, like, above all, always so grateful for this lovely little community. Yeah, I love being able to be here. Shout out to Big Smile. Big Style, Burdette, saying Loretta, haha. Yeah, shout out to you. I'm happy you liked that. Julio, the only thing I'm on are good vibes and happy energy of being here to answer your question there. I do love these markets, and I'm very lucky to be here, and I want to hear what those triangles, Sharif.
All right,
I like
here we go. We're going to take 20 pennies quick as you like there on the dead one. Happy with this trade. Probably going to go up a little bit more. But I want to remind you guys that the afternoon segment literally is nothing without you because we now have a rundown that's decided by you guys, right? Like, look at this. Look at this. Rivian Millionaire wants to talk about Dell. You know what? Dell reports on Thursday. You want to see what Neil and Sean think about Dell? Get into the chat right now and vote for Dell. How about this? People were voting earlier for, let me just see here, the MNQ. It though wants to see the MNQ. The Katina Man trades the triple Qs. The T triple Qs. Get it, Katina Man? How was the walk and talk? That's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right. Chris wants to talk about the triple Q, QQQ, he says. Get into the chat. Join for your, vote for the triple Q. Sebastian he actually voted for Micron. Micron down 1.8% today. You want to see what the Katina Man thinks about it? Do you want to know what Neil thinks about it? Get into the chat. Vote for your favorite tickers every day. There's a whole lot moving in these markets. I won't be convinced that you guys don't see something that you want the big kahunas to analyze. So get into the chat. Put it every day. The afternoon rundown is a segment for the viewers. But the only top 5 make it on. So have your friends vote your way if you can. Bully them, twist their arm, do what you need to do, but do it legally. So shout out to everybody there.
What?
Thank you for the people voting. Donkey Trader wants Dell. Scarlett, she wants to talk about Nvidia. So does Zebev. He wants to talk about Nvidia too. Vicky and Novak is right down your alley. He wants to talk about SMCI.
You don't
What
have
do you
to ask
guys
me
want to
twice,
talk
Vicky
about?
and Novak. You honestly also don't even need to wait for the afternoon rundown for that.
Right, there you go. So we got in, look, I want to talk about this Apple trade here real quick. We've been yapping about how 228 is an important level, at least intraday, given the amount of whiffling and waffling we've had with that level. Sorry for this dark pool, I'll fix that in a second. We get up nicely here into 228 and change, come back down. I bought 228 before, I bought it a second time, and it's paid both times. However, we're getting lower highs and lower lows now on Apple, and now we're straddling the 20 exponential on the 5 rather than the 10. So the lows are getting lower, the highs are getting lower. We could see a nice retracement down on Apple. So I've taken the longs, but I'm absolutely open to taking the shorts. I'm going to look for a decided break of that 228 level. We get that big boy flush through 228. I'm going short, and I won't feel bad about it. Rivian Millionaire. These two, Sharif and Adara, have grown a great relationship. Remember their first day, and it was a little rough around the edges. Huge improvement. Great job, guys. Adara and I actually vibe off camera. We're always joking around and stuff like that. Obviously, you know, when you put two people that don't know each other that well on a show,
yeah,
right?
It's always going to take a moment,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So shout out to Adara. I think, by the way, I've said this before. I think Adara is ahead of the curve. She's a prodigy of sorts. The way that she understands and is able to read the market, from personally what I've seen, is quicker than how most people have been able to do it. So what Adara has been doing, learning in front of everybody, chapeau. Means hats off to her. So kill it, Adara.
I appreciate it. That's a really nice transition. I want to say too, shout out to Sharif, like, you know, I think we have a lot of fun in this desk. We have a lot of fun, you know, on that desk as well and in other desks. But no, in all seriousness, I'm really happy to be here. And I want to, you know, thank Sharif for being very, you know, chill to me as a new trader. And I think that's one of the best things about this community. We have people from different walks of life, different levels of experience with trading. Sharif's willing to listen to me rant about the Starbucks baristas, hashtag SBucks. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. This whole community is excellent. As I always say, everyone you see behind you, everyone you don't see, everyone you see on the show, and Rumi and Fabian, everyone in the chat. Also, I'll give my Oscar speech because I want to talk about the SPY. I said I wanted to be saving all my little riskies for my big spready tickers. However, the SPY, I said, if the SPY can crack that 560.70, I'll go long. Did I get in a little early? Yeah, I got in 4 cents early because we tried that 560.70 break. So the next time we wick into that, get long there. Got long 66s here. We're basically flat. The reason I'm staying in this is because, yeah, there's a lot of red coming into this book, but there's a lot of green pushing in here as well. And from what I'm seeing here, seeing a little bit more green than red. I'm seeing a lot of these pushes of green, and I'm risking here 15 cents. Well, 16. I'm risking like 560.50s, okay? So if we get below 560.50s, I'll get out. But look, we have not even really gotten near there. I think the lowest we've gotten since I've been in this is 53s. We're now getting into about 10 cents in the money in the SPY. Now, what's my game plan, you might ask, for this spider? Well, first, I want to be getting out 2/3 of my spider position here at 561. That is going to be 36 cents. I'm risking 15, so that is just over a 2-to-1 risk-to-reward ratio. As I said, mine don't always math, but they mean something to me. That's what's going to happen. Then I'll still have another third. You'll be like, Dara, what are you doing with that third? What are you going to do there? I don't know. Well, no, I do know. What I'm going to do is I'm going to risk it into 560.70s. If we bounce off 560.70s, I will add to my remaining third. If we do not, I shall not. Right now, though, I love that we got off the schneid here. We're above the, shout out to Neil, we got above the 90 EMA. We're wicking now into that 560.50. Now, we're finding some resistance here at 80s. But I've noticed the SPY, because like I said, I'm always watching the SPY book, at least on some level. 560.80 on the SPY, or all these whole dollar levels, like once we get, or cent, like 10 cent levels, sorry, is what I meant. Once we get above those, we hold them pretty well. Ooh. If the SPY cannot hold 560.70, that's going to be a bit concerning, but I'm going to wait to see what we do here at 560.80s. Still have my beak wetter. Sat here for 561. And again, guys, if there's any tickers you want to look at, let us know. We will look at tickers for you here on this show, but also we will look at tickers for you here, you know, on that afternoon rundown. Also, thank you guys so much for the support in the chat. I really do appreciate it. I have so much fun being here every single day, trying to develop my confidence, my conviction, all that jazz. Dell is flying, says Rivian Millionaire. So, yeah, let's, not Rivian Millionaire. Yeah, it is Rivian Millionaire.
It is, yeah.
So many names. Okay. Dell, I just spelled for some reason with an H, so go typos. Let's see if I can type in Dell here. To hell. What the hell is Dell doing? I was pretty proud of that. I'm not gonna lie.
That's good.
Okay. Well, Dell's still flat on the day, but it could be flying comparatively.
I think
Dell,
that's like 3 or 4.
It's been a lot.
Yeah.
Dell bouncing beautifully off that 110.50-ish, 110.60 level. If we can make a higher high, that'd be a nice look. I would like to see us break into 111.70s or then 111.80s. 111.12s, we haven't closed above, though we've looked above it a couple times in the 5 minutes. So Dell trying to push higher here to get that farmer up the Dell, but we'll see if this is a death knell for Dell if we can't get above that level. Because look at all that red coming into this year book on this year Dell. We were just at 111.60s, now we're pushing below. I find Dell to be a little difficult to trade because I like spready tickers, but I find Dell kind of moves in its own unique little way. That being said, now we're trying to climb back up. Let's see what this market gives us. Still basically flat on my SPY position, about 5-ish pennies out of the money. If SPY can't hold these 550, like I said, I'm risking to 560 50s. Pushing lower here. Let's see what's going on. What are you up to over here, Sharif?
I'm looking at Microsoft. I was just talking to the Katina man about MSFT, and I see a gnarly double bottom here forming on MSFT. Microsoft here looks obviously the low of the day is at the $0.25, but look at all these holdups at the $0.50. And that can't be by accident, obviously. And now it's weaseling its way up. Look, it's down 0.45. It's below the volume-weighted average price, yada, yada, yada. I get all that. But price action is price action. And if we're getting holdups at 410.5 and we're got a very, clear-looking double bottom, the only way, this double bottom actually manifests into full-blown double bottom is we got to break through the high of the day there because this is a neckline, right? So you got to really retrace all the way up. But it doesn't mean I have to trade it that way, right? It doesn't mean that just because it doesn't manifest through 414.5 that it's not a double bottom, a full-blown double bottom, and I can't trade it. No, of course I can trade it. I can look for basically the move up into VWAP right now. It's at 411 and 2/3. VWAP's a little higher than 412. I can wait for the move into VWAP for rejection, right? So there's any number of things I can do. I've missed this level, though. I only noticed it ex post facto. That's 410.5 over here. Now we're about $1.30 above that level. MSFT finding some support at this area. There's no news really today to hold Microsoft down or to keep it up. All I saw on the week was that Microsoft and OpenAI are investing heavily in the G42, which is an Abu Dhabi or UAE AI company. And they're throwing a lot of money at it because a couple of reasons. One, they want access to Middle East. Two, they want access to Middle East data, which they don't have, which this company has. So that was really the only thing that I saw in Microsoft and OpenAI on the week, and that was basically yesterday. Nothing today. I looked at the blotter over here. A bunch of nothing burgers here for Microsoft. So likely to be a range is why I'm saying all that. So 413.5 is the closing print from yesterday. So if we break above that 412.10 where VWAP is, I'm definitely looking at 413.5 as an area that I'd like to reject. But we'll talk about that and much more, Dara, when we get... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll get to the deal, but first we're going to have to move over to thinking moo. So are you looking to maximize your idle cash? Because you could earn 8.1% on idle funds for up to 3 months. And U.S. users can take advantage of up to 15 free stocks and $300 in cash rewards. Hey, Canada, you're not left out. Enjoy 6% on cash balances along with up to a $2,000 commission rebate. So all you got to do is sign up for Moo to trade on extended trading hours. Trade 4 a.m. to 8 p.m., well beyond regular market hours. And whether or not you want to react to pre-market news, catch after-hours earnings, or simply manage your portfolio with more flexibility, Moo has you covered. Maximize your trading potential and stay ahead of the curve with extended hours today. For more details and the full terms and conditions, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Thanks to Moo for sponsoring this portion of the show. Thank you very much to our pal Neil, who's going to give us his lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Adara. And unless you were hiding under a rock at the open or adjacent to the open, you probably remember hearing a story out of Hindenburg with a short seller report on SMCI. I'm not going to dive into the merits of it or what we think the stock is going to do a year from now. Personally, it doesn't matter. But we've seen this time and time again. So the lesson of the day is what to look for when you have one of these big short reports. And I'm going to pick on Hindenburg because they had theirs today. And I was reminded of something on Block when they had their short report. So first, I'm going to show you this daily chart of Block, and everyone gets to guess what day they think Block had a short report come out on it from Hindenburg. Okay, let's look at the volume on the bottom and see what we can find. Oh, it's probably just earnings. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, the day where it did like 4 times any volume candle on an earnings day. Yeah, that'll be it. March of 2023. You can see the gigantic gap down. I turned to Sean, I was like, I think it was that 58 level on Square that everyone was looking for that long. I even pinned it. I didn't realize I actually had done this. I pinned it on my Trade Ideas chart and still have the pin in there. So shout out to you, Trade Ideas. This is why you set up alerts to the key price levels. But I remember when this happened, we pinned it to this bottom right at about 58. It's not exactly 58. But you have to think about the circumstances of what's going on here. Short sellers have usually accumulated, I don't want to say for all the time, but like almost all the time, they've accumulated a short position in a stock, which is fine. They think for whatever reason it's going down. When you find out that that report is being dropped, now it just really pissed me off. When that report is being dropped, usually there's already been a hefty move to the downside. You can guess where you want. I don't think it was a 2021 short by them, but let's imagine a scenario where like it does this false breakout. These are reasonable places. Loses the 50 period right in here. And it's like these kind of things make some sense. Like they could have been over a year they had that short. Or maybe they were simply shorted at this double top late in 2022. Who knows? There's all kinds of places where when it retests this like double top in here. The point is there are all kinds of spots that are deep in the money. I'm just going to pick the most adjacent one there. Like they could have been much higher. But imagine a scenario where they were shorting into the last move above that 200 and it starts trending down. In order to build a position and cover it, they need that excess liquidity to get out. And a lot of times when you drop the report, that's your chance for that excess. And if it's a big name, a heavily followed name, a name that a lot of people are invested in, institutions are invested in, like a Block and not some no-name stock, a lot of times there's going to be those buyers. Now, not every time is it going to be this clean, where you had a prior support at 58, and then everyone could just look at that, look left at that support level, it wicks underneath, and then for 2 days, 60, 60, and then multiple days rallying into 68, into the first moving average. It even retests that price area, and when it grabbed under 50, the reason why you want to pay attention to these levels, like the bottom from a short seller report, it grabs that level, meaning it hangs out there for a day or two, and when it bounces, because it ran some stops underneath the report bottom, it actually bounces even heavier the second time through. So why does this matter for SMCI? Now, obviously, I know the big caveat, Nvidia reports tomorrow, Dell reports later in the week, so you do have to navigate both of those things. This time, there was no waiting for the buy the dip. Nobody waited till the open except for us, well, except for myself, trying to attempt it. They bought it right up off that 50 level, so the $500 level, and you can see it's barely even negative anymore, right back to where it started. What's interesting about this and why it could have been, I don't want to say anticipated, but if you look at that same setup over there on Square, where clearly anybody building a short had plenty of places where people could have been building shorts, and all of them are deep in the money. Whether it was here on a reversion, like it breaks a steep trend, you start shorting it in here, or it starts resisting 1,000 and you're just shorting it in the 900s. Either one of those things is not just a little in the money. I mean, the 900, it touched 600 and it just broke down. So what happened here? It goes 50% to the downside plus if you were short in there, bounces off an obvious 486 level that got talked about by many as a breakout spot in the beginning of 2024. This has happened. Then it consolidates under the 200 pre-moving average. If you're short, you've got to be thinking two things. Well, if I'm deep in the money, it breaks this, I'm getting out. If it bounces here again, I probably want to get out. So the second it loses this bid, the day after that, when you're about to retest that low, is exactly when they drop that report. Now, it's not often that you get an opportunity like that, risk to reward. You can see the bottom. You know the bottom because it already had one. You know that these short sellers are going to be in position already when this happens. Now, it's not that simple. You got to have, when the news hits, you've got to pull up that chart. You've got to do all that rationalization, and you've got minutes to do it. But there were a couple of opportunities to look left, see like that 486 to 490, witness the stock get under $500 very, very briefly, and then snap it right back up. It's not going to be as easy as Block, where you could have, for 2 days, you could have bought it off of that low before it rallied. But you've got to look left. You got to put your mind in, if we're short at these levels, okay, well, would you be covering here? How deep are you in the money? If the answer is yes, then it can be a pretty hefty bounce. And as long as it holds that low, I think you want to respect it. If SMCI holds this low through Nvidia's earnings, through Dell's earnings, I think it's probably good to go. I have nothing for or against short seller reports. They do their thing. It is what it is. It's a part of the market. They are free to do it. But when we see these types of things, there are trading opportunities in the other direction, specifically looking for that long. Look left, find a big support level, put yourself in the mind of that short seller. Where would they rationally have been building shorts potentially? How deep are they in the money? The deeper in the money, the more likely that you're going to have a good covering zone, especially when it's a heavily owned and traded name like an SMCI or like a Block in the past. So good luck to everyone out there. Congratulations if you got that SMCI long off the bottom. It was an absolute banger, but there are reasons why we could have been looking a bit deeper at it.
Thank you very much, Neil. Neilage, baby. Around that noon hour. Neil, eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. There he is. See? He's pointing at the brain. He's pointing at the Neilage when he does that, I think.
That's where the Neilage comes from.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, well, I'd hope it comes from his brain. So shout out to Neil. Thank you very much. If you're around on the midday, make sure to join us at around 12. Neil drops hotlines every day around that time. All right, so Microsoft. I said I'd get into it, and I did. Microsoft has a double bottom for whatever reason at this 410 and a quarter, 410 and a half. Feels like it's more of a 410 defend than 410 and a quarter, 410 and a half. I saw that, as you can see over here. There is the left side of the double bottom, the right side over here. It came in and put a topping tail candle. Okay, I'm going to show you on the 5 what I mean in a second, and to show you how I got in, because I got up to the bathroom, and when I came back, this had set up perfectly for me. So there's the curl back up. Then this candle here was operative. Why? Because it came in right to the 20 and then rejected. So I was of the opinion when that candle formed in that way and closed in that way that we were rejecting off the 20, and it was a situation where we're going to get a lower high. The other candle didn't care about what I thought. And so I saw the buying come in aggressively. Shout out to Gorev. He saw this kind of the same thing on AMD where there was that liquidity grab. I felt the same thing happen there on Softy. So I punched. I punched in at 60 and I took it out at 12. So I took 40 pennies quick as you like that. So I'm happy with this trade. Now, I'm all eyes and ears at the volume weighted average price. I know that it broke above it by a skosh, like 10 or 15 pennies. Fine, that's fantastic. That doesn't mean much on a $400 name. So what I'm looking for here, really long-winded way of saying, I've taken it out at 412. Now I'm looking for a possible short. It presents me with a short at VWAP, fantastic. It doesn't, I don't care. I'll look to take it north again. So Microsoft, even though it's very kind of subdued in its price action today, only down 0.33%, presenting you with predictable opportunities that are not, super quick. So for the traders that don't want that crazy volatility but want to weasel into Mag 7 name and ride the trend as it moves on the future, maybe this is one of those ones. And there it is. Now it's pointing like it's going to do an inverse hammer candle, rejecting the volume weighted average price. So I don't have to be first, right? We're going to wait to see, can this one make a 5-minute candle to make a new low? If it does, then that's my entry. I'm going to keep an eye on MSFT. Let's see what else is afoot. Okay, so I was disrespecting Tesla today, talking about how it was looking like the weakest of the bunch. It still has that very distinctive hockey stick pattern where we move down and then whiffle and waffle sideways for the majority of the day. Now look at this. So look how many times we rejected VWAP here between 1050 until the last rejection here at 1125, and then we broke down even further. Okay? So now we're right back at that area that we were at earlier, 210.50, 210 the third, above VWAP, but not by much and not really distinctly above VWAP. The other side of that, so that's the negative side here, that Tesla might continue to be weak. The other side that Tesla could find a bit of a bid is these higher lows. Every successive low has been higher than its predecessor. That's usually accumulating for a bigger break. We'll see if it comes. If it doesn't, that's fine. But I'm on the lookout here for TSLA.
Yeah, I actually got back in to Eli Lilly, and I want to talk about it. I have enough risk reward for this. It's actually tight for Lilly. I'm only risking $1. I want to talk about this. So Lilly, I come look at it, and it's doing what I want to call a bid climb. I'm going to trademark. No, I'm joking. But basically a bid climb. I've talked about this. When you have on the bid, we push incrementally higher by like a cent or 2 cents. Now, these spready stocks don't often move like that. So if you see this kind of inch, that is, to use a word term Obi uses, distinctly different. So for me, when I see that, that usually gives me a bit of a sign. So I see this bid climb here on Lilly here, and we're talking like cents. Like we do this for like about 10 cents. We're like, oh, hi.
Who is that?
Sunglasses get Trenda.
Who is that? Ram, someone's kidnapping Trenda. I don't really mind.
He's also a turtle. Look at the hood. He's got.
Oh, well, I got to be honest with you. I'm just happy somebody took Trenda.
Okay. And he's gonna make what he trades now, says Ramin. So she's like shading. Yeah, no, shout out to Ramin. But also the point I'm trying to make is, so we had the bid climb here on Eli Lilly before we accidentally summoned Obi there, who's now standing behind us, waving Trenda threateningly. Shout out to Obi there. But yeah, Eli Lilly trying to climb up here. I think if we break above that 90 MA, oh my God.
Oh, come back in the shot there, bro. Where are you going?
He's like, I've done my work. I need to go.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, so we're looking like we're going to smack the ask here on Eli Lilly. And if the ask gets smacked on Eli Lilly, basically what I'm risking here is I'm risking like $1, risking just below 957. 957, as I said, a huge support level. I'm going to give it 20 cents below 957 because the spready stocks, you do have to give them a little bit of wiggle room before they can, slap the ask. Hopefully to the upside here. In terms of where I want profit here, I'm risking $1. I would like to see what we do heading into 961s. So I am, we're looking for just over $3 here, risking $1. That's a slightly above 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Again, mine never have to mathematically make sense as long as I'm cool with them. SMCI though, as I said, we were like, I go to sit down. And SMCI, we're holding 554.01s on the bid, 554.02s, 554.03s, then we push higher. So basically, I was really upset I missed that opportunity to push up there in SMCI. The second I saw it in Lilly, I took advantage. We're like 35 cents out of the money in Lilly. That's the thing with Lilly. You got to pack that patience. Could this be a bit of a bear flag or a hockey stick? Absolutely. But the way we had all of these bottoming tail candles and the slow climb to the upside with these higher highs and higher lows, I like that. And I'm willing to try that. That being said, we're now back below that 957. So things can get into a bit of a decision point here for Lilly. But again, you miss 100% of the trades you don't make. I would rather take a risk that I believe in and have it not pay off than not take risks I don't believe in. That's why I went live today. Because I said, you know what? If Lilly and SMCI, two of my favorite tickers, are going to have catalysts, best believe I'm there for them.
I love it.
How are you
doing? Love it.
And
And that's guts because they're awfully spready. So
here's
the look. Here's the look. Two new small cap. Well, I don't want to call one new. Trib has been on everybody's radar because it reported yesterday. Good look, though, off that 280. It holds literally the same consolidation area that it held yesterday, I guess in the aftermarket, because this thing reported obviously at 405. After that big move up, we held 280. So Trib holds the pre-market low generally, maybe a couple pennies below, but now working its way back above the volume weighted average price. I don't want to use the pre-market high to gauge this name. It's not a small cap gap. Well, hold on, it is, Adara. It's like 30 million cap, so market cap. So yeah, I actually have to use the 420 here. Look, it broke above VWAP, but I know 420, I know. But, yeah, I know. It broke above VWAP, but I don't want to take it as a breakout, guys. Pretty Panda, I told you I'd cover this. I don't want to take it because it's against my rules. It's got to break above 420 for me to really get involved with it as a breakout trade. Now, I don't mind range trading it, whether it's above or below VWAP. Right now, though, finding a bit of a trend, as we can see, can held that 2 3/4, 2 4/5, and has been putting in higher lows and higher highs. It is now above the IB high. The IB high was kind of anemic at 330. Now we're printing 339, but we're still below the pre-market high. So good recovery right now for Trib. It could present us with opportunities, but right now I can't take it as a breakout trade. Another one, though, is weaseling on to my scanner here. It goes by OGEN. Now, I got to tell you, it's a little light on volume still, but that could change. 500,000 shares or a little bit less than 500,000 shares traded on this name. It did start its life out above $1 today at that $1.02, so it is not a sub $1 name, so we don't have to worry about that kind of look. Here are the deets on OGEN. Almost $7 million market cap, 6.9 right now. As I mentioned, 460,000 shares traded on the day, and the float is 3.4 million shares, so quite small, but not, tiny. Let's find out the short float. 14%, a little bit less, 13.89%. Fantastic. We love these heavily short or heavier shorted names because they present us with opportunities for, parabolic moves to the upside, quite frankly. So now it behooves us to do some charting on a bigger time frame to figure out where the areas of support and resistance are. So what kind of stock is this? It is a down and to the right stock. So you can see, obviously, this has not been a good couple of years, essentially since the tail end of COVID for this name. What do they do? What is this company? Organic development stage company engaged in research and development of nasal delivery pharmaceutical medications in neurology and fighting infectious disease. Okay, cool. Yeah, so there's a lot of work being done on oral GLPs. These guys taking it a bit of a different way. They're going through the nasal route. So interesting, always interesting stuff. The only issue, again, remains that it is light on volume. And what's the spread currently on this name? Look, it's a 5 penny spread on a dollar name. That ain't gonna cut it. The spread's got to tighten up for me to get involved. I just wanted to point it out because it just moved up there big on my scanner. So keep your eye on this one if you're interested in these smaller, small cap names. But for me to trade it, it's gonna have to work a little bit higher on volume. What's S-Bucks doing over here? Let's put Starbucks on the side because it's not updating on my chart. Dang it, Starbucks is still holding the 10 exponential like a dang glove. 2 1/5 now. Shout out to Gora for calling this out, man. I didn't have eyes on Starbucks. I'm gonna have to put this up on a trading screen here because it is. This is a buy program. This is as buy program-ish as you get. Yeah. It has not breached the 10 exponential once on the day, not once. So yeah, that's a good look right there. Julian. Alejandro Castillo. What's GME looking like? Let's have a look. Let's pull up GameStonk. Nothing from the Catman recently, eh, there?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. So GME today, guys, where are we at? We're down 2 2/3, or thereabouts. We've broken down now below the closing price from yesterday, which is 221.40. Not much to say in GME today, guys, nor do I see any sort of catalyst, and that's going back days here. Only technical events that showed up here. They are obviously looking. GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen is on the hunt for top product and graphic designers. Yeah, he's going to need a lot more than that, bro. But anyway, yeah, not much that I have to say today about GameStop, especially without a catalyst, by the way. Big Style, Burdette, Big Smile, and Big Spile. They're all the same people. They're all interchangeable. Shout out to him. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Come on, bro. To hell with the lessons and small cap gappers. Big Spile is over here crushing fools in the chat and talking and taking all the points from Streamlabs. Ponzi who? I guess you beat Ponzi in the duel there. That's what this whole rant is about, Big Spile. So shout out to you. Thank you, obviously, for the super chat. But Big Spile, man, don't disrespect my money flow index. I did hard work on this yesterday. I stayed up about 45 minutes putting together this lesson. You show me a little bit of credit here, Big Spile. Disrespecting my lessons, Adara. No, I'm going to go home.
You do the points flow index. Maybe then we'd have some more excitement for the lessons if we did. Flow index.
I want to also remind everybody to vote, right? So I look at my man there, Nader. Nader just voted for JD. JD.com obviously reported a couple of days ago Walmart sold much of their position in JD. Now JD announcing a buyback program. So if you want to vote for your favorite takers, get into the chat right now and exclamation point join space the word $, and vote for your favorite takers. And Neil and Sean, the big kahunas, will cover it for you on the afternoon rundown. If they traded it, they'll show you exactly how and why they got into it. And if they didn't, they'll tell you why they stayed away from it or how they would have traded it. So get into the chat right now every day, baby, and have your say. For example, over here, we got people asking about TTOW, Trilio. Do you guys want to know how Neil and Sean would have looked at Trilio?
That's take two. TCO,
Take two interactive. Yeah. Do you want to know how they would have voted? Not voted, but traded it. Get into the chat and vote for it. My man over there, Rivian, he's talking about Dell moving up. Do you want to see what the look is on Dell before earnings on Thursday? Get into the chat right now. Vote for your favorite ticker every day. Adair.
IK, we do have an auction at 2 p.m. No, 1 p.m. We have the 2-year note auction. There we go. As you can tell, Tired Adara, trademark, has entered the building. And with that in mind, so I was not able to get a Lilly where I wanted to because I forgot, like, honestly, I think I forgot what I tried to buy instead of sell, and I was long. They get shut down here. I'm going to be really, really honest. Am I upset that I went live for this? No. Because I felt good. And like I said, there were risks here. Had I been awake, I would have been okay. My brain fell asleep at the wheel there. I have to pay the brunt for that. There will be aggressive journaling, but I always want to be honest with you guys here because that's what it's all about. I know there are different traders of different experience levels, and so if things are going to go of different ways. So if things are, you gotta. Wow, my brain. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. I really want to explain what happened there. Sure. So I was trying to get out there. I accidentally was trying to buy instead of sell. All good there. Again, buy a hair. It is what it is. Very, very happy with the trades that were attempted to be made there. I did like the push up in the book. But you always have to remember, too, and this is the one thing that I'm still trying to figure out, is you definitely need as strong as possible confluence with the markets, especially when you're trading these spready names. Because if those things drop on the spread, and there's like one little move in the market, that can get your whole thesis all whack, and then it comes right back and pops up. You know what I mean? So you got to be aware of that. You got to be prepared for that. You got to do some aggressive journaling, and you got to keep going. Before I pass it back to Sharif and switch back to the sim, Yanalysis, woohoo! Let's look at, someone saying in the chat was saying Yanalysis once, and I thought that was pretty funny. Roku, though, Gurav wants to look at Roku, so let's look at Roku here, see what we have buyers and sellers trying to do in the Roku. Oh!
This thing is flying.
Yeah, it's not just flying, but look at that. I mean, it is flying. Look at this like double bottom here ish. We're on 69. What's life without whimsy, Sharif might say. Then 69.90, double top, push chip top around VWAP up, push higher. Great look here for Roku. Definitely going in. My there's a word for that, side chart.
Hey.
When I arrive in the sim, because you know what, the market can knock you down. The market can get you can get back up. No market. No market, no cry. Adair needs some calls on S-Bucks, says Pickle Monster. That's pretty funny. Actually did have Starbucks earlier today. But yeah, this S-Bucks, are you not on the NQ S-Bucks? S-Bucks not loading for me for some reason, but there it is. Astrid, oh wow, look at all that great, you're right, there's buy programming and then there hills for this SPUX.
Bruh.
Oh!
Look at this.
But look at these topping tail cans.
Yeah.
Okay, S-Bucks. I will be shorting you in the sandwich. I will be in a second once I take my screenshots from my aggressive journaling. To shadow Cardi B, fault 9 times, but I get up 10. That's what you got to do here. And that's why I'm always honest with you guys. Happy you tried to go live. Did it work out? No. But are we back? Always. But we also talk about money flow.
Money flow index. Thank you for that segue, Adara. This is a momentum oscillator to build on the lesson from yesterday when we talked about the rate of change. Another momentum oscillator. We'll be talking about the RSI and other momentum oscillators as the week goes on. Well, let's talk about MFI, money flow index. What is it good for? Let's get to it. So the money flow index is, as I mentioned, a momentum oscillator that measures the strength of buying or selling pressure in the market. So unlike other momentum oscillators like the RSI, like some others in stochastics that focus primarily on price, MFI takes a bit of a different twist here. It focuses on price, obviously, but also weights volume very heavily. So that is kind of its distinguishing feature between it and other momentum oscillators in its class. This is what it looks like on the chart as we typically see these oscillators, these indicators on the bottom part of the graph below the price action. And this is kind of how we make the analysis that I'll get to in a second about price action, indicator divergence. We look for highs and lows on the price and we compare them to the highs and lows on the indicator. More on that to come in a second. But this is typically how it looks here. You'll see that the area above 20 and below 80 are shaded because those are the neutral areas, the neutral zone for all my football players out there or football fans. Anything below 20 is considered oversold, much like a below 30 print is on RSI. Anything above 80 considered to be overbought, much like the 70 print on the RSI. So that's what we're looking at here. This is how it's depicted. I know I have it on my charting software. It's included as a study or an indicator. I'm sure you guys have it as well. And I know for a fact TradingView has it. The calculation of MFI, we're not going to really belabor this, but for all my math heads out there, we're going to just talk a little bit about it. It's calculated using a 14-day formula that considers the positive and negative money flow. The positive money flow occurs when the closing price is higher than the previous period's closing price, and it's a negative money flow when the closing price is lower than the previous period's closing price. And here's the calculation for all my math heads out there. You can kind of take that formula and then use it to derive other formulas. Shout out to grade 11 advanced math. All right, I know, right? That's when we first started deriving formulas. Well, at least that's when I did. Interpreting MFI. So how do we, use it to gauge market sentiment and to gauge trades? So I'll submit to you two different ways. One is as an indicator for gauging overbought and oversold conditions, and the other one, which I'll get to in a second, as we alluded to earlier, divergence. Price action indicator divergence. With respect to overbought and oversold, or gauging overbought and oversold, as I alluded to earlier, anything above 80 is typically said to be overbought. Anything below 20, typically said to be oversold. Divergence, though. When the money flow index diverges from price, it can signal a potential reversal, whether going up or down. The reversals don't discriminate. For example, if the price is making new highs, but the MFI makes lower highs, it could indicate a bearish divergence. Same way we use for MACD. Same way we use for RSI. We're looking for price action, indicator divergence. Not the only thing we can use it for, though. And here's a chart to kind of depict all the things I just talked about there. When we dip below 20, we're oversold. When we move above 80, we're overbought. Here are the divergence examples. Look how on the price action over here, we make higher highs, yet when we look at the exact same area on the money flow index, we make lower highs. Same thing over here. This is bullish divergence. This is bearish divergence. So bearish divergence on the left, bullish divergence on the right. Why do I say bullish divergence? Because the price is making lower lows, yet the money flow index starts putting in higher lows. That's when you know that the trend reversal may be coming, and that the trend reversal this time will be to the high side, not the low side. So that's kind of how it's depicted on the chart there. Just wanted to show you that. Now, for trading, I've already explained to you two different ways we can use this, identifying overbought and oversold and price action indicator divergence, but it's also good for confirming the trend. Now, this might seem so obvious. Sharif, why do I need to look at the money flow index to know that the market is moving up or the market's moving down? Well, because sometimes we're not only looking for divergence, we're actually looking for indicator price convergence. It's going to be situational. Right? So confirming the trend, a rising money flow index can confirm an uptrend, while a falling money flow index obviously confirms a downtrend. Kind of a little bit obvious there. So 3 ways for using money flow index for trading: IDing overbought, oversold, confirming trends, and then IDing divergences between price action and indicator. And this is kind of what it looks like when it's confirming the trend. Money flow index heading down, price action heading down. Money flow index putting in higher lows, higher highs, price action putting in higher highs, higher lows. Now, we talked about the rate of change yesterday, which is a different momentum oscillator, one that considers only price. Let's talk about some of the differences and similarities between the MFI and the ROC. So both MFI and ROC, we should preface, are momentum oscillators, so they fall within the same group, and they can be used to identify, obviously, overbought and oversold conditions, as well as identify potential upcoming reversals. However, there are some key differences. That's what we're going to talk about here. The focus of MFI is on both price and volume, while on the rate of change, it is only exclusively price that it looks at. It's only looking at prices, trying to gauge the rate of change of the price, but it cares nothing about volume. And that, to me, it's good for certain things, but it has a great amount of limitations there because volume is super important. The calculation as well differs a little bit here. The MFI, we're basing it on a 14-day formula that considers both positive and negative money flows, while the rate of change that we talked about yesterday is based on the percentage change over a specified period. And as we talked about yesterday, that specified period is going to have to do with you. What's your trading timeline like? Are you a swing trader overnight, 3 days, a week, 3 months? So that's really a year. Whoa. Yeah, you could go up to a year, I guess, right? I guess that'd be more like long term, but yeah, I see your point. That time frame is what's going to influence that end value from yesterday. I don't want to belabor that again today because it's not the focus of the lesson, but it's important to have some follow through. And the sensitivity between the two oscillators also a little bit different. MFI is more sensitive, obviously, to changes in volume, while the rate of change is more sensitive to price changes. So if you want to use them in combination, absolutely could do that as well. But as you can probably tell, I've said volume a lot today, and that's because there's a great degree of overlap between the money flow index and the volume indicator. And we're going to talk about how to use them together for better trading strategies. So the MFI and volume, as I said, closely related. MFI measures buying and selling pressure based on both price and volume, while volume indicates obviously the amount of activity entering the market. By comparing MFI and volume, traders can gain more comprehensive understanding. So let's talk about some strategies here that we'll use using MFI and volume. The first one is to confirm, using volume to confirm the money flow index signal. So if there is divergence between the money flow index and volume, here's what happens. If MFI is indicating an overbought or oversold condition, but the volume is high relative to what? To previous days. You have comparators. Look at the daily chart. It could suggest to you the trend is likely to continue. However, convergence also important here as well. If the money flow index is indicating an overbought or oversold condition, but this time the volume is low, it could signal a potential reversal. So one signals potential continuation, and one is pointing more like things may be changing a little bit, the winds of change coming for a reversal. But using the two indicators, volume and MFI, also good for identifying accumulation distribution. And we know this is a big market event because it's big money who's accumulating and who's distributing. It's not you and I and Joe Schmo and Obi. Okay, so
you call that Obi. You and I, Joe Schmo, and Obi.
So the point is to be able to kind of have notice of when institutional buying or selling is accumulating and distributing. Here's how we do it. When the price is declining, but the money flow index is rising, it could indicate to you accumulation, and it's suggesting to you that the larger buyers are gradually accumulating in that asset. Distribution, on the other hand, when the price is rising, but the money flow index is falling, it could indicate to you that this distribution taking place, which is essentially larger sellers gradually selling their positions off. So it's one way we confirm moving out money flow index signals using volume. Second way we just talked about right now, identifying areas of accumulation and distribution using MFI and volume. And the third here is setting trading targets. So volume-based trading targets specifically is what I'm talking about here. So based on the volume accompanying a breakout or a breakdown, works both ways, traders can set price targets. For example, say that again, Katina Man. The Katina Man said the market is tanking. I haven't even had a look. Yeah, we just breached 19.6. We're flat now on the NQ. So yeah, keep your eye out, guys. The NQ at the volume weighted average price just below 19.6. Interesting area here. Lower highs, by the way, at 19.650. Initially, the high was almost 19.7. So lower highs coming in for that possible flat bottom break, Katina Man, right at that volume weighted average price. Be on the lookout for that. But to go back to basically the idea here, now we're going to talk about using setting targets based on volume. So what do I mean by that? So for example, if the breakout occurs on high volume, the target could be the previous high. Conversely, additionally, managing risk is another thing we can use MFI and volume for. So volume-based stop loss is not one that I've personally used in my trading career, but
that's interesting.
Yeah, I know, right? Here's the look, Adara. Traders can use volume to set dynamic stop loss levels. For example, a stop loss could be placed a few ticks below the previous low on a day with high volume. So you're looking to the day here to basically gauge where the stop loss could go or the profit target could go, rather than looking at price levels, which for me is a novel approach and one that I haven't employed in the past. So I'm going to not comment about the success or failure of such an approach. But that's basically it. Money flow index, guys. Learn about it. It really takes into consideration two parts of the picture here as opposed to one. Really concentrates on volume, really concentrates on price. And if you want to mix it with the volume indicator, obviously, which we all have on our, I'm assuming, on our charts, all the better there.
Yeah, all the better indeed. Shout out, thank you very much to Sharif for the lesson. In 16 minutes, we have a auction. It's going to be the 2-year auction, so we'll let you guys know if there's any re-auction or an auction reaction there. But also, guys, what if there's any tickers you're looking at? Because you have just over an hour until the voting ends. And then at 2 p.m., Sharif will sit onto that green screen. He will gesticulate wildly. He will be pleased as punch. And you will be able to see what Sean and Neil have about your tickers. But what ticker? Well, how do we know a ticker? Just get in that chat, !join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. This segment is brought to you by our sponsors and our friends at Real Trading. Thank you very much to Real Trading for sponsoring that segment. Like I said, shut down there, not shut out. Definitely, the reason I wanted to be clear, that I know I said I initially wanted to be in the sim a little bit longer. The reason I decided to go live today again was just because there were so many tickers that I usually trade that were in play. We had Tesla in play, which I was actually profitable on there. We had SMCI. We had Lilly. We had SPY at some interesting levels. So made the attempt. The attempt was not successful. I will be. Aggressively journaling. Thank you, Sean. That is what I was trying to say there. I will be aggressively journaling, and I will not have any regrets because I stand by the trades I made. Like I said, the issue with Lilly is tired trading brain hit right away. I wasn't able to get out at all where I wanted. I thought I was short, which, because then I looked over and I was like, oh, I missed, why didn't the long work out? Look, the trade's working now. Yeah, the short was working. So I think my brain was confused. To be clear, I did like the short. Or the long, I still don't know what I had here. That 957 was crazy support in the book. It was crazy support on the chart. I liked the long because we had these higher lows. Was not able to get it where I wanted to because my brain was on autopilot. Not an excuse, but something to journal about and something to push harder for. And that's why going back on that sim to continue to work on the trading and to get things better every single day. What else are we looking at over here? Market's not tanking. Market's providing an opportunity for the brave, says Molfar. I like that. I tried here a SPY short, though. Shout out to Vicky on Novak. I think you were in the right there saying SPY long in the chat. I tried the short here because I like that 560 breakdown. I think I missed most of the move looking at these wicks because it looks like we wicked all the way down to 559.80, then came right back up. Tried the short. The short was not successful. I was going to give this here to like 30s, which is a little bit more ambitious than I normally would be, but I was watching the book on this, so I gave it 30 cents. We didn't even have to. I ended up getting out here, lost 14 cents. The reason I got it where I did, even though I know I was risking more, was because on the book we were making higher lows. I could not hang with that. I got out, lost 14 cents, though, as I said, was prepared to risk more. Because of my tired trading rules and how I said I'd like to be a little bit more discerning when my brain decides to, take a little bit of a pause, a denouement, a moment. I guess denouement not really accurate here. But the point I'm trying to make is I want to make sure I'm taking trades that make sense. I want to trade the same way I would in the live. So I'm not going to be rushing into any trades. If things set up, I will be trading them. SMCI, someone was saying SMCI long in the chat. SMCI to me, a bit of a double top with a slightly lower high. However, if you're looking for SMCI levels, there's a clear level to me on SMCI. That level is going to be 544. That being said, now we had a little bit of a bottoming tail candle here at that 548. So this could be an interesting level. I will trade this in the sim if things set up. Again, always happy to be part of this community. Always to be very honest about this journey because trying to grow every single day as a trader, you will never grow if you don't try. And sometimes trying involves chilling in that sim, taking those sim trades so you're ready for the real big boy trades.
Adara, I've been handed the sticky note.
It's a very big honor.
It is, Adara. And I've been asked to read the entry on the top right-hand corner of said sticky note.
Let's go.
And it reads as follows. PLTRSS, meaning short sale, trending down. The price that the Katina man put, $31. Look at this. 31.13. He's short as we speak. 31.10. Shout out to the Katina man. This one dipped into 30.70. It's a hell of a move, brother. Ram. There it is. There you go. There it is. It's a symphony of green and purple candles. Shout out to the Katina man. That is top wick. We call that
top wick and top dollar.
He's also short meta as we speak. There it is. Big boy short right into that 522. It keeps bouncing off 520. The Katina man says, yeah, it's a bit of a range-bound day, I feel, Katina man. But, yeah, we'll see exactly how this goes. All right, let's have a look over here. Apple did dip into 227.5, right around the volume-weighted average price. It didn't quite make it down to the $0.50. Now looking to go back into 228. Question is, 228 was such a long area.
I love that little trend. Did you see that trend where it was like the chart and then you could see Sean's head in the background?
Oh, I didn't see that. I was looking at the chart. But Idera, I think that, we're going to have to see how 228 here acts on AAPL because we were using $228 as a level of support. Now we break down below it by 50 cents. Can we reclaim it like nothing happened, or do we use it as resistance? So keeping
resistance?
Shout out to the French Revolution. Of course, yeah. Yeah, that's the look right now. 228.5. Well, I studied in England, right? It was like $40 to fly to Paris, 40 pounds. Ryanair. It's like 100-something euros, almost 200 euros to take the Eurostar to Paris. How fast? Not even that fast, Katina, man. I was in Paris in about 45 minutes. Flew out of Nottingham into... yeah, it was Ryanair, man. And the thing is, they don't even give you a seat, Katina, man. You choose whatever seat you want.
You can't.
Okay, yeah, I know. Well, Toronto traffic is what it is, guys. Yeah, it's not going to get any better, sadly. That's a look. All right, so here we go. It looks as if, we're bouncing here on these markets, Adara. Here comes 19.6 again. 19.650, again. And we have been very respectful today of the volume-weighted average price on said market. It's been a while since I've seen us really respect these indicators in such a way on the future. But here it is. We're using this area as a top. And we're using this area as the bottom. This area, I'm talking about VWAP as a bottom, and we're using 19.650, generally that area, as a top. So that's a nice little range there over, I'd say about 75 points of range, maybe a little bit less. So interesting look today on the future. Definitely looking for that 19.7 break, but that may come in a little bit later and during the power hour. So Nvidia's curling up here, wanting to break through that 128.50, getting a nice little push up here off that market bounce from 19.6, 128.50, a bit of a local high. Then obviously we're looking at 129 as the intraday high. So that is the look right now on the markets. Let's flip here to some small cap gappers and see what's afoot. Trib, yeah, as I suspected, I kind of felt like this was not really going to come into the pre-market high at around 420, 410 area, but it's trying to hold above the volume-weighted average price. Not much for me to zig and zag with this one. Polestar breaking down now below VWAP here, so that $114 seems to be a bit of a wall, and it's also broken down from below VWAP for the first time on the day. Polestar only up now 4.85. S-Bucks continues to do well here on the move up. We were kind of not joking, but we were saying, like, without really much evidence, that this is a buy program, and this looks like one hell of a buy program. But when it gets turned off for a little bit while the traders go on lunch, I guess it dipped into the 20. But seeming like it's being bought up off there. What else we got over here? SONDs, dead money, GEVOs breaking in their VWAP. So this could be an interesting one here on GEVO, as it can't break above $1 for the second consecutive day. Yeah, not a whole lot happening in these here markets, Adara, but I see that you're involved in something. I like it.
I am. Excuse me. Shout out to Yon Analysis, is what one of the chat said. So I am currently long the SPY. I tried to short the SPY here because we were struggling with that 560.60. That was a level I found interesting when I was trading this live. And then I got out of the long way too early. Shout out to Vicky on Novak in the chat. He was like, I hope you're still in the trade. And I was like, Alas, I was not. Did end up getting stopped out bottom wick, as you know, a thing that we love, as you know, in this show. Getting stopped out bottom wick. Isn't it so fun? But my bad jokes aside, then I decided to flip long. I got to the short. Sorry, this is also worth noting. Way later than I wanted to here out of the short. Was not able to get filled. Again, I don't trade Tyra to Dara. But then I was like, one of the biggest things I've always said was I will trade if I have real confidence in the level I should take it. I want to be confident. Again, the first short, whatever, did not manage it appropriately. But then, still not whatever. We're going to aggressively journal. Okay, I trade my sim trades just as seriously as I take my live trades, and I've always said that. And that's, I think, why I spent so long in the sim, because I really wanted to make sure I, felt comfortable. But that's not the point. The point is I got long 561s. Then I added, I got a good, nice little hunk of shares, 961s. Then I added about a fifth of what the original position was here at 561.10s. My goal was to add at every 10-cent level. I'm now risking, initially I was risking to 560.80s, and I was risking to 560.80s because that was the level on the book and the chart that we had a bit of a wiffle waffle with. I'm now risking into 560.90s, so I'm risking only 10 cents, 12 cents on this average position. I would love to see us make a higher high. I'd love to see us clear that 561.10, Sharif, and then blast off, because if we clear it, I will keep adding a scintilla of shares at every 10-cent level. Now you might be like, Adara, where's the ceiling here? Where do you want to be getting out? Look at that 561.45 that we wicked into all prettily. If we can get there, I want the smoke. I'm sorry I'm yelling, but these markets are so fun, and you gotta treat them with the respect they deserve. And I honestly, like I said, feel like I have not been respecting these here markets as much as I should have been lately. As we push lower, I get out of, we're gonna get filled here. Let's see, getting out of this here trade. Please, I can't say please just punch. I was gonna say please just punch on autopilot, but not super pleased to punch with that trading. Lots of reflection to be done. But continuing to watch these SPY levels, because I find the SPY waffling around 561 to be really interesting. Someone was asking, I think it was Easy Trader, about Reddit. Reddit can be a bit of an interesting name to trade there. I would not say Reddit is an easy name to trade. Shout out to Easy Trader. Shout out to JC as I pull up the Reddit chart.
JC Peretz?
Not JC Peretz, but JC in the chat. Hey, Adara, I see you entered the short and SPY right as the bear exhaustion candle ended. Now it pumps back up. I'm just sharing because I'm learning too. Thank you, I appreciate that, JC, and that's why I journal. I do a lot of aggressive journaling because I want to learn. So shout out to you, JC. And as I said this to Sharif, and I say this all the time in the chat. What I love is we're all of different experience levels. That's why I'm always really honest about my L's. There have been a lot of L's lately, but that's why I think we can all kind of learn together, right? As 21 Savage says, you want to take less L's, make more M's. Maybe going live today was the mistake, but I still stand by wanting to try, especially when some of my stocks that I love were all in play. Easy Trader wanting to know what I think about a Reddit 60-30 break. It's now broken down. So I guess, unfortunately, I wasn't able to answer that fast enough. But look where we bounce into. We get a pushback. Ooh. Look at that 59.60s. That was a bit of a little teeny tiny baby candle. Then we push higher. We bounce. Then now we're quadruking lower. But I think if we could hold up around that 59.60, that's not a bad level. That being said, I think our break up opportunity from 60s might be pretty far going there. That would be my take on Reddit. But yeah, Reddit, forget it. Whatever happens there, let's just
set it and forget it.
Yeah.
What was that from? Set it and forget it. It was an infomercial, Adara. It was for like a kitchen.
I didn't have much cable when I was a kid.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're lucky, actually, because
really?
Of pollution. Mind pollution. All right, let's talk about the 2-year auction, Adara, because we're 3 minutes away from said 2-year auction. Very important auction. I'm going to submit to you here the shorter end of the yield curve, i.e. the 2-year. It's always compared to the federal funds rate. And now there is a spread, a widening spread, 2% plus spread between the 2-year yield and the overnight rate for the Fed. People saying that that's not a sustainable spread that can continue to go on. Hence, I'm very interested to see how this yield comes out. Currently trading the 2-year RAM at 3.891, hanging out around below 4%. As you can see, we topped out at 4.8 or thereabouts. And since that time, we've been doing lower lows and lower highs. Obviously, this is the outlying day over here on the market. That's Black Monday or whatever everybody is calling it now. We dipped into 3.6, but we obviously got bought up at right above 4. 4. But look what happened since we printed that 3.6. We're rounding, and technical analysis works on yields, crypto, everything, Forex. You guys know that, right? So when I do an analysis on the chart, on the yields, it has nothing to do with my fundamental understanding of these yields. So we're doing basically a rounded top where this crest over here on August 5th has been followed by lower lows and lower highs on every subsequent candle, and like keeping below the 20 exponential, below 4%. So I'm very interested to see how the market receives the 2-year auction. We'll find out very shortly, obviously right now, but the local trend has been to move a little bit lower. So the 2-year coming up in about a couple of minutes, and as I typically do, I ask you guys if you get the result of the auction. For whatever reason, I always get it like really delayed, and so if you're able to apprise me of how it went, I'd be thankful for that. Shout out to Brian Flores, says 1 minute until the auction. Trib says it just dumped, says Scott Edwards. Yeah, it did, and that's why I didn't want to go long, my man. Look at this. Just not a good look with this. You could tell. I mean, there's reasons why people use the pre-market high as a gauge, right? With these small cap gappers, it's anemic. It reclaimed VWAP, but it was never really in any sort of threatening position to the long side here. Let me tell you something else. So I've been whiffling and waffling about this 420 level, the pre-market high on TRIB, but I'm also interested in this 350 level. Let me tell you why. It is the pre-market area consolidation low. So if we weasel our way above this area, which should theoretically act as a little bit of resistance, it'll be interesting here to see if we can, work our way through 4, then maybe ultimately take out that pre-market high at 420. So TRIB, good look. Not one that I'm going to trade on the day, but certainly in play at the moment. Absolutely. Just allow me a second here to set it up. I'll send it to you for a sec while I set up for the read.
Yes, let's read. But also, we just made a joke about Reddit and forget it, which some people were saying had to do with a food dehydrator.
There
that was it.
Set it and forget it.
So set it and forget it. Yeah. But also met it and forget it. Ooh. Oh, hi, Randy.
Randy. I like how
are you
do
doing,
that.
Randy?
It's awesome.
I like how I don't know what's happening with those bears. I'm kind of concerned about one of their heads. But, there they are. Randy's the same. Oh, never mind. Now they're taking turns being suffocated by one another. Shout out to the puppets and shout out to Randy, who's just,
Oh, okay.
No, I was going to say something else to them. Oh. There we go. That's cute. They're having a bit of a date. Oh. A little bit. Oh, okay. Now they're done. They're like, you guys are looking at us to us. There's Randy and his little friends there. Shout out to Randy. Speaking of Randy, how's Tesla doing? Tesla here is still hanging out here around that 210 level. Support here around 209. Bit of a lower high. You know what? Tesla, if we break 209, I like that look. We're waiting on that reauction here, guys. Meta, though, at 520. That was what I meant to say here earlier, and then I was looking at Randy and the bull puppets or the bears. But 520 here on Meta. If we break that down, I want that short. Also, though, I like Tesla 209. It'll really depend on what fighter I choose here, because honestly, I'm kind of tempted to go with either or. So both the SPY and the Qs hanging out at kind of interesting support resistance levels. SPY here at 560.80. We've got the Qs here, 476.23s. I will be seeing if we got that reauction or the auction to which to react. And I will shout if I see that. But also, we're going to thank our lovely friends here that bring you the afternoon segment, which we have in an hour. So vote for your tickers. Exclamation. Yeah, I'm going to do that in a second here. But exclamation point, join space, $ ticker. Thank you very much to JC for the $10 super chat. Good vibes tagging me at Adara LePage. By the way, do you guys follow Stoicism? Trading and investing has given me opportunities to really practice Stoic virtues. Fun fact. I actually did a lot of research once for a writing project on Stoicism, so I find I know a lot about it. I know a lot about the philosophers. It's not one that I particularly follow a lot, but I know the Marcus Aurelius approach, that type of thing. We had a lot of Seneca the Younger as well, a lot of those philosophers way back in Crete and ancient Greece and all of that. Really interesting philosophy. And you know what? I agree with what you have to say about having to do with trading. I want to do some more reading on that. Shout out to you, JC, giving me lots of food for thought. Shout out to the philosophers, giving you all the food for thought.
There you go.
Real trading.
All right, attention Canadian traders. The Real Trading Campus program is back. Are you ready to elevate your game? Our exclusive program is designed to transform you into a real trader. Dive deep into the market microstructure and explore diverse marketplaces and master professional execution techniques. We'll focus on U.S. equities, starting with a carefully curated stock list to optimize your learning. As you progress, though, you'll gain access to an expanded range of symbols. From order types to venue exploration, we've got you covered. This isn't about chasing high flyers. Who trades those? It's about building a solid foundation for long-term success. Don't miss this opportunity to join our upcoming cohort and take your trading to the next level. And I just want to say, guys, real trading, real deal. Real trading, real deal.
Real deal, Neil. Also, guys, auction, real deal auction. 3.874% for the 2-year note, high yield versus the estimates here of versus the previous of 4.434. So again, actual here, 3.874%. Previous, 4.434. Shout out to Financial Deuce, saw that number there. Also shout out to Day Trader Cut for dropping that over there in this market. Also, JC saying that apparently revenge trading is also one thing you can kind of quell with stoicism. So I definitely excited to go back to my old notes that I had there on stoicism. Meta, try to crack below 520. Meta, do you want me to short you? Meta, I'll short you. One thing I've always said is the more yourself you are, the better your trading goes. I feel obviously, there are setbacks to that, but if you trust yourself, if you just go with what you're seeing, and if you're fully awake and you take your trades, I think that could always be really helpful. We're kind of consolidating here on the book as we get to 520. I don't like the higher lows in the bid, but I do like the lower highs in the ask. We're going to get short here, 220.11s. We're going to risk here into 520.50s. We got filled, Sharif. So we're going to be taking some profit if we get to 519.50s. I am risking 50 cents. I'm okay making 60 cents for the... okay, we're going to drop here, Sharif. Let's see if we get that drop on that bid there and the drop on the ask. Because you know how much smoke I want?
A lot.
Significant amount of smoke, Sharif.
I like
good amount of smoke. So let's see here. This is the previous area we chopped and turned around here at 519.50. Definitely, I know this is a sim trade, but we're going to trade it with the same kind of seriousness that it deserves. If it was a live trade, that's what you got to do here in these markets. And that's why I'm always really honest about, the highs, the lows, the ups and downs. Shout out to Chance the Rapper because, this market's going to give you all of that. But that's why you have to stay stoic. Don't be in your feels. Sorry, Drake, but we don't want to be in our feelings. We want to be focusing on what these markets are giving us over here.
I didn't really get a read from this last auction at all.
Right? It
I
just
didn't
kind
get
of
a read
flipped.
at all.
It kind of...
Yeah. I'm unsure what to make of this. Okay, so we were trading a little bit higher. Thank you, Adam, by the way, for throwing that in the chat. Obviously, Adair covered it, but thank you very much. 3874, okay? We were trading before the auction got released at 39. So technically a little bit lower of a print. That's the comparator, guys. Actually, I was looking at the continuous contract, so my read may not be exact. The reason I use a continuous contract is for continuity, but it's the August 30th contract, I think, that we're still using. Are we still using the August 30th contract? Let me just double check real quick here. Futures, there is a September 30th, but no, it's the continuous contract on August 30th that's being used there. So we're moving down right now, 388s right now on the 2-year. So I didn't really see a market reaction here to give me a bias one way or another. All I see, though, if I had to choose a bias, is Nvidia curling back up. It's putting in higher lows and higher highs. It's obviously got a seller at 128.50. You can see that depicted by the triple top intraday, obviously, starting at 12:35, so the better part of half an hour. Here we go again with the $0.50 on Nvidia. Do we break this time? It's looking like a rounded bottom, right, where we obviously bottomed out with this candle here at 1140. Successively, though, we've been putting in higher lows and higher highs, still having issues with that $0.50. Behooves me to load this up on a trading screen, but I think it's distorted by the... Oh, my monitor went out. I'm panicking, Adair.
Oh my God, that was still so funny that I'm panicking day, because I didn't even realize that was why you were panicking until later.
No.
Now if anyone missed that show, it's Sharif is. I have to shout you out for your sense of humor, your ability to laugh. You got to laugh at stuff, right? Because shout out to the Sharif. I'm panicking, which I would love to be a meme.
It's still rejecting it there. 128.50. I didn't have a look at the book to see what kind of size was hanging out around the $0.50, but you can basically tell that there is a seller of importance at that level, given the umpteen amount of rejection, and umpteen, I mean 3, rejections on this name. And guys, it's traded 190 million shares, right?
Only?
So, yeah, I know, but still a lot. I know it's for Nvidia.
I'm trying to
it's
be sarcastic.
Subdued, yeah.
That was my attempt at sarcasm. But I don't think it really
my bad.
worked.
No, because this one can push 300 million. It could push a quarter million sometimes, right?
Probably will on Thursday.
Yeah. So this 128.5, I'm all eyes and ears about. I have a bit of a bias long. But if we reject 128.5 and we come back down, breach 128, then we're looking at an interesting move down here. So I'm going to pack my patience on this name. I like the Nvidia long at these levels. The future, though, not giving me the confidence to really pile into Nvidia because the future is a little bit harder to read. You could make the argument that this 19650 kind of similar, not the same level right now though, but kind of similar to this 128.50 on Nvidia in the sense that they're both areas there after the retracement down that we're unable to breach above on any consistent base or at all. All right, Nvidia's above the $0.50 now. Okay, so here we go. Now zigging and zagging here. Does it hold the $0.50? Does it dip into the $0.50? I'm going long over here on Nvidia. We'll look to wet our beak possibly at 69s. The out is going to be the break of 40. So you're going to have to give this one a little bit of room, sadly. And so we're going to put this in over here and then see if it holds the $0.50. Below the $0.50 right now with zigging and zagging. We'll see if it can reclaim the $0.50. No big size coming in at the $0.50, but it's not getting that parabolic move continuously up. It did breach it, but not by that much. We're long at 54s. I will be looking to wet my beak in the high 60s, but ultimately, obviously, you want to see a 129 retracement, right? 128.98, that's a high of day. So you want to see something a little bit closer to that. I'm sorry, guys, for the distortions. When I send it back to Adair, I can fix some of these dark pool wicks, but you'll just have to take my word for it right now that we are kind of putting in a rounded bottom. Seller at 54 over here, the area that I got in, interesting. So a bigger seller at that 54 penny area. Let's look at 55s. Here comes 54s again. Do we breach? All right, 58's now showing up. Now, can we get a little bit above that into 60s? So continuity here, a little tough for NVDA as the future's kind of whiffling and waffling. All right, let's see if we can breach 60. Big seller at 60. All right, so we're into the mid 60s at these levels. Can we continue here on NVDA? It's up 1 2/3. It's nothing to write home about, but it's a nice pattern that we can kind of gauge this rounded bottom pattern. Adair, I'm going to send it to you while I just fix some of these wicks.
Yeah, no worries. I am in Meta still. I want to show Rivian Miller saying Meta could go higher. I fully understand, like I fully could. You know, you do have some bullish in some of these futures. I want to shout out your amazing Nvidia trade. As you always say to me, I hope you print.
Thank you, Adair.
I do hope you print Nvidia. As Sharif and I were saying to each other off camera, because we really are not joking. We vibe off camera too. Sharif was saying, you know, I hope you print like a printer. And I was like, I love that. Also, shout out to HPQ, which reports tomorrow night. In all seriousness, because we love to bring things back to these markets. Speaking of these markets, though, yeah, Rivian Millionaire, I do agree Meta could push higher. The reason I liked it, though, as a short was like I said, entire trade rules, which I still try to follow when I'm in the sim because I still want to be taking quality trades. This was a stock I'd been looking at earlier. This is a stock I've been looking at for the last few days. This is a stock that I like at this 520 level. I had 2 trades on Meta yesterday, both of them off the 520, both of which worked out. So I feel good about my read on this level. I also liked what we were doing on the book. Now, do I love this weird little doji here with a slightly higher low? But I'm basically flat. When I say flat in this, because with the bid and the ask spread on Meta, you got to be aware of that. Slightly out of the money, like 10 cents now here on Meta. When you take the spread into consideration, 10, 11 cents. But I'm not going to get out until I see what we do here at 50s. I'm willing to give this 40 cents because with Meta, you want to, like I said, trying to make minimum 60 cents here on the Meta one. So let's see what we do here if we get into that 519.50. Then I would love to see if that Meta platforms can take that train down to 519s, which is an area we had some tip chop. What's the other stock I'm looking at right now? Yeah, I know there's going to be roasting, there's going to be laughs. Still looking at Lilly. Now, I knew that 957 level would be of interest. Did I play it correctly? Clearly, I did not. There, you know, you got to laugh at it. Like I said, my issue with Lilly, the reason I got shut down on that Lilly trade is because I had a tired moment. I forgot what direction I was in, and I didn't get out appropriately. No excuses, though. You got to keep pushing, and I'm just trying to say, like, I still feel okay about these levels. If we get back above the 957 decisively, I will go long Lilly because we can't even get back to 956 now. Look at the way we recovered here at this 951. This is nuts recovery. Look at that base. Look at that climb back to the upside. So I still have eyes on Lilly as a long, but right now I'm going to focus on my Meta trade because that's what matters. You said you wanted to clean up some of the things there.
Yeah.
How are you going in
Good.
Nvidia?
I wet my beak there on a 15 pennies super quick. Now waiting in the high 70s, see if we can wet our beak on some more profits over here. But you look, Nvidia's strong. And I don't really need to look at the percentage change on the day to see it. It's putting in higher lows. And it's doing that rounded bottom, and it had a clearly defined area, that 128.50. We've been waffling at for the better part of about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. The question is here: does the future hold up enough to give Nvidia an opportunity to come into those highs a day? Right, and that's really going to be the question. So we're going to pack our patience. The stops in play, the beak wetter is in play, everything's done. It's just about whether it manifests to the high side or the low side. Not much for me to do at this point other than just basically wait. But I got to tell you, I'm a little pessimistic about the odds of this one touching the high a day, at least before power hour. And that's because of this reason. There is clearly selling here on the NQ September DANG contract at 19,650, right? This is, the future's fantastic with the 100-point levels and closing prints, etc. But you don't really see too much in the way of support and resistance at 50-point levels, at least I don't. And this one is kind of one of those exceptions because we've been working our way in multiple times now, especially off VWAP, VWAP right now and the closing print are basically one in the same. We've been really using it as a range. So to the downside, 19,590 or essentially 19,600 in and around that area. To the high side, 19,650. So if that continues to be the case, I don't think Nvidia will break the high a day. So we're going to pack our patience. We get stopped out, but I'd like ideally here to be able to weasel up a little bit. Apple also weaseling its way up, because it's got a bit of a bid here for whatever reason, coming through 228, but still below that 228 and a quarter. And the reason I mentioned the $0.25, because it's featured on the day, both as support and resistance. Look at this area from 1020 all the way to 1055. 228 and a quarter. Absolutely a resistance level there. Then we clear it. We work our way up almost into 229, not quite. But we use 228 and a quarter again, but this time as support. Now we're using it as resistance again. And we have been essentially since breaking down below it at 1220. So almost an hour now, 228 and a quarter acting as resistance on Le Pomme. So we'll keep, the apple for all my Americans who don't know French and probably not missing much. But that's the look there.
Have you seen my last name?
I know.
Have you seen my last name?
I did that on purpose.
I know you did. That was pretty quick. Right? No, you waited a while too. You just sat there. And then
I was waiting for the reaction.
I was like, that was pretty good. Shout out to.
I know you're obviously. Adara's got Quebecois lineage, so shout out to her.
Thank you.
I'm kidding, obviously.
There's a super chat also for you.
Who?
From Hey Davis.
Hey Davis. Sorry about these dark pool wicks. So did that move really happen? If so, was it just a bust stop, sir? Look, no, dark pool wicks means, that these, I got stopped out of Nvidia, by the way, as it did break the $0.50. Dark pool wicks essentially are trades that take place off the lit market. They don't take place necessarily right now, usually some other time, but they get reported now. So they get reported at a time where the price has deviated from the actual print by so much. For example, when I fixed this 128.5 area on Nvidia, the dark pool took us down into the low 120s. So that print got executed at a time when Nvidia was trading around that level, but just got reported now. Don't ask me to explain why they show up, but they have to, according to the regulator. All the prints have to be depicted on the chart. And so that's kind of distorting a little bit, but that's what it is. I don't want you to think that, I'm bamboozling you or anything like that. It's really beyond my control. So thank you for that super chat, though, and I think it's appropriate so that we can explain to everybody exactly what these dark pool prints are all about. All right, let's have a look here at some small cap gappers. Let's bring in this one. Yeah, there's just not a whole lot in these markets, guys. I got to tell you right now, they're in small cap gapper old Ram. I've got the The big
small
six.
cap recap was hard today.
The small cap recap. Oh, Vox, though, Adara just made a move there. Let's load up VOX. We'll take off OGEN because it's doing like no volume. VOXX, double X on this one. All right, so this one is up 65% on the day. Adara got into that 5.5, but true to form, like with some of these small cap gappers, broke down below VWAP. The latest move is it's working its way back into VWAP, but initial reaction is a rejection of the volume weighted average price. I'm very interested on this name. If the volume, as you can see here, starts picking up, we got about 1 million shares on 1.2 million shares on this 5-minute candle, and we break above and hold above the volume weighted average price. This gives me a good trade. Now, as you can see, there's no definable pre-market high to prevent me from taking this as a long. So the only thing that I'm really looking for here on VOXX is a break and hold above the volume weighted average price. I'll absolutely look to take it long there. We'll have to wait and see exactly how it sets up, but this one looking good. Let me give you the deets. $106 million market cap, 103 million shares traded on the day. They are an international manufacturer and distributor in automotive electronics, consumer electronics, and biometrics industries. Their float, 11.1 million shares. And let's bring down trade ideas and shout out the Nos boss and his crew over there. 0.71% of the float is shorted. So basically negligible and nothing really to write home about there. So VOXX on watch here as it works its way back into the volume weighted average price. It's the number one gap scanner for me now on the day, up 65% and up 21.5% since the bell rung, though. We'll have to get above VWAP for me to get interested, but it behooves me to put this up on a trading screen. Oh, Nvidia, you little punk. Took me out. Specialist breakdown took me up below the $0.50. Now it's weaseling its way through true to form. That's kind of normal around here. Let's load up VOXX and keep an eye on this bad boy. It is now above VWAP here. All right, as you can see, the tape is really moving here. The book is moving because a lot of people are thinking the same way I am, right? VWAP is an important level here for these small cap gappers. So let's see if this is a quick wick and then right back down into the low day where we go, or can we claim VWAP here on a closing basis? That $5 is not far away from where we're trading right now, Adair.
Guys, if there's any tickers you want to see, get in the chat, ! join space, $sign that ticker. You actually only have 30 minutes left to do so. The segment is brought to you by lovely sponsors and friends at Real Trading. If you want to know what Sean and Neil would have really traded or what they did really trade, find out there, get into that chat, let us know. For, if you got any confidence in anything, if you want to know what Sean had confidence in or confidence in, if you want to know what was on the sticky note, whatever, guys, get in that chat, pick those tickers. And it is also fun, too, because, sometimes people will be like, oh, it's always kind of the same tickers. It doesn't have to be. It's your guys' segment. So if there's any tickers you want to look at, I would definitely put those in there. There's a lot of non-small caps there. I saw someone asking about Cava. I said, I think Cava holding that higher highs, higher lows pretty well as it continues to push higher. So keep an eye on Cava here. For the record, as we do this lesson, I will be looking at, I have 2 books, order books that I'll be looking at intermittently as we do this lesson. I am still in Meta. I do appreciate everyone in the chat saying Meta's going higher. And I think one of the biggest things I've learned that's gotten me in trouble with live trades, and part of why I went in the sim for a bit, though I did have to, try live today, went back in the sim. The reason that I was struggling is because I was not having conviction in my own trades. And so I think with that in mind, I do have conviction in Meta with these lower highs and these bit of a flat bottom. I'm aware it can go against me, but I'm risking here into 520.50s. If we get at that level, I'll get out. Also, I have Eli Lilly on watch here. I liked how we're trying to hold that 956 level. If we hold 957, I'm going long, risking 956. So that's the deal there with my trades. Shout out to confidence and shout out to conviction. Speaking of confidence, I see Sean over there ready to get on that screen there in 39 minutes. So make sure you're voting for the tickers. They have something to look at here. Let's talk about money flow index. So how do you understand the MFI? The money flow index is a momentum oscillator that measures the strength of buying or selling pressure in the market. So gives you a sense of buyers, sellers, how everyone is interacting in the lovely market that we interact with every single day or every single weekday. So unlike other momentum indicators, which as we've talked about pretty extensively recently, will focus primarily on price action, However, the MFI will take into account both price and volume. Volume, definitely a key indicator. So let's get into this. What is the money? Here's an example here of the money flow index. So you've got the price action. You also have here the money flow index. We can see areas where we're getting a little bit higher here, a little bit lower. It gives you a sense of how money is flowing in and out of these tickers in addition to that here price. So let's talk about how we're calculating the money flow index. So the MFI is calculated using a 14-period forum. That's cool. Considering both the negative and the positive money flow. So positive money flow is going to be occurring when the closing price is higher than the previous period's closing price. So negative money flow occurs when the closing price is lower. I'd love to see some of these for like when we had the SPY and Q breaking new all-time highs all the time. That'd be really interesting. I want to look into these. The math nerd in me is getting excited. So speaking of math nerds, here's the calculation of the MFI. So you've got typical price, so that'll be the low and the high and the close divided by 3. And we know these are also some areas of price Sharif talks about a lot. Shout out to low, high, and close.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sure this is probably interesting little thing for you as well here, the money flow. Then we have the raw money flow, which is volume times the typical price. Then you've got the money ratio, which is going to be 14-period positive money flow divided by the 14-period negative money flow. And the money flow index is going to be this whole fun little formula. So you can look that up as well, or we can also take it through for you as a math nerd. I'm really excited to get into the money flow index a little bit more. And also the one we talked about yesterday there, that ratio. So interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So many interesting things here in the market. I really want to shout out to Sharif for coming up with these awesome lessons.
Appreciate it.
So let's talk about, appreciate you. Let's talk about interpreting the MFI though, now that we've yapped to death about the math of it. So overbought and oversold levels are worth noting because the MFI is typically considered overbought above 80 and oversold below 20. However, these levels can vary depending on market conditions, as can a lot of this market, right? It's always going to depend on market conditions. Divergence, though, occurs when you've got the MFI diverging from a price, and that can signal potential reversal. We know usually divergences do kind of signal some type of reversal. It can be a little bit of a sign that, hey, things aren't right. Maybe the long and the short are going to be switching it up. I want to be aware. I want to be in the know. I want to be knowing. So yeah, good times there. So that can be like if you've got the price making new highs, MFI making new lows, that could be bearish. If you've got the opposite, that could be bullish. So here's examples of overbought, oversold divergence. You've got the push up here in the market, right? But look at this push low here in this money flow index. Push lower in the price, then we get to oversold, at which point the price is a beautiful little look up. But then we have overbought. What happens to the price? We move to the downside. But how often? Because we have a little bit of move down in the price, a little bit move up here in the money flow index. This might not be a move you would have caught without looking at M to the F to the I. So I think that's a really great look. Let's talk as well here about how you can use the MFI for trading, because like we're traders here.
Right?
Isn't that what matters?
I think so.
You may ask. I'm pretty sure. 97% sure. But how do you use the MFI for trading then? You want to identify overbought and oversold conditions. So MFI can be used to identify potential reversal points when the market's overbought or oversold, and it can also help you confirm trends, right? So if you got a rising MFI, that can confirm an uptrend. But a falling MFI can, confirm a little bit of a downtrend. You want to be aware of these. Also, identifying divergences is huge because if you've got the divergence between the MFI and the price index, as we discussed, or the price, sorry, not the index, that can signal potential reversal in this year market. Let's talk about confirming trend. You've got your move down here in the market. Then you have a price decrease, which is confirmed by this big old to the downside here in the money flow index. Then we're oversold. That's when you want to start looking for buying opportunities. Look at this. Look at a higher low. Oh, buying opportunity. What does the MFI give you? Better step to the upside, much like the price. Then you've got this price increase confirmed by the increase in the money flow. You know things might happen higher. So let's talk about here as well the MFI versus the ROC, the ROC, the rate of change we talked about yesterday. Shout out to Dwayne The Rock Johnson. So they're both going to be momentum oscillators. They're also both used to identify overbought and oversold conditions and potential reversals. However, there's some differences between them.
Okay.
So one of them is focus, Sharif, right? So MFI focuses on both the price and the volume, but the ROC is only going to be looking at the price. The calculation is different as well because the MFI will use a 14-period formula that considers the positive and negative money flow, but the ROC is calculated on a percentage change in price over a specific period. Also with the ROC, you choose your period. That's one thing I said I thought was really cool about the ROC. You can choose what period you want to use on it. Sensitivity is also worth noting because the MFI is, interestingly enough, very sensitive to volume, whereas the ROC is going to be a little bit more sensitive to those price movements, and so that's one thing to be aware of as well. How do you understand the relationship between the MFI and the volume? Because we said MFI is more sensitive to volume, right? What the heck does that mean? We'll try to tell you here. So they're closely related, and so the MFI will measure buying and selling pressure based on price and volume. So volume will indicate the amount of activity in the market, and then the price action, of course, is were we up, were we down. So by combining the MFI with that volume analysis, or yawn analysis, traders can get a better sense here of understanding market dynamics. So divergence here, let's look at confirming MFI signals with divergence. So if you've got the MFI indicating overbought or oversold, but the volume's high, that could suggest a continued trend, because it doesn't matter what this index is saying. Buyers are still coming in full force, so we might push higher. Convergence, though, that's worth noting too, because let's say you've got an MFI indicating an overbought or oversold condition, but the volume's low. That could be a sign of a little bit of a reversal, because the volume is ultimately going to be king. That's how many players are involved, right? So you want to know how many players are hanging out with those price actions beyond what we see with the MFI. What about identifying accumulation and distribution? So if you've got the price declining but the MFI on the rise, that can help indicate accumulation, which would suggest to you that the buyers are gradually accumulating that here asset, in which case that could be something to note there for you for sure. And then you want to be maybe, figuring out your play. Distribution worth noting here as well. When you've got the price rising with the MFI falling, that could indicate distribution, which suggests that the sellers are gradually selling their positions. And again, if you're either long or trying to go short, you want to know what the players are doing, right? You want to be able to see that accumulation or that distribution. You also want to be able to set trading targets. So volume-based targets, this is really interesting and not something I was really necessarily aware of. Based on the volume that you've got accompanying your breakout there or the breakdown, you could help set price targets. So, for example, if you've got a breakout occurring in high volume, the target could be the previous high, because you know, hey, we're going to get that push up. We're going to get that volume. I have to know where I might strike next. So that's really cool. Also, what about managing risk here? Which is something we could all, I know I can do better. It's something we're trying to do better every single day. How volume-based stop losses is not something I would have considered, but deeply, deeply, deeply interesting. So traders can use volume here to set dynamic stop losses. So for example, you could have a stop loss placed a few ticks below the previous low on a day with high volume. So you know, hey, this is a day that buyers or sellers were interested. So this is a day that I know there might be some players looking at these price levels and then their hills. I want to be involved. So basically, the money flow index is a valuable tool for technical analysis, but they're always tools. They're not going to be rules. So you want to see the balance of the evidence, all the different confirmation. Also, I did get stopped out of Meta, and then when we got to 520.50, and then Meta just wicked there, didn't get that high again. I also want to shout out here Saad Mahmood in the chat saying it's important to stick to your plan. Any up trick or down trick should not scare you to a valid trade. I agree. That's why I stuck with Meta. Shout out to anybody though who's long Meta. I know some people in the chat were long Meta. Happy I stuck with my plan, and that's honestly why I have no shame about how the trades went earlier today, because I stand by all of them. And shame is an emotion. We don't want emotion in trading. Shout out to Alfred and his dad. You want to be dead inside. So I'm honestly in a great mood always, no matter what the market is telling you. Shout out to Sharif. We were talking about that in camera. I love the markets, whether or not, I'm up, down, or all around, because the markets give you so many opportunities every day. Yeah. What don't you love? If there's any opportunities you want to hear about in this new segment sponsored to you by Real Trading, do you want to see Sharif gesticulate wildly? Do you want to have Sean and Neil talk about tickers? Get in that chat. Exclamation point join space $ ticker. That being said, all you meta heads, I might actually join you in this long, because I like how we're holding that 520.50. Apologize that I know I was in the short for a bit, but I'm going to risk this into 520.20s. I like this long. Hopefully all the meta heads will allow me into your club.
Come on, meta heads.
Your Zuckerberg train there. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm long Nvidia at the moment. I was able to take 15 pennies on this. I moved down my stop now, because I'd like to give it a bit of room to break through possibly 129. The future is not at highs, but it's close to highs. Nvidia is 10 pennies right now from the high of day. It's 98. It's 128.98, but really it's 129. Okay, we've seen 130 come and go a lot, so I'm not, in love with this 129 as a real resistance level. I think that 130 really is the real resistance level. Intraday, it could be anything. We'll see. Up into 192s. I'm looking for a break of the whole dollar. There is orders stacked every level. 94 has a stack. 95 has a stack. I'm looking at 97s has a stack. So there's a whole bunch of size here before we break that whole dollar. We're inching in though to the whole dollar. 97's printing here. Let's see if we can weasel up the 98. 98 on the book right now. Adair 99s. Let's go, baby. Let's see if we can print above that 128. I'm not covering at 128. I'll let it come back down. I'd like to hold a little bit here just to practice. Don't let it off the hook, says a
Keep boxing that thing.
Yeah. I love it, bro. Yeah, that's exactly what I need to hear. Thank you, Sean. So we're going to let this one go, and if we get stopped out to the downside, then we got stopped out. That's the name of the game. All right, the future did curl up nicely off that 19.6 drop. It is not breaking the high of the day. The high of the day on the NQ September contract 19.694, essentially 19.7. Okay, but we are putting a bit of a topping tail right now through that 19.6 3/4. It looks like we did move up into 81s. Now, if we bottom out, or sorry, if we top out here, that is a lower high. Right, and then that could set us up for a double top with a 19.6 break as the real level where we get flushed. So keep your eye out possibly here on the future for possible double top or failure of a 19.7 take or a failure of a high day take, and then all eyes out, sorry, I should say, at that 19.6 volume weighted average price level for a move down. So that's what I'm looking for here. I'm involved in Nvidia. You know, I don't want to put too much stock into one 5-minute candle on the NQ September contract, but, you know, I need something off which to base. So I'm going to give this one to the 60s, and if it goes into the 60s and stops me out, so be it. But I'm going to let this one cook. Now, what is cooking right now? Not just Nvidia, baby, MSFT. Look at the recovery on Microsoft. What a gnarly double bottom. Yeah, Adira, off 410.50, 410-ish. Now it's worked its way up here through 413. The break-even level on the day between green and red is 413.5. So we're about 50 pennies away from that right now, with the obvious double top completion being a break of that 414 and a third and a move up whatever into whatever 415 or whatever there is above that. Okay, so good recovery today on MSFT. Still though, technically a lower high off this main area over here at 414 and change. So we'll see what we get with MSFT. Packing my patience, but it looks like it's the strongest one of the Mag 7 right now. Even Apple topping tail right now 228.5. Google's been dead for days now. Someone needs to give this thing, need a defibrillator or something up. But yeah, Google's been dead money the last couple of days. Right now, topping tail on Nvidia. This could be a short, guys. This could be a short here on Nvidia if we break down like this. So this is what we were talking about, possible double top, hence why I de-risked. Let's see if we get stopped out. I'm going to let it go all the way down. Okay, so it will have to stop me out for me to get out of this position. We're going to pack our patience right now. What's everybody else saying? Rogers, lots of emotion today. Yeah, I bet. It's just that's how these markets are, baby. You know, especially when we've got the monster Nvidia reporting tomorrow. So obviously, you know, mixed feelings about that. But if you're listening to the analyst, everybody's expecting this thing to beat and then some. And if you want, you know, you can kind of look back and think about all the interviews that Jensen did. Remember that sit down that he had with Zuck? And when Zuck said, oh yeah, I got stopped out of Nvidia there.
Remember when they switched jackets?
Yeah, I like that. But the reason I was mentioning that is because remember Zuck had bought about 250,000 H100s so far, a little bit more. And he basically committed, well, I don't know, he didn't sign or anything like that, but he said with Jensen on the stage that he was looking about buying 450,000 more. That's just meta. That is just meta. And we know Apple didn't buy any H100s, but how long does that last for? Do they continue to buy these TPUs, or are they weaseling in some H100s under the table that we don't know about? So I'm very interested to see how many H100s are going to sell in light of the fact that the B, the Blackwell, the B, there's the GWB and there's the B, are going to be delayed. But that's okay, it seems like for the moment, because the demand for the H100, the Hopper, is still high. So people are still happy to use the Hopper. So many different questions to be asked about this. A lot of that's going to be disclosed not in the earnings report that you get at whatever 405, 410, 415, but in the earnings call and the questions that reporters put to him. So lots of unanswered stuff. I'm really interested, obviously, in Nvidia earnings tomorrow because microchips are such a big catalyst on the day. Oh my goodness, Adara, look at Softy. Softy's strong. Something's afoot here. Here we go. We're about to go green on the soft one. 413.5. We're yapping about softy, catching a bid through 413. There's the $0.50 touch right there, and that's what separates us between green and red on the day. To break, though, to complete this double top, I should say, we need a 4-1-4 break and take on a closing basis, and then softies in Greensville here. So interesting. Rivian, I repeat, Sharif, MSFT, Meta, etc. all know if they buy Nvidia chips and pump Nvidia company, their stock will also rise. Look, you're entitled to your opinion. Absolutely. I respect what you have to say, Rivian millionaire. But, you know, I get what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense. John Del Segno, Microsoft blast mode. Absolutely. We're yapping about Microsoft for a hot minute right now. Day trader cut. Let's go. All right, guys, there's 12 minutes left for you guys to vote. I want to remind you guys the big kahunas are ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, but only the 5 top tickers make it on. Every day, it feels like for the last week and a half, it's been Nvidia on the top of the ticker list.
But there have been some different ones. Like, people have not just been choosing Meg 7 names.
Yes, fair.
I think people have been diversifying their portfolios.
I was just about to say that I don't think I'd be upset if it was Nvidia today, given that earnings are tomorrow.
Would anyone?
Yeah.
Nah.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, get into the chat right now, guys. Vote for your favorite tickers. I know Christian, he wants to talk about JPM. He said it looks weak. Go into the chat, Christian. Vote for JPM. JP Morgan. Vader Trader wants to talk about Vox. I got stopped out a little bit there on Vox. I wet my beak. Get into the chat right now, Vader Trader, and vote for Vox. Let's see what else. Elon is talking about Nike. He says, long live Nike. I guess you're doing well on it today, Elon. Elon, get into the chat, my man. Vote for NKE and Vin Duong. Tesla and SMCI are sleeping today. Well, maybe you shouldn't vote for them then. Well, no, SMCI was obviously volatile in the pre-market. Get into the chat right now, guys. Vote every day, and the big kahunas will look at your tickers.
Yeah, I'm like, we're doing well here on this Netflix trade in the sim.
Bang.
I want to say, too, like, I tried to go live again today, and I understand why I did that. There are 2 tickers I really like, and I trade a lot that we're moving that I want to take advantage of. But it's like, what that definitely, in retrospect, that was trading for P&L, the fact that I wanted to do that. And it didn't work out. So, Azera, focus on the sim, focus on the quality of the trades. That's what really should be mattering there. And that's why I want to take this Netflix trade. I love the spready tickers. Netflix has been up all day.
Oh, yeah.
But Netflix has had lower highs all day.
Bang.
Look at all of these closes. These are in candle interactions at 703.80s. So I automatically was like, hey, if you get short 703s, that'll be my stop area. Why do I like 703s? I like whole dollar levels. I like that we do have this kind of chip top here around earlier. And also, what I really want is my big breakdown to 702s. But I want to see all of the kind of steam run out of this ahead of time. As you can see here, I did try to add to the position at 702.50s because that was that level we had a couple of closes at there as support. I was like, if we stay below there, we are really bearish. I want how much of the smoke? All of it. I want Netflix to be on all my watch lists. Also, shout out to Netflix originals. I don't know. I haven't seen those in a while. I don't even have Netflix right now. But NFLX, shout out to Netflix as well. Shout out to Obi, who you might remember is now wanted for kidnapping Trenda. Oh, boy.
I think I'm not going to report that on him, though.
Yeah, I think you're going to, thank him under the table. We'll find out you paid him off to take Trenda. But, yeah,
Wow.
I'll feel really good about this position if we get into the 702s here. Again, I'm risking 80 cents. I am already, 1-to-1 risk to reward. But what I want is 700s. Now, is that a bit of an arbitrary level? Perhaps. It's where VWAP is. It's where the whole dollar is. But sometimes these stocks, if they give, they give. We are $1.50 in sim money here on NFLX. This is what confidence is about. This is what confidence is about. This is why I went back on the sim, and I need to remember that because I went back because I want to take advantage of opportunities. We're going to get a order set here for just above 700. Let's do 700. It's a spready ticker. We'll give it 21s because it's me. So we're going to get half the position out here. If we get to $700.21, that's where we'll be getting half this position out. Look at these dark red, I guess dark purplish prints. I like that. I like what we see here. If we come back to 702s, I'll get out here. I'll take $1 in the money. I risked 80 cents, so that's more than a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. I'm cool with that. Let's keep going over here. But guys, remember, get in that chat if you want to vote. ! Join space $, that ticker. bit of a trying to climb a little bit on the bid here, so I'm watching. We got spread watch there. I know I said that accidentally yesterday, but I'm gonna own it because what's life with the whimsy streak? You have to laugh at yourself.
There is nothing, Adara.
I agree. What's the implied move for Affirm? Says JJJ. So Affirm doesn't report until tomorrow. The implied moves often change as you head into earnings, so this might not like stay what it is, but I can definitely find it for you. I can see, shout out to Market Chameleon. We're not sponsored by them, but they give you some good implied moves there for earnings. The implied move for Affirm as of today is going to be, oh wait, it will not let me log in. Let me see what's happening here. Yes, the implied move for Affirm earnings, again, they don't report till tomorrow, so this could change. But as of today, what I'm seeing is the implied move for AFRM is going to be, if it will show me, I'm seeing 14.9%. So that's a decent little chunky move for Affirm. Let's see what Affirm's doing right now. Up about 1%. Affirm, did you know, was like one of the top gainers of last year for like bigger tech companies above 5 bill market cap. So like, yeah, shout out to Affirm. Let's see though what they do. Oh, wow, Affirm breaking that downtrend. We had lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low. Look at this beautiful bullish candle. We make it $23. We shoot up. That is higher highs. That is higher lows. That is a great look here for A to the F to the R to the M. Now we are struggling a little bit with that 33 level. Let's see if we can come back to that pretty key resistance level of 33.50. See what that gives us on Affirm. That's my look on Affirm as we head into earnings. What a day it has been over here on these markets. Hi, Trenda. Yeah, I guess you were kidnapped by Obi, Trenda. So we miss you lots. That was the most random cameo I've ever seen on this show. I love just the hoodie coming in with the sunglasses, taking a turtle, and walking out. Okay, yeah, I know, guys. The jokes are, I guess spread watch was not the word I should have been using there. Instead of my TED Talk.
I didn't say nothing.
I know, I'm seeing some comments in the chat. Yeah. Instead of TED Talk, I'll call it Spread Talk. Also, Obi's making another cameo here with Trenda. How is she doing? Oh, no, it's a disembodied hand. I apologize.
Yes.
Also, we're $2 in the sim money on Netflix. Thank you, Miguel Lopez, for the shout out. I do appreciate that. Looks like we're actually going to get our first peak water here at $700.20.
Bang.
Oh my gosh, Sharif. I need to trade in the sim more often. I definitely need to get those sea legs hanging out in these markets. But trading is so fun no matter how you're trading.
And that's a very, very good trade. It was a nice breakdown level. Your beak water is sound based on VWAP, everything. Check. Great trade there, Dara.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
All right. While you were printing $2 on Netflix, I printed 20 cents on Nvidia. So it dipped in. I'm like, this is fantastic. This is a nice little bounce off the 20 exponential on the 5, and I saw all the buying come in there. Punch long. In fact, I didn't even get the price I wanted. I wanted it in the 50s, but that seems to be always the case. We take 25 pennies again. I'm 2 for 3. No, that's not even fair. I'm 2.5 for 3 because I wet my beak on this one and I got stopped out for the remaining amount. Very positive on Nvidia today. Very happy with the way I traded it. It's very directional. I would have liked to have bigger trades. That's kind of my problem though. Not sizing up when the opportunity warrants. Now I'm all eyes and ears at this 129 level because we've had a lot of issues with 129 the day. 128.99 is the high. Now, if we reject off that level and make a new 5-minute candle to make a new low below the 20 exponential, again, below the 20 exponential, is going to have to breach it. I'll get short. Otherwise, breaches 129, uses it as support. I'll get long on there too. I have no issue either way. Here we go. 129 again, incoming. Behooves us to look at the book as we inch closer to that 129 level to see what kind of size is standing in our way, as well as how much size is moving up with us on the bid. It's not just about the size on the ask that will prevent us from moving or ascending, but to prevent us from dropping, we need size to move up with us. So you need to be looking at the book on the left side, Ram, and to see if there's big boy size weaseling its way up the price ladder as the price moves up. And here we go again. Just a whole bunch of buying came in there, but there seems to also be resting sell orders in and around 129 because it just can't break on the day. Here we go. Now we're getting our first look about the size waiting for us at 129. I submit to you there's about 4,000 to 5,000 lots, not shares, lots at that 129 level. That may not be enough to prevent us from going up because guess what? Nvidia's done 208 million shares on the day. That 5,000 lots means bupkis to Nvidia at these levels, but it could prevent us from ascending momentarily. We'll have to wait and see exactly what we get today. But Nvidia at day's highs, looking to take out the high, but it's moving independently here because Nvidia is at high and no other Mag 7 is at the high. So Nvidia is certainly marching to the beat of its own drum right now. You've got the likes of Tesla, Apple, Amazon, even Meta, as well as Microsoft, even though it tried to go green, even Google moving down, not so Nvidia. It is independently strong. And there's the 129 touch, officially the high of day as we got a 129 print. Still though, that big boy size at the whole dollar level, unable to get breached for now, Adara. So we're gonna have to watch and wait to see exactly what happens here. I have no trade until we decide what is it gonna be. Is it gonna be up or down? Packing my patience.
Yeah, there's some kind of buyer. You know, shout out to Ted Sarandos and crew. The way the book is moving here as we get closer and closer to 700s is fascinating to me. I almost got spooked out. To be clear, very happy. I got my beak winner exactly where I wanted to. Oh, I accidentally closed my chart. That is not what I wanted to do. At $700.21. That is exactly what I wanted on Netflix. I did not compromise on that. But I will say I did get a little bit like, what is happening? Because we slam here into the bid and then we push right back up into the ask. We get to ask. We get to $701.70. I'm like, huh? What's going on? Then we get my fill. We push back down to get my fill. All good. But now we're trying to push back to 701s. I said this in the chat. If we get above 701s, I'll get out there. I'll take a $2 winner with that. Based on my exit rules, with a lot of these spreadier stocks, I'll basically give it to whole dollar levels once you kind of have fulfilled the risk to reward ratio. So I'm definitely cool with that. And I definitely want to work on my exit rules as well. I know some people use prior bar high. I know Obi talks a lot about the prior bar high. Shout out to Trenda's kidnapper. No, I'm joking. But you got, or I guess Sharif's hero in that way because he's Trenda's kidnapper. But yeah, you got to figure out what works for you. I'm trying to learn a little bit every day, and that's why I don't mind being in the sim. I'm actually cool with staying in the sim here for the rest of the week if it means that I'm taking trades that make more sense and that I'm being responsible with my trading. Also, guys, speaking of responsibility, you have 1 minute left to be part of this awesome community here. I mean, you're already part of this awesome community, but if you like and subscribe, and if you've hit that subscriber button, then you get involved in this voting. You have 1 minute left to vote, exclamation point, join, space, $sign, ticker, get involved. Stop
129 breach, Adara.
Oh, what is it?
129 breach.
129 breach for Nvidia. What do you think? How do you think Nvidia's going to react to earnings, Sharif?
Look, I'm just taking a guess, and that's all that it is, Adara. I think they beat aggressively. My only question is the guide strong enough, Adara?
The issue.
That's the thing. So you and I are on the same page on that. I think the guide really here is instructive to how we trade. But I think we're still building out the infrastructure, guys. And there is this thinking you can feel amongst these Mag 7 hyperscalers that it's better to overinvest currently, overspend, than it is to underspend and be left behind. That's kind of the feeling I get because we may not be using all this in the same way that we didn't use all the fiber optics that were laid by Cisco in the later part of the 90s, early part of the 2000s until way, way, way later. So
we forgot about all the fiber optic thing with Cisco. That was their
exactly. That was like the people are drawing comparisons between that over and over and over because of the price action. And, the internet was new, AI is new, the whole thing.
Their roles in the zeitgeist. Yeah, that makes sense.
Exactly, right? So shout out. NVIDIA's just rocketing up here, guys. 129.20. This thing is very strong. It is now almost 1/5% on the day right now. Zigging and zagging right now. Let's see if it defends 129, Adara. It got into 129.20. That isn't a whole lot away from a key area of technical resistance. You're doing it to me again, aren't you?
What's she doing?
She always does that. She's such a... she's playing innocent. So 129.20 is not that much of a move beyond the technical resistance level of 129. So we'll have to wait and see if this one can continue here, Adara. But I'm going to send it to you as I'm just going to set up something.
Yeah, no worries. Definitely, you let me know if you want to say anything because I know you've got those segments coming on there. So yeah, shout out to Sharif for killing it with the lessons, for killing it with his green screen segment, which you can catch in 9 minutes and you can vote for every single day in the midday up until 1:50. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. You do everything, and I mean both the Bears and the Bulls were fighting in this year market. So interesting look for Bears, interesting look for Bulls, and shout out to Bears versus Bulls for everything you do. Now, Netflix. If we break 700, I feel like blood will be shed. Can we break 700 is another story. I have not gotten out of this stock, to be clear, because I am not getting out till I see 701 retest. We've not retested 701, so I'm not leaving. The highest we got here was $700.92 on the bid. And as I say that, the market's like, oh, Adara, you want a 701 test? I was like, I mean, I didn't want one. But as we push back above 701 here, that's pretty aggressive selling or buying. I'm cool getting out here. Let's be done here. Took $1.70 on half the position, took $2.80 in the second half. It was a sim trade, but like I said, I definitely am happy I got back in the sim because I think it's just reminding me the type of trader I am. I like trading these spready stocks. I feel like I have a decent handle on them, but I feel like I need to just trade a couple more in the sim, get my sea legs back, and then I can be the Little Mermaid once again, part of your world in live trading. Netflix lineup has improved a lot, says JD roaring on 20s. Yeah, I think definitely Netflix, they're trying to get more content. I think their whole rule, they have a new rule that apparently you can't have more than I think it was something was saying 4 seasons of an original show, which makes sense because then you don't have all of that proliferation, all these shows going on for years and years and years. So that makes sense. Netflix gets me out of that 701 false breakout, but still happy with the trade. Happy with what happened here. Someone wants to join AVGO, but unfortunately, Stevenson Etienne, we're no longer doing voting for this hour, but I'll look at AVGO for you.
Sure.
Because AVGO reports next week, Stevenson Etienne. So, wow. You get what might be my last pushback of the day, AVGO. Holy cow. Sean, can you push the cow button? I guess he's listening to music. The cow button. Thank you.
Hey, it's a cash cow, Darren.
The cash cow. Oh, I should have said the cash cow. No, I just said holy cow, so I thought that was pretty apt. Plus, I love that button. But look at these.
Nvidia?
The bounce at 159. Then we get these wicks down here. We close at 159.30. Higher highs, higher lows, beautiful pullback. As I speak, AVGO is like Adara. I'm making new highs of days. So that is a broad move to the upside here for broad calm. Congratulations to Tony Price. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It was a sim trade, to be clear, but I'm really, really happy with what I did on that Netflix because I did make the trades. Whether or not the trade's in the sim, whether it's real money or fake, I made the trades. I had the process to make the trades. I had the confidence to make the trades. I will be journaling about said trades, and I had conviction.
Get it.
Use that button this much today. Yeah, we've got 5 minutes left.
All right, guys, I'm going to weasel my way on over to the green screen. Thank you for those who voted. If you didn't vote today and you want to vote tomorrow, make sure that you vote between 11 and 1:50 because the cutoff time is about 10 minutes before the afternoon rundown. I'll see everybody shortly at the green screen.
Yeah. Shout out there. Thank you so much, Sharif, again, for everything you do. He will be weaseling his way over, and you will see him there gesticulating wildly. What other tickers are people looking at before we head at the end of the day? Because I'm likely not going to take any trades unless I'm trying to see if any of my things I'm looking at are setting up. Slightly higher high here for McKeel. Look at SMCI for anyone trading super micro. I had, a couple. I traded this once here. I was happy with how I managed the short. I tried to take that 544 short when we broke that. Did not work out, but managed it appropriately here. SMCI, though, what a double top at 556. Also, it's crazy to think this was actually a name that pushed way lower here on that short report, now acting like the short report was basically nothing. We still do have higher lows. And honestly, dare I say, maybe if you want to pun, look at this bull flag. This is really bull flaggish to me. I like the higher lows. To be clear, we could consolidate downwards. I think if we break 544, RIP Smicky. But I like these higher lows here. I think it's a good look here. Sorry, guys, I'm just really energetic because I do love these markets. David Kyle, I honestly don't drink much coffee. I am just really excited about market time. Okay, DJ Sean Mellon. Shout out to, we got Sean Katina. We also have DJ Sean Mellon in the chat wanting to know about CrowdStrike. This is a name CrowdStrike, this is beautiful. Look at that VWAP bounce here. Not exactly in line, but near where we had some of these rejections earlier. Bit of a flat top break in the pre, push up, double top, we push lower, but CrowdStrike recovers nicely, bouncing off that 265.20, higher highs, higher lows. Beautiful look here for the crowd. Let's take a look here as well on the daily chart for crowd, because we know we had a lot of shorts. We had a lot of shorts crowding into crowd when we had that outage. But there are some levels here that are interesting. I think, should crowd beat, I would like to see what we do at 282s. 282s, clearly a big old level of support here. We had a bit of interaction with this as we had our canoeing to the downside, but the other level for me is that 270s. 270s was another level we waffled in for a couple of days when we had that initial outage before more bad news befell this company, and it befell even further to the downside. So I think that's an interesting level for CrowdStrike. This recovery is great. I like this bottoming tail candle that we're making today, but I think we need to reclaim that 273. Then I think we need to reclaim that 281, especially because that is kind of a bearish topping tail candle, and that topping tail candle didn't even get us near 281s, 282s. Got us to like 278. So what else are we looking at here? SPY, some people want to see, I a little disappointed. I had a SPY long here. I was long the SPY in the sim, not in the sim. I'm in the sim now. I was long the SPY live at 560 70s, and then got out at 50s, and that was basically the lowest we got here on the SPY. That was like right here, continuing to push higher. Learned a lot from these attempts here at the short on the SPY. Then again, didn't give myself enough risk when I tried to go long. Beautiful look on the SPY. I think that SPY 560-70 level, still a key level. I liked it because it was a really interesting one in the book. Once we broke above it, once we broke above it decisively, it was a really nice look. Now, once we reclaim it, you can see how much higher we push. So that to me is a great look on the SPY. Also, I did not draw this level today. So clearly this was a level for me at some point, this 560-70 on that SPY. Or 561.70, but I do like that we have higher highs, higher lows. I like that we're trying to push above the highest level into which we wicked, which is 562.26. The level, though, I would caution everybody to be aware of in the SPY. Take that as you will. I do trade a decent amount of SPY, so I find this level here, that 562.50, to be really interesting. That was an area that we double topped in. We've made on the 15. We made the first top here on Thursday. We made the second top on Friday. We closed just below it. That 562.50, obviously we've been above it since we were above it yesterday, but 562.50, the point I'm trying to make is there's some kind of karmic retribution, there's some kind of candle action at that level that I think it is worth being aware of here. What are other things people are looking at? Vox, says Scott Edwards. I am not Sharif, shout out to Sharif, like small cap trader extraordinaire there. I am not the small cap master, but Vox is an interesting one. Vox, also worth noting, guys, the fundamentals on this, we don't usually talk fundamentals, but I think they're worth it given the Vox catalyst. The catalyst on Vox is that they have strategic alternatives being discussed, including maybe selling the company or selling some of its segments. They also had this Gen X take some of a bit of a position in the company, about 3.5 million shares, if I remember correctly. So that's the catalyst there. On Vox, what a rounded bottom. This is a beautiful look here. Bit of a double bottom and a rounded bottom, some confluence there at that 43 or $4.35 level. Then we come into a bit of symmetry here at that 455, pushing higher. Beautiful look. Honestly, basically every area we use as support on the way down or resistance, we kind of use as support resistance the way up. This is a great look here for me for VOXX. I think if we can continue to bounce off that 510 level, I think good look here for V to the O to the X to X. But right now, we're gonna have to see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for chilling here with me. This has been such a fun day in these markets. Hope you guys agree. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bat time on the same bat channel. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Shout out to what everyone does here. Everybody, great times. Sharif, green screen. Let's go.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. We got Neil, we got Sean. They're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you guys. So make sure to join Adair and I on the How to Trade Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Let's start with a look at here at the futures, basically at highs here on the NQ September contract. This is the triple Qs though, looking like we're about half a point up on the NQ, a little bit weaker on the ES, about a fifth of a point up. The Dow kind of flat today with the Russell finally giving a little bit back, down 3/4 of a point, but all everybody's going to be waiting is what I'm trying to say tomorrow for the next name over here. Nvidia reports after the bell, widely expected here to beat the predictions of analysts. It's going to really be about the guide here, guys, and some people are already talking about how the guide couldn't come stronger than expected.
Randy, we're handy in the house. Thanks,
all right, Nvidia, just what a trade today, man. We were talking about this trade going short through 128, 129, able to get out of the way and then leave it until we revisited and we started going meme mode again. We revisited this 50-period moving average. I mean, as soon as it was about to break this 129, we're like, where's the next stop? And we talked about this with Sharif on air, basically live, stay with the trade. Well, it didn't really break 129. So I had to play the fade back into the 50-period moving average. I mean, it had faded back before, and now it works out. So right now, we're in a 50-cent winner. So went short early, made a little bit of money, then went long late here into the close. I like this trade. Again, trade the strongest names into a long market. I mean, we're here to do this every single day. So let's see if it continues to go. We're going to talk about some crazy trades that we've had on, including Palantir, including Meta, and we're also long right now ARM. And ARM, we just took that off the same play. Broke in, came back to the 50-period moving average, trying to break 130 there, and then we get back up and get out some in the 60s. So it's been quite the day, and proud to say that you're coming back right now, and we're going to be at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. So there's a lot to talk about, and excited to do that. But let's go through Nvidia. How was your day?
You know what? Nvidia has been strong pretty much the entire day from the jump, along with SMCI. I had one trade in this, and that didn't even. I hesitate to call it that because I was talking to it was Obi about it. Looked to short it off that same 127.5. I was on AMD and a couple of other things at that time, so I had the order, I had the stop. It got in and out flat because my stop was it was sort of mispriced price, so we got in and out flat that same price, and it ended up pulling back. So this was the chance for the one short level to work, and then once it started tearing up, like, well, that's no longer weak. Don't fight around with that one once it broke out that local high. It never ended up getting to 131. Had it been 131, I think a reversion would have been in play. At this point, support has turned into resistance many times. Today, you have resistance turning into support in the afternoon. So I mean, if we talk about something that is a little bit different, AMD versus Nvidia. Okay, AMD got green today, so kudos to AMD for getting green, but it's at VWAP while Nvidia's at the highs. The Nasdaq's at the highs, and it's making lower highs. So just a little bit relatively weak. It's one of the few names that has stayed in the pocket for a shorting opportunity with some lower highs. But even this, if it just continues to hold above VWAP, I think a rising tide is trying to lift all ships here. And if it holds 150 too long, you might see a retest of that top. 151.5 is what I'm looking at for AMD. Nvidia, you've got this little double bottom in VWAP in here that even if it were to pull back into that, it's hard not to look for some kind of a long. You never really know what the earnings are going to be. I think everyone expects them to beat. Everyone's concerned about the guide. Expectations are high in terms of volatility for 12% tomorrow after the market. The fact that you have an inside day going in here has it still coiling for potentially a bigger kind of move because it is still inside of the top of the range. And without any big break, it's just the stock coiling up and everybody waiting to see what the shoe to drop is going to be. And it's going to be a wild one, but I wouldn't get married to any direction tomorrow afternoon going into it because it doesn't matter how big the numbers are. If the market decides they want to take risk off, the stock can fall anyways, believe me. Nvidia is not untouchable or undefeatable. Trust me.
All right, Dell next here, guys, and this one reports on Thursday. Obviously, another AI microchip style play as they're involved in the AI server business. Kramer talking about them yesterday, so if you're into the inverse Kramer ETF, there you go. He believes in Dell. He likes the look so far. There was this headline from today, obviously not really market moving. Wipro expands collaboration with Dell to enhance enterprise AI-ready platforms, obviously using NVIDIA technology for cloud, data center, and edge environments. Up about 0.25% or 0.5% right now, guys, but kind of a subdued day.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even look at.
I mean, SMCI's in there, and I think it's like Dell. Compared to what happened to SMCI, it just seems to me like the algos bought up Dell when SMCI bounced. Now, I guess we'll talk specifically about SMCI, but see, like, notice how this didn't wait until the open to make its bid. Usually, like, you'll get that wick bottom either. Maybe economic number, maybe earnings, 930. That's what you're expecting, or maybe an imbalance. But this started going when SMCI was catching a bid. So you had that Hindenburg report, which we'll get to because SMCI is one of the names on the list. And since then, SMCI trended up. Dell has trended up. Still, like a lot of other things, as impressive as the rally has been, it's 0.5%, and you're still very much inside the range for Dell. No breaks whatsoever, just more accumulation off of the top. 109 at the bottom, 114 up at the top, and kind of these lower highs in at 112. It does feel like it has a chance to break this high and get to the 114, but even then, just respect the range on a lot of these names. So you're just essentially waiting around for the earnings to drop And so play it into the high is what I would do. But just keep an eye on that SMCI.
We're 70 cents. We're waiting up here near 129.20 to get a piece out. This is basically the highest Nvidia has been at. Let's see if we can get a piece out just ahead of this 20 level. And then let's see it go even further. We're actually at 17, so we should be able to get that in just a couple of seconds. That would be crazy if it stops here. I don't think it will. There it goes. Let's go. A lot of size. I heard Sharif talking about stacking up some size right there. So instead of stacking the size, we'll stack the stacks of cash, hopefully, on this trade. So it's a nice move there for Nvidia. Look, from one nice move to another, Palantir here. I mean, we talked about this. We talked about the sticky note. We talked about being confident in what you're doing. This is 31, right? Why would we ever be short 31 on Palantir? Well, this note written at 8 o'clock was short Palantir 31. So there's the trade there. There it is coming back in right now. We only have like 5% left of this position as Palantir. Most of the outs were here around VWAP 3080, but this is the trade that we're working with. We just got another piece out when we must have broke the 200 period there or something, getting some out at 85. But that was a good out as well. And Randy was over here saying, how do we pick these outs? And it was just past support right there. So that was why we got out there at 70 off of this big short. So that's going to be, again, a big name for us here from the sticky note and really working out. We won't get to Meta, but we can do that in a minute. Meta. That's been an amazing stock. If you're following me at Trader TV, Sean, you'll be able to see all the posts there about Meta as well. But all right, 62,000 now for crypto. I'm surprised there's no crypto talk on there. Let's go over and talk about the SPY.
Yeah, underperforming the ES or the NQ here a little bit, Sean. 0.5% in the green. The NQ a little bit stronger. Multiple comments coming out of the White House with respect to the belligerencies in the Middle East. We'll leave that. There's also this Fed Messer was speaking, or former Fed Messer was speaking, says she doesn't think the Fed is behind the curve and doesn't support a 50 basis points cut. I guess really advocating here for 25 bips. But yeah, but 0.5% in the green.
Don't matter anymore. No, yeah, for everyone that was wondering in the middle of the day, like, there were no Fed speakers on the docket. That's because Loretta Mester is no longer with the Fed. She was replaced, and she's expressing her opinion. Obviously, the SPY are at the high right now. So if we can quickly come to the chart here, double top on the SPY. Technically speaking, you broke yesterday's lows. Right at the open, you broke yesterday's lows and essentially regained it. It's been upward trend ever since, right? Like very, very clean upward trend into this double top. I still feel the same way about these highs as I did the last umpteen times that we've talked about it. This market is top heavy up here and seems like it is absolutely waiting for a Nvidia and Dell, like this last round of earnings before we decide what to do off these levels. If you're wondering why everyone gets so tepid up in here, it's because when was the last time, text notes, that you're talking about rate cuts or going into a rate cutting cycle when the market is pretty much at its highs? That's just not usually how it's supposed to go. So everyone seems like they're waiting around. We're not breaking these tops, it doesn't seem like, until we get something ridiculously good out of one of the, Nvidia, obviously. You have other earnings this week, but I just feel like everyone's in a holding pattern here. So if we do approach those tops, look for anything that's weak. Like I said, look for anything that's weak. I mean, Intel right now, AMD, I'm still looking at for potential shorts. If we break out the highs, then you just absolutely can start to let it fly. Long, strong stocks and short, weak ones is an easy way to go. And then keep in mind, as Sharif said, you had some pullback in the energy names, and XOM for the first time all week. Big time pullback, and not just all this week. Going into the end of last week, this was on a nice little tear. It reached a 120. I came back to my desk when Randy and Sean were talking about XOM, and there's no way if you're an energy trader, if you're an XOM trader, I know we're talking about the SPY here, but there's no other point that I'm going to mention this. When you see a level like this on XOM, that's very day tradable. Like XOM looks like someone has it by the you-know-whats and is just, buyers every time it gets to 114, sellers every time it gets above 119 into 120. Like how many times do you see this back and forth and back and forth? That's very tradable the days that you're at those levels. So if you're sitting there looking around for stocks that support and resistance, XOM's been pretty darn good, which probably means the next time it tests 14, you're not going to be able to buy it, or it's just never going to get to that 14 again. But that's worth looking at in energy, and it's so much stronger than the energy name I hold, CVX. Distinctly different, XOM, looking good. But once again, sellers at 120. Energy weakness, bringing the SPY.
All right, let's take care of some business right now. For any Canadian users, if you are looking to maximize your idle cash, enjoy 6% per annual on cash balances up to $10,000 for 60 days, along with 2-month commission free. You can also earn up to $2,300 in cash rewards when you transfer your portfolio. Both rewards can be enjoyed at the same time. With Moomoo, you'll gain access to comprehensive data on stocks, options, and ETFs. Plus, take advantage of our algo trading, allowing you to create, backtest, and execute your own strategies. Set up instant alerts to trade on your own signals, helping you take your trading game to the next level. We'd like to thank Moomoo for their current and ongoing sponsorship. And we're going to have, I believe Justin Zaks is coming on today.
He is. In
they're from Moomoo.
32 minutes.
I just tried to short this NASDAQ right now. We've been shorting it all day. Right there. Thanks, Ramin, for that. Ramin, thank you so much for that. Ramin, thank you so much
it's
for
such
that.
a good promotion, you got to leave it up longer.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, whatever. We'll give everyone the love there. We just tried to short off the open, off that sort of that run that we had off the open back in there. I mean, it's ended at 11 o'clock, but this 69.50 level just came into play. We just tried to get it and we missed it. So now the NASDAQ's starting to fall back in. We just got a reload spot here as well on Nvidia. Nice little fall back in right there. So it's a good thing that we started taking some of this out. Let's see if Nvidia wants to get back up to the upside. Just a quick little reload there. And maybe now we're getting into some scalp mode. Okay. Right there, we'll take 20 cents. Let's see if it gets back. Okay, we'll take maybe more than 20 cents. Let's see if it gets back upside right now. It's Nvidia. We like it. Is trying to battle off some of those levels. So we just take a reload down there at 52s. I believe, what do we have? Yeah, 54.5. So let's now see where we go. Hopefully upside on Nvidia. We cracked too much below this 200 period, man. We are gone. Through 40, gone on Nvidia. So we'll try it one last time here as we all are in anticipation. I've already got multiple emails from friends of mine asking me, are you guys pumped for Nvidia? I'm like, bro, I mean, what do you even think about that right now? Of course, we are very, very excited for that. But we still have a lot of trading to do today and tomorrow. I mean, it's tomorrow night, not tonight. So there goes Nvidia, hopefully back there up to the upside, NVDA and SPY. So we just missed a short on the Qs. I think it's worth trying again up here.
SMCI took a big hit in the pre-market today from this Hindenburg hit piece here that came out, in the pre-market, alleging intra alia, amongst other things, accounting irregularities and how they actually realize income. You can see how it reacted to that in the pre-market, got bought up almost basically to the pre-market levels, but now coming down again, down 2 1/3, guys.
I mean, down, what, 11, 12%? I don't know, whatever it ended up being. It was certainly at least 10% down when it broke 500 and it got to 595. So I guess it's like slightly less than 11% or 11% to the downside. As usual, and we had this for the lesson of the day, in a general sense, kind of what to look for in the days after, or in the moments or the days after specifically short seller reports. The reference I used was Square back in 2023. And the fact that if you looked at the low that it made that day, it was just fantastic for the rest of the week. It actually gave you that low twice. It gave you a 58 bottom with a 60 level twice, and then it rallied to 68 in the upcoming days, and it was a great reload on the way back in a few weeks later. So these reference prices matter. The short sellers are in position before this happens and usually deep in the money, so there's profit taking. Today was a big liquidity event. The only difference that this has, not the only, but one of the big differences has relative to Square that day is that Block on the day of the Hindenburg report did twice as much volume as any other day it did that year. Twice as much volume compared to like the biggest earnings day. This isn't that big of a volume event right now for SMCI, probably because it has to wait around for, its earnings are obviously a big deal. That's when it does the most, and because everyone's looking at AI and the chips. So it might not be the same move, but they did not waste any time. I think you want to use the bottom that got made today as reference. It ended up going right back to where it started for resistance. I think if this rolls over, it might be a little bit of a canary in the coal mine for some of the high valuation chip names, and watch out for that Dell. as we were pointing out with Dell, if this loses support, you know, Dell has been trading in a very, very tight range and can't seem to break out the high. If this loses support, I would suspect Dell is going to come down a little bit on sympathy. I'm not in SMCI. I was looking for an SSR bounce. I never cheer for anything to open 10% down, but I didn't expect SMCI to start bouncing at 924. I thought it would bounce after 930, and I wasn't really looking to go long in the pre-market, especially on a stock like that. I don't think I would trade that one in the pre-market, although it was doing good volume. I'm only in Intel, which just wicked this local high, jumped back in, and then went all the way into VWAP in here. Seems like it's going to start holding VWAP, at least temporarily in the strong market. If it loses VWAP, we're back to shorting underneath VWAP like this morning. And just play close to the vest. I'm also eyeballs on that AMD in the chip space, which is trying to lose VWAP itself and get back underneath the 150 level.
Yeah, Nvidia is not going to hold this 150 or 128.50.
Oh.
Yeah, I wish it was. It'll be 150 tomorrow, but right now 128.50. Yeah, this was the banger, honestly, and we're in it again right now for $2. And we're still short. So we're short Meta. Our best out was right here, 519. So our short 523, 523, 522, and a bunch of outs, including our best one, which happened right here. And we're trying to break lower. I was just talking about Nvidia here quickly because it doesn't want to get above 50. I'm thinking about, honestly, let me just get a piece out here at 49 if we're able to. Okay, there we go. I'm going to get some pieces out here. Because there we go. So now we're almost flat on Nvidia. If it breaks higher, then we'll go. I'm going to wait for it to break 128.61.
You see the size?
If that, I just feel like I haven't seen much size.
So
I'm just nervous that it doesn't want to break this level. So you know what? I'm just going to get out of everything. I'm out of everything right now. Scratch that. If it breaks 128.60s, then I think we can try it again. But until then, I don't want to. I've just sat here and watched this thing go back and forth. We already have a great position here on Meta. Let's just see what can happen with Nvidia. If it breaks back above 128.60, then we'll take it. Seems like there's a lot of selling right into here, man. I don't know why it wasn't bouncing back up there. I can clearly see the futures going down, and that's all good. And it's really too bad that we missed this top right there. We're waiting at 35s. But for Nvidia, I'm going to take the shot now. All right, let's see if it holds. I guess if the futures rip, this is going to rip no matter what. But let's just take it. We just saw the bottom in there around 45 or so. Let's see what happens with Nvidia. I'm trying to think about a short, but I still want to break this long if it goes. Let's be part of it if it rips again. So we'll take it out. Very, very conservative play there. Leave the money in our pocket, and let's see if we're right. And for some reason, this thing wants to sell. If it does rip up, though, we're going long through 60s. See how it's not going? I mean, you got to go. Ramin, come over to the screen here so we can show everybody. Like, it's not going. So it just stopped at 52. Let's see if it keeps going now. I mean, normally we've seen this just take out levels, coming back in again. Futures trying to help this name out and still doesn't look like it wants to go. So let's be patient with it. Normally on a future bump of 6 or 7 handles, this would have moved more than 1 cent. So let's see. I'm almost thinking about flipping this into the short, but I don't want to be short Nvidia. So just talking myself and you guys through what's going on in this here head. So we also got able to get out of our ARM there. So we got some out at 40s and some out at 60s. And now we'll wait to see if it breaks 130. When it does, we're out of ARM. And yeah, we won't be at the highest spot, but we'll be close to it right now. Let's go talk with Sharif about Greek food.
One of my favorite types of food. I don't know about you guys. Cava reported obviously a few days ago, beat very aggressively. Multiple analyst upgrades, obviously, in the days that followed. But there was this. So the co-CEO, the CEO, or the co-founder, I should say, as well as the CFO. So all three parties, in addition to Artel International, all selling here on the price pump. None of the selling was scheduled as a part of the selling plan. It was all as a result of the earnings report. This company, Artel, sold about 6 million shares, about 2.5 million for the CEO, and varying amounts for the others, guys, down about 5.5%.
Ended up closing the gap there on Cava right into 120. I actually think this looks like a reversion play to me, looking at this double top. Yeah, you know what? The more I think about it, hey, look, Cava, look at your daily chart. It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, any stock that goes from this bottoming tail candle when everyone's like losing their minds that things are going to dump and we're at $75. I think you open the next day at 79, and then it just tagged 125 bones. That's a pretty extreme move. It dropped aftermarket. Whether it's insider selling, it doesn't really matter. It could not get back to any previous support or close to it, but it goes right to 120, almost on a dime, wicks the top, and is now starting to pull back. I mean, VWAP sits at 117, so even this lower high here, 119 and a quarter, I feel like Cava looks like a short to me. I mean, people are so far in the money on this. If anyone's even trying to ring the register, if they're tepid about the market, you got to figure there's some profit taking in Cava if it didn't already happen today. I mean, selling into the strength there could have been, but there hasn't really been any real capitulation. One move down at the open, and since then, it's just been all buying. I'm going to look for this lower high, play a little head and shoulders game here on Cava. Impressive stock. Never had the food, but I'm going to make the assumption clearly other people like it. Doesn't matter what I think about the food as long as people keep frequenting. This one's been a rocket ship. You can say overvalued all you want, but it doesn't matter. Price is never wrong.
Yep, it's. I mean, its PE is out unbelievable.
It's ridiculous.
What are you going to do about it? Like 500 or something. All right, so Amazon recovering. I mean, that's good. I mean, we've already sort of. I mean, whenever we talk about this kind of names, I went over there today to Starbucks. Not to Starbucks, but on the chart here. And yeah, wow. Okay, you want to talk about a strong name? This name, strong. You know what we were looking at, actually? Randy was like, hey, let me look at a weekly chart, because he was looking at XOM, and then we were like, let's look at Starbucks. Look how this looks on the weekly chart here in 1 second. How wild this looks on this candle. So it's just boom,
That's
right
ridiculous.
to the 200 period. So it's like all the way back here, and the thing is that now you got to zoom back all the way to 2019, where we had that top, right? In July of 2019, obviously we know what happened in March, and we had COVID, but that was a nice top right there for sure. On the name. So let's be patient if we can here with Starbucks, but it's looking almost like the other way around here and wants to go a little bit higher into that $99, $100 level. So just be patient if you are in the, I mean, I'm in this Starbucks trade, and I was even saying it today. This, I mean, we can't predict CEO changes and stuff like that, especially when they basically swoop in and grab the best. Now you have to wait to see if this wants to fade off of that level or not. I'm surprised that we actually held that 92. So good on you there, Starbucks. That seems to be working out quite nicely there for shareholders. So yeah, that's Starbucks. Again, nice move at day's high and probably along. Look at this level from 97.30 or so today. Just keeps on bouncing off of that. And that's now where the 200 period is. I mean, you got to like Starbucks at these levels. So yeah. That's that, and we're just watching it. Oh, there, Nvidia just fell through again. So look, this is, you know, we definitely know we're not a pretty face, but hopefully sometimes we say things that actually make sense. And there it is. We got out of this trade. Why? Because we're reading tape. We talk about how important that is over and over again. I sat here and did like 2 minutes there telling you why I thought getting out of this Nvidia trade right here was the right decision. It just looked weak. It looked like they couldn't break it over and over and over again. We sit here and watch that. So that for me is, as they say, easy day on that one. So so far so good there as we just continue to watch what's going on. ARM breaks lower, still a fine stock, but it does break through one. Well, actually, we get 130, so I got 94s there actually. So a decent out for us on ARM as that's starting to break lower. But so is Nvidia. So we're
AMD's losing it.
AMD is okay. I'm going to cancel that buy through 60s now on Nvidia and just try to watch this. I still like it, but let's watch it a little longer.
I mean, AMD's lost VWAP here, back under 150. Let's see if it settles back down. AMD, it's just not been the cleanest stock in terms of like finding levels. Like in hindsight, every level like after you look at it for a little bit looks really good, but it'll run through like a past level, stop everybody out, and then roll back over. So you've been able to get wins on it, but not without enduring. Okay, like it'll look like it's making another leg. You'll get back into it, work back into the trade, and then it breaks it back out. So ultimately, it's been a frustrating one, but sticking with the short on it, I want to see if we can't get back into VWAP. Rivian Millionaire rightfully just pointing out, he's like, go Amazon, go. I'm going to make the assumption you're long Amazon Rivian Millionaire because you wouldn't be yelling go Amazon, go if you were short, as it's about to attempt to break out the morning high at 174. I did have a trade at 73 on the stock and was in that trend down trading Like it failed VWAP, I didn't get VWAP on it, so the lower high shorted, and then was scalping in, then put the other lower high in there, threw a trail in to see if it could carry through the low of the day. It broke back out. This now looks relatively strong to me. If you're taking out resistance while the market's trying to break back down, which is exactly what's happening here, all that has to happen, if the market reclaims the top, then Amazon's a name I'd want long. Problem is the market's not really reclaiming the top, and a stock that's down, I have a hard time thinking that a stock that's down 1% here when the market's rolling over at a resistance level is a long. So long into it, congratulations. I'm assuming you probably have it off VWAP or something. But in here, I wouldn't be inclined to hit the buy key if the market's pulling back off of those tops. It was Cava that I wanted to be able to get into. I mean, okay, let's just offer. If it's going to literally sit here right at 19, just offer 19. It's just sitting here at 119. Let's just get on the offer of that one, looking for a bit of a retracement. It's just a head and shoulders here on Cava. Like you put in the top, wick top at 119. I don't care too much that whole notion that, oh no, but the right shoulder, or I don't know, depends on how you look at it. The right shoulder is lower than the left or vice versa. That's not relevant. The whole point is it made a fresh high and then is making a lower high that's somewhere adjacent to the previous resistance levels from before. So it's like the break didn't happen and now short the lower high. That's the notion that I'm going with here on Cava. Some strength, obviously, as you see in that Amazon. I'd just like to see what the market does next before anointing this as a breakout through 174. VWAP, fine. Looks like it's trying to make a bottom. But up here, I'm almost thinking why not short this off this high?
Oscarito and family, what's up? Yeah, so I think there's a lot of reasons to go long Nvidia. I'm just playing it off of what I've seen, and that is that doesn't want to go back up. It just comes right back to 50 again and doesn't want to break it. And when it does, it goes 1 or 2 pennies, and then it's just pushed right back down again. And that was on a market rebound there. Sure, it looks like it did rebound a little bit, which was nice, up 20 cents. Just can't get through there. So I actually re-put that bid in now to see about a break of 128.60. Hopefully it breaks that, and if it does, then we can go. And if it doesn't, maybe we'll just get out for 10 pennies. Like just try to see about a big break through that level. If it goes, great. If not, we can flash out of that. So that would be something that I'm looking to do right now on this name. And that is that. Another one, the biggest stock, basically probably in a while for me. Well, we've had a lot of big trades. I mean, we're currently in this $2 winner on Meta as well, but this was a big one here for Tesla. Came into some of those levels from yesterday that we had talked about. We talked about this yesterday as well, the day before, for this as being a holding spot. We actually went long Tesla yesterday at 216.50. So it was the same level, just you push it out, and now it's today for the short. So we were already looking short Tesla. It came into a level of interest for us. So we shorted again. And then that was a big, big trade, man. With our best out down there at 208, like that was a really good out. Remember when we got out and then I was like, maybe we'll regret that. It only goes as low as 207.50. And then now it's looking pretty good, but you're still bouncing again there off of VWAP. Wow, I thought I was going to be able to come back to you guys and say Nvidia just broke because it went right up to 54 again and then fell back right there. So it just keeps on sticking its head over that 128.50 and then stopping on a dime. So we'll have to just wait for this to go. I'm waiting to go long. I want to go long, but I need to see something the other way. So Palantir right now going to sleep. I think we can just leave this one alone. We only have about 5% left of all of these trades. Meta is going to be one that we're going to wait for. We've already got it down to the bottom. It's $2 in the money. We'll wait to see what happens with Meta, hopefully breaking into the low 516, especially if Nvidia doesn't go. This market could come in after. Rivian Millionaire thinking what? Nvidia will go to 130? Yeah, I mean, right now there's a seller. So I think this will go. I mean, I think once the seller is gone, this thing just rips. But I don't know. The futures right now are here, and there has to be somebody either dumping a bunch of shares at 128.50 or building a short. I don't know exactly. How could I know? But for right now, we'll wait to see because we've already gone over the math. A lot of these chip names are at their lows. I mean, see Intel, see Micron, see ARM's even down $70. Yeah, AMD is probably one of the best examples. Texas Instruments, so on and so forth. While Nvidia, not Broadcom really, while Nvidia is trying to hold near the highs. So if you felt bad about missing 140, you're not that bad right now to get out, get $12 off the high before earnings. So I'm just wondering if there's a little bit of selling here. or whatever, because we saw the implied move was 11%. So that's $14, $15.
I feel like we get this.
So that could be the high, all-time high tomorrow is the implied move if it goes up. So
You know what's interesting is how often stuff like that ends up being true. Where you'll look at the implied move, then you'll pull up the chart and you're like, oh, that's the 50 period or the 200 period or the prior lower. It'll be some kind of a significant level, especially on the big names. But shout out to Peaceful Island. Nice name. I like that name. Walmart making fresh highs. Walmart's a beast.
look at it.
Someone was like, Costco's a beast, Walmart's a beast. I don't know what to tell you except for blue sky setup when it comes to Walmart. But today, it's a bit of a barcode. Unless you're trading it off the 76 level in which you've been scalping some wins, congratulations to you. I don't have a reason to look at Walmart today. I felt Costco was a mover, and that was brought up to our attention earlier. But shout out to that shark because I like that stock. No question asked about it. So we like it. Cava did print the 119. The local bottom here is like 118.60 something. I'm sitting at 65. I'm going to scalp some out here. See if we can rinse and repeat. If we do lose this potential lower high, it could get down into VWAP. Someone's like, how do you know it's a lower high? When you're looking at charts, all it is this is 120, there's a wick above, and it's consolidated a couple times. That's a tight one. This is a longer consolidation off a lower high. If it breaks out this top and goes and makes a new high, then it turns out that it wasn't a lower high. But in the moment, right now, that's what we're looking at. So that's all trading is. When you look at something, like if I pull up a chart on SMCI, let's just say, and I sit there on the daily chart and say, hey, look, 486 is a big level going all the way back into here. It's potential support because it was a nice, there's your break on volume at the beginning of the year. That was the first place that it stopped, was like 486 bucks. And then it broke away from that price. When it comes back in, I don't know that 486 is going to be a level. It just happened to end up doing that. And then it made a hold of it again here today. So all you can do is look at that if you're looking at support and resistance and take a shot at those types of levels. That's what trading is when you really boil it down to when you're doing support and resistance. You don't know if it's going to hold till it gets there. But if you don't have an idea of what might hold at a level that you like, then you're not going to be trading support and resistance at all.
All right. Yeah, that's funny because when Randy was here, it was basically the exact same thing. Or when he was asking me about Tesla and he's asking me about XOM, I'm just like, it's got to look at the levels. And if they hold, they hold. You have to be bold enough to put them on when they're there. And that's the problem. It's just like this Nvidia trade. I mean, we were just talking about this, why we got out of it at 50. And we saw the sellers there. And then all of a sudden, as we talk about it more and more and more, it starts to collapse all over itself. So there we go, man. Nvidia really retracing back down in there as well. We did get out of ARM. So that was okay. I mean, long here and out, a flat basically trade there on ARM. Oracle trying to move around a little bit as well. It's not. Tesla. You know what I wanted to look at was Uber. Uber, I think, was a missed opportunity to pick something up on the bottom, but I mean, there's no way you would have got that 55 on that crazy day down there. So let's just wait to see if it can break through 75 now, and if there's really some strength in Uber. I mean, I really like the business. I like what they're doing. It seems to be more and more market share coming their way. Breaking through $70 would be something, but I think you go long. Once you break through 70 there, then we can start to play the short. So we'll see the next couple of days. Remember, I'm pretty bearish heading into this earnings report. I just think there's a lot of money that has already come off the market and could more come off and go into some of these sort of more cyclical names. I mean, we've talked a little bit about, let me just check out on Home Depot, actually. I feel like there's some good buying opportunities here. I don't own the stock myself. It had earnings was 2 weeks ago? I mean, we had a good move. We were just talking about money going in somewhere. I mean, this seems to be what's happening. Right now is Home Depot at the summer highs. Right now, not at all-time highs or anything, but, starting to battle back off that 50-period moving average, starting to go higher. So, that's Home Depot. We already talked about Costco and Walmart and all that working out as well. And then other names in the industrial sector, Caterpillar, we don't ever day trade these names, but you can see this name as well once this loads. Still, nice moves. I mean, a lot of the tech names are also looking pretty good at these levels. Watch out for 360 or so on Caterpillar. But, I'm only really looking at so Oscarito's long right now, Nvidia. If 128 breaks, I think you're fine there. I really, really do. I mean, that just bounced off 128. So I think you might be fine. I'm going to put this 128.60 trade back in and see if we can't take that 128.60 here on Nvidia.
Take that.
Might as well.
No Diddy.
I don't know.
I don't know. Whatever, man. No, I actually don't like the no Diddy reference. It's like
I don't even know what it is, but you used it, so.
It's, you know what? It's not. Everyone knows what's going on with Diddy, but basically like the shenanigans or whatnot. So blah blah blah.
But I mean, isn't it amazing?
Instead of saying
nothing's
pause,
going on though, isn't that amazing that the guy can just do whatever he wants right now when there's those videos out there?
I want to not get into a rant because, to be honest, it really pisses me off, and that's exactly what it is like. And at the end of the day, like it does seem like, if you got enough coinage, then you can get away with absolute.
It's always
absolute
been
hell.
the case, man.
And that's just how life is. You know what? Life is not going to be fair. That's fine. Like that's what you got to work with. Let's get on to something a little bit more positive because as you're talking about Nvidia, we got a full day before Nvidia earnings. And last I checked, that was probably the biggest earnings name every single quarter. However, if you check out Stonks, and we had this on before, they got the promotion still. And there's a little something special for Nvidia tomorrow. If you go to stonks.com, the nature of the game here is you can sign up a free account and get a daily reward. Be able to just guess what the price is going to be, essentially, of something usually reporting that night or it's either a big earnings name or something big in play. And then at 4:30 or 5 o'clock, depending on when they report, you're going to be able to guess what the price is. So you get your free play. Tonight, it's Box. Tomorrow, obviously, it's going to be Nvidia. Here, you got about an hour and 20 left to play. It's absolutely free. Like I haven't actually made a bet on Box. And you know what? I'm not even going to bother. Usually, I'll look at a chart. I'm not looking at a chart. I know what I want to do here. I just want to give it wherever it sets up. I'll just make the prediction. Because you know what? It's just in there for fun. And I haven't put any thought towards some of them. Box I haven't looked at. I'm not going to look at that one. Tomorrow it's going to be a big one. What's interesting is you got bear versus bull. Like, what are other people thinking? Like, whatever. I'll just said 28.90. Let's just go 28.90 and see what happens. And then you get real money. It's a $1,000 prize pool, which is divided up. First place gets like $250 and second all the way down the line, and it gets split up. It's absolutely free. You can scan the QR code below and then warm up for the big one tomorrow because everybody is going to have some kind of a clue or a stake in what Nvidia is going to do tomorrow, whether you're invested or not. So I think that's a good one to check out. So check out stonks.com. Have a little bit of fun with it. Absolutely free to play. And let us know if you win. I mean, if you guys win, I think Meta was the last one that I did pretty well on. Had a couple of good guesses in there and was able to win. So good luck with Box tonight and obviously Nvidia tomorrow. That's going to be a whopper. So Cava, we did grab the short. We got the 19s, just sat on 19 because that's what was printing. It came right into the local bottom at 118.60 and is trying to bounce. So I'm going to go right back to the well here on Cava. Just feel as if it's starting to exhaust itself. It's obviously a strong stock on the daily chart, but this is what happened with it today. Essentially insider buying, or selling, I should say, sold off in the aftermarket. It was all buy most of the session, gets to the 120 level, which was a big breakout price. So a key price goes from big breakout a couple of days ago to a bit of resistance here, short in the lower high at the 119 with a 15-cent-ish stop. Intel's not really doing much. And then the other thing I was looking for short was AMD. AMD's trying to get back into VWAP here. You can see it's not doing it, but I'd like this to get back in, retest VWAP, put it in a lower high of its own again, and then go back to the well, shorting this. It's just been relatively weak most of the day here. Market at highs, it's making lower highs. I like that look for a stock to short.
I mean, there's a couple different trades you can do here on Nvidia. I mean, honestly, I know we just keep on talking about this name, but it's right here at 128.50 and not breaking. I feel like you could go short now and then just keep taking 10 cents and risk 10 cents to the upside if it breaks 160. And then you just take out half for 10 cents and then leave half for 20 cents, which has been the bottom, or leave a quarter for that and then leave a quarter for something else if it continues to go down in case you're right about a push down in. So there are trades available here. I'm going to wait for the long break. And okay, there it is. So now we're okay. Now we just broke long. So 128. And if this loses, this loses. I mean, we want to try this trade. So 128.39 or so for the downside there. If it breaks lower then we will get out. So that's the 50-period moving average. We've kind of bounced off there a couple times. I guess that's 34s. Let's change our price, 128.34. We'll get out of the majority of it, 75%. All right, so now we're long at 63. So you see, that might have just been the top. Let's see what wants to happen now as it breaks that level of 60 and then basically just stops. So we've seen this before. I mean, I'm looking at it because I want to take the shot. If it works out, great. We should have a doozy here. Well worth, I believe, anyways, 20 cents almost for this risk. So let's just see if it goes back up to the upside. If we're taking 20 cents of risk, let's take something out here if we get into like high 70s or so. We're halfway there, and then maybe up to 129. Remember, we've also had problems at 129. The 50-period moving average is also sloping down and at 128.70. So we may be running into technical sells as well as sells on your level too. So I'm starting to now think that I thought maybe that 160 break, that break might have sparked something. There we go. I just took out a quarter of the 20%, sorry, of the position there at 60s, just because it didn't break as much as I thought it would. So we'll sit on that idea right now, see if it wants to work. We have our upside targets, and then we have some downside targets as well. So we'll see if Nvidia wants to get going here with the last hour, I guess, before we get those imbalances at 350. And then at that point, it's all sort of hands off and take the wheel for the imbalances. But right now, there it is. It's trying to break up. I don't know if it does or not. We just took out 20% there as it didn't have the explosiveness that I thought maybe it would have. Like when a seller's left, you think the stock should go up because no more sellers and obviously buyers. So right now, Nvidia is just trying to figure itself out. I have time to wait.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We can be patient here. It's 245. You don't have to rush into anything. Find something at a key level. I got to get to Upstart in a quick little second, but Rivian was pointed out to me, not by Rivian Millionaire, oddly enough. What's weird, Rivian Millionaire in the chat never seems to talk about Rivian. I wonder why that is. Oh, that's because Rivian is only making millionaires for the shorts. That's probably why. But you know what? It is starting to creep a little bit higher here. The 200 period is regained. The 50 period is within sight. The high of the day yesterday is within sight. Don't want to draw a line up there. The high of the day is within sight as well. So this looks relatively strong. Let's put that there. There we go. We can mark off that high. And there hasn't been, like, look at this. On a 15-minute, you always talk about strength. We always talk about strength and weakness. That is all strength. There's not a red candle since it broke away from 1420. And of course it was 1420 that this broke out yesterday, dipped into yesterday, and consolidated at today. I don't know what it is about that price, or like 420, 1420, but for whatever reason, like you can't make it up. This is what it was doing at 1420, and now you're just in a strong trend to the upside. I would not want to fight this. I would not want to fight Upstart either. Shout out to everyone that's been harping about Upstart. It's trying to break the high again, and I did not take this yesterday. When this started to go, see that top break? I didn't take it when it took out the top, and now it's going through the high. So this time, I don't want to say you throw caution to the wind, but it's got a pretty decent short flow. I still don't like the lack of bid on it. There just is not a heck of a lot on the bid, so you're usually just making levels in here. But giving it back into 44, I think can be worth it. This one broke the top at $43 and went to 44 yesterday when the bid didn't look all that strong. So with that short flow interest, yeah, like I just bid 25 and it just goes up to 30. So let's be ready for it. It is looking like it's trying to break. I want to grab it in here and give it maybe back down into 44 even, as Upstart for the second day in a row, breaking out, good short flow. There's a lot happening in this market, but nothing compared to what we're going to get the rest of this week. And glad to have back Justin Zacks. I believe Justin's with us, VP of Strategy over at Moomoo, to talk a little bit about some of the things that we're expecting to see in this week. First off, welcome again, Justin. Good to see you again.
Thanks for having me on again.
Of course. And look, there's just a few things happening this week. I don't know if you're familiar with, there's this company, and they basically cornered a lot of the AI market when it comes to when it comes to chips. They're called Nvidia, and I've heard a few things about them, and they're reporting. Outside of
Tell me more.
I know, right? No, it's uncanny. Sean was talking about all of his friends emailing him what to do with Nvidia. I just had an appointment with a physiotherapist, was asking me about two things: crypto and Nvidia. Crypto, because everyone seems to always ask about crypto, and then what to do with Nvidia. So it's the first place anyone's thinking about when they sit down in the morning to trade, and I feel like it's the last thing they think about before they go home. So what are we doing here, and what can we expect with clearly the Super Bowl of earnings coming up here, Justin?
Yeah, and it's not only, in fact, not only is Nvidia kind of the most important stock now, Nvidia may be the most important stock for the overall stock market because we're kind of close to this inflection point, right? And so what I'm really looking at is two things. One is how is Nvidia, the stock, doing, but also, what are they saying about the economy, CapEx spend? What are their customers doing? And that actually is probably even more important for the overall market. Either way, so you could see, a big up move or particularly a big down move if we see any slowing in this future demand for a lot of their products.
Yeah, and I think when expectations are so brutally high here for them, there's a saying I like, and I don't know who coined it. I just like repeating it often. There's no such thing as good or bad earnings. There is just the numbers that get reported and what the market decides to do with them. And ultimately, I don't think it necessarily matters whether we think they beat or not. If the expectations are super high, I just feel like there's more risk to the downside. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but what are your thoughts in terms of, we're expecting 11 or 12% move here today or tomorrow after market. So what are your thoughts there? Are you feeling like there's more risk one way or the other? From a general sense, I'm talking extreme move. I mean, if we do less than 10%, I don't think anyone's going to be excited about Nvidia's move.
Yeah, I would say if you look at the history of the company, all they do is beat and beat big, right? And so they beat 5 out of the last 6 times, and 5 out of the last 6 times the stock's been up one day afterwards. So you can have a marginal beat, and the stock can still go down. My thought is, you're more likely to see a beat and the stock go up a certain amount, but any miss in the downside's bigger. So, you have to weigh those probabilities. So probably less likely to miss, but it doesn't matter. It's just one little thing. If people pick that out, and like you mentioned, a really important thing on the positioning. And that's something I've been looking at in the options market. You mentioned the implied moves. The realized moves have been about 7.5% most recently, last few quarters from Nvidia. So we're expecting a much bigger move. And given what we saw in the overall market a couple weeks ago, I would say that's probably priced pretty correctly. Probably that 11, 12% is probably the right price because people are so long this stock right now. And if there's anything that tells them, if there's a delay in Blackwell, if something is wrong with these customer demands, if they don't beat significantly by $1 billion or more on some of these metrics, you may see a significant move to the downside. Merely meeting the expectations is not going to be anywhere near enough for a company like Nvidia.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. Interesting. I mean, looking at it, positioning obviously is going to matter a heck of a lot, but it's like it's almost like it's taking everybody's attention, and then we're forgetting a few important things that I wanted to maybe pivot to. Like, we just had Jackson Hole. We're going to get rate cuts upcoming, starting next month. Whether or not we get the 25 basis points, whether we get 50 basis points, some people seem to think might get more than that. Certainly you're starting to see a reaction in that. Like, I've seen EV names and solar names try to press in advance of this. You're seeing the IWM move around a little bit here. So it just feels like everyone's forgotten for a hot moment about the fact that we just had Jackson Hole, and Powell maybe gives that indication that we're getting what everybody's been expecting, which are those cuts coming through. How does that play into this? Or do you put that on the back burner until after NVIDIA, or is this still front of our minds?
I think it's actually more tied together now, given what Powell said at Jackson Hole. So basically, you saw a pivot. It's not just about the rate cuts.
Most powerful.
It's about their dual mandate. So they have a dual mandate to control both inflation and employment. And they had been so focused on inflation because inflation had been so high and employment had been so good that they really, didn't worry about employment. Now that's shifted. And so all of these big economic numbers, the inflation numbers won't matter that much. So we have PCE on Friday. It probably won't matter as much as claims on Thursday. That will be the big number to watch. And the big number, next week will be that, monthly payrolls number on Friday. Those are the numbers people are going to be watching. And how does that play through to the individual big stocks like Nvidia? Like I just said before, it's not going to be about can they pass costs along to customers, these inflation metrics. It's going to be about the economy. It's going to be about what they're seeing in their in their backlog, what they're seeing on their orders, what they're looking to the future for that demand. Is they want to see any signs of that demand either slowing or drying up. And that's not going to be good for the stock. It's not going to be good for the overall market, because right now the biggest fear of all these market participants is an economic slowdown.
Yeah,
what I would also say is we did see some very good consumer confidence numbers today, and I think that's held the market up a little bit today. Obviously, they were in a wait and see mode. That's a good sign. The most recent economic numbers we've seen have actually been pretty good. There hasn't been it hasn't fallen off a cliff. But every time we get one of these big numbers, people are going to start freaking out. Maybe it's warranted, maybe it's not, but we will find out with Nvidia, and then we'll find out with some of these economic numbers going forward.
To your point, before I throw you, Sean, here, to your point about that, I was just going to say, you had that economic data. Some of it looked good. And there's rotation going to some logical places. I mean, if you get some kind of consumer confidence, Walmart can't get out of its own way to the upside. Costco can't get out of its way to the own upside. So, I mean, people are absolutely rushing towards these sort of staple names that would benefit from a strong consumer, but are also just the strong stocks in the group. It's not as if it's lifting all ships. So I think that's a very important point, especially as half of our chat was yelling at us all day long about how strong something like a Walmart was. But I know there's a couple of things that Sean wants to mention to you about, one of which reports later on that both he and I are a shareholder of.
Hey, Justin, how's it going? Thanks for joining us one more time. And Mumu, we keep talking about it, and I want everyone to make sure they check out the platform by scanning that QR code on their screen right now. What's your take on Salesforce? I mean, we have CRM right here. I have the daily chart up on the screen right now, Justin. You're breaking or trying to break above the 200 period moving average. We do have 50 period down here. We're well above that. But we've come into this sort of wall in and around 266, 270. Now, software as a service, I mean, there's been some names like Snowflake, HubSpot and whatnot that haven't really been performing that well. Salesforce, where do you see with names like this? It's been beat up a little bit, down here about 30, 40%, maybe 30% from its highs. Any thoughts about this report? Also, by the way, reporting tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, what a big company, and it kind of gets lost in the mix when it is reporting, but probably also very important to the overall economy. And this is, everyone kind of knows the AI spend has been pretty good, and people continue to spend on AI. But what about all the rest of it, right? And so this is a great tracker of IT spending overall and where that IT spending environment is. Are companies getting cautious? And we saw that with their last report, and we saw this huge kind of downturn. And a lot of people thought, well, maybe that was kind of a temporary blip. So I think this is the real chance to get a much better read on that. With Nvidia, you're really just focusing on a relatively narrow market, although a narrow piece of the market, but very large. But with CRM, you're getting, I think, a much broader look into this economy and this IT spend about all of these companies, what they're doing, because Salesforce has, basically everybody's their customer.
Are you guys over at Mumu seeing like an extended options period right now? Does it get Nvidia getting real busy over on your side, or are traders maybe staying away from this report just because it's so up in the air?
What I can tell you is Nvidia is pretty popular, and I'll break it down, kind of give you an idea of what people are looking at options wise, and
Sure.
It plays through whether you're trading options or trading the actual stock. But most people are looking for upside. They're call buyers. So they are, and again, if this positioning goes in, even if they have a good report, you could see profit taking. And it's one of those things where the stock rips right after hours, and you see people selling into that because they're already long and they've already gotten long a lot of options. And then in terms of strikes, there's two big strikes everyone's looking at. The 130s, a lot of put action there, and the 140s, which is kind of right near the all-time high.
Right.
And that's a lot of call action. So those to me are going to be huge pivot points. I'm curious to see if we can get to that 130 before they actually report, and it'll go from there. And then obviously the 140 on the upside, it would have to be some type of blowout report, but that would be a huge support and resistance level.
It's funny you mentioned that 140 level because we actually did the math. The implied move right now is about 11 and change %, which puts us right up to that 140. So you're dead on with looking at that. So I want to shout out to all the options traders out there. Take a look over at this platform as well. Justin, thank you so much. Look, I can't wait for the next time you're on. Let's see if some of these thesis, theories, ideas pan out for us on Nvidia. And let's see if those that are writing calls or writing options, puts, are winners in this game or not. I feel like the volatility, for me, actually, let's talk about this right now. Justin, I'm going to keep you on. And I need to make a prediction or not. I'm going to go under the 12% expected move tomorrow.
That's where I'm thinking it's under.
That's where I am. Are you allowed to make any calls on that, Justin?
Yeah, I'll give you, kind of my thought, and this is not a prediction, but I think it's more likely if the stock is down, it will be an over, and if the stock is up, it will be an under. That's my guess.
Oh, I like that.
There we go. You got the bang for that one.
That's even better. That's actually even better.
That is worded perfectly. I never even thought about it that way. I agree to that exactly. I think that's a great point. So, all right, there we go. We got it. Thank you so much, Justin, for joining us again, and make sure everybody scans Moo right there on your screen. So thank you, Justin. Take care and enjoy the earnings season.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Justin.
There it is. That's actually a really good point.
It's a better way of putting it, because ultimately I think that's what most people are thinking.
People will be scared and run for the exits.
Run for the exit, but if it's good, it's not going to be good enough. It's certainly part of the sentiment, no question about it.
I mean, the thing is, let's just say it takes out 140. Are people putting new money to work there? I mean, that's where the 12% stops, right?
I'm not. I promise. I bet that. I don't know. I'm not putting any money in over 140 on this stock.
No, I don't. I mean, it's more about obviously at the end of the day, these programs just keep buying it, and at some point, where does it stop? I mean, I don't know where it stops, but right now, 17 cents in the money as Nvidia is trying to go back up there to the upside again. Comes into the bottom, into VWAP there. We bought a little bit. Let's see if it wants to hold. I mean, we talked about it in the chat. You can see our positions on board right there. You know what's actually starting to keep going downside? We didn't talk about this enough, and Travolta's like, come on, man. Why are you guys not talking about this meta trade? This meta trade is 250 in the money and just bounced. I'm going to get this out at 519.50. If we break through 519.50, I just got to bring that to everybody's attention right now. We've already canceled our other stop order, 519.52. Hit enter. There it is. That's how I trade. Hands off the keyboard basically for our outs, and hands on the keyboard when stocks start to go ham on the upside. We're waiting at 68. I'm going to take a 62 right now if we can get that on Nvidia. As it's starting to go back up there to the upside, we're long at 40s. Give me that 62. Come on, man. Just bouncing off. Did I get those yet? No, I did not. That's hilarious. We talk about the volume that's going through on this stock, and I can't even there now. Still not out. Still not out. Okay, finally breaks through. There's the out there for 20-something cents. We'll see if it gets higher. I mean, I'm still waiting at 68, which is where we stopped last time. We'll take a piece out there, and then I don't have any more offers, and we'll see if this one wants to run into the hour of so-called power. And if that goes, then
the SoFi hour.
Good on us right there. And then Palantir, again, we have less than 10, way less. We have 5%, sorry. I've already told you that, of this trade. I don't know. Honestly, I mean, I might just get out. This breaks 31. I'm not interested in Palantir. I've been watching it. It's just doing this. We already hit 31. 31 was a sticky note level. You can go find free trading ideas every single day at Trader TV. Sean, today it was all shorts: Nvidia, Tesla, Baba, Micron, and Palantir. Do we trade any Chinese names? I didn't.
Alibaba was an idea,
right? Yeah. I don't think we.
At the end of the day, like, a stock actually has to do somewhat adjacent to what your plan is for you to take a trade on it. Yeah. So it doesn't matter. Oh, I think I thought Alibaba was a short to 84. So when Alibaba, like, promptly at the open, like, this is all it did. It failed the high, the pre-market high, and then just dumped. And it's now been doing nothing, hanging out lower. So unless you were in it really early, like, that was your shot. At 9:30, you could have shorted Alibaba, and if you weren't shorting it at 9:30, then unfortunately, no trade for you. And it's exactly the same thing on Pinduoduo. It made one test of not the highs yesterday, because what do we even call the highs yesterday? After the open highs were like 102. It did one check of the 102 level, and then it just dumped for the rest of the day. So it was a very specific trade that you had to just short the first available opportunity. And these are the two I looked at in those two. And if you did, congratulations to you. And if you weren't looking for that, you were looking for something higher, which I was, you just never had a chance to get in. It was Oscar in the chat talking about SoFi breaking out. So SoFi is making a move to the upside. Unfortunately, SoFi, every single time it has gotten to these prices, which is above $7.80 and into $8, you can see what's happened on the daily. The last time it was strong off this level was for, I think, a couple of days in February and 1 day in January. That's it. 1 day in January, 2 days in February, there's been strength above $8 on SoFi. Doesn't mean it's not going to go now. I love the reversal candle it just put in at 6, but until it breaks, to me, it needs to break like 850 or something, or the 8-quarter. But it's on a churn today, so good for SoFi. I think as a day trade, when it goes to a level like that, I'd be looking short at $8, maybe a false break of 8 or some kind of a mean reversion trade if it can get to $8. When I look at that daily, it just says resistance at that price. Try to play the resistance. GBDI is halted, I see in the chat.
Not GBDI, no.
I wanted to call it Jedi, but there's no way I can turn that into Jedi. That's halted like 5 times.
A dare chair push. A dare chair push.
For this thing?
I don't know. I didn't look at it. JBDI.
No, I didn't look at it either. This is like the 5th halt on this, or 6th. No, check that. I keep forgetting that I don't have to count it myself. I have this halt thing I'm looking at, and I'm sitting here counting these as if it doesn't tell me it's halted 9 times today. So shout out to Trade Ideas for that halt scanner. But it's halted to the upside at the high of the day with a current tap of $12.79. So it's halted at 1084, indicating an open of 1280. So congratulations if it opens there and you happen to be long. That will not provide, if it opens that high, that's not going to provide any kind of a trade on JBDI. I don't know what company this is. Let's be real for a quick little second. Short. JBDI. Is this an IPO? Oh, it looks like this is a fresh IPO.
Oh, is it? Oh,
okay. So who knew? This is a small IPO trading for the first time here today. So good luck to anybody. I feel like the small IPOs have been doing better than some of the big ones lately if you're just swinging for it, because this looks like it was pretty clean, decent enough volume. But if it opens $2 higher from here, that is an absolutely don't chase without knowing anything about the stock. And even if I knew something about it, I probably wouldn't either. So we're not getting a reload in Cava short. AMD is not a New York stock. Still underneath the 150, but not getting back into VWAP. So yeah, no fill on AMD trying to go short. I don't want to chase it too far, but under VWAP, market rolling over, want to be short this name. Intel is still holding a bit around that 20 level, but it's AMD I want to find my way into. I'm not going to chase this to the bottom. I'm going to look for the first available pop to short on AMD as things are starting to roll over a little bit here. What about that Amazon top? That was up there, 174. That's starting to curl as well. Okay, Amazon, lower high, 173.80. Should have just pulled the trigger. It was strong at the time, but when the market's rolling over and you're at a resistance level, generally speaking, unless the stock is super strong on the day, I want to look for shorts. I've only been short this name as well, but that was under VWAP. So I'll look to this 173.80. That's still available with the market starting to roll over.
All right. Yeah, I was just saying to myself that, and in the chat, I was also saying self as well at that part. We think the market is going to roll out. Like it's happening right now. So I'm actually going to take a short right now on the Qs. We just emptied out the clip a little bit here on Nvidia, upside 60s, 63s. We got some more out there at 49 as we start to break lower. I just into the close right now. We're underneath the 50 period. We've bounced. I was debating taking the short right there. We do take a small position right here on the TQs because there's that break of 69. I missed that. Okay, here we go. Now we can get some shares now. We'll have to pay. We paid probably about 6-7 cents too much there by punching short 90s there. But we'll take a little bit more now. I wanted this short on the breakout. I was debating, the real short is up here. We didn't break. So I'm thinking that like this 68, 68, 69, 20 area, 25 area would be maybe where we eventually stop out if this is, maybe if this is a long and we're wrong. But we'll go short right now and see if this wants to pull back in just a little bit. I mean, we've had success trading the futures near the end of the day, so let's just see if that will keep on going. It's tough sometimes to trade individual names. And I feel like right now, although we're long now at 38s on Nvidia, it's not working properly. So we will probably wind up getting stopped out of this one. We're going to go short again on the futures and see if that wants to work. We did get stopped out, unfortunately, again on Meta, but look at the spread. Right now, it's actually calmed down with half decent sizes, which is nice. But all the prints are going off at 30s, 26s, 23s, 30s, this and that. So I was going to try to use a dark pool, but the problem with dark pools is all of your orders have to be minimum 100 shares. And like, I don't trade out of, if all of these are 100 share, all these aren't 100 shares. Some of them are sub 100 share lots. And it doesn't really, on a stock like Meta, I mean, if you're going to take a position, you take 1,000 shares. When the spread is what it is, that's too many shares to be punching into at once. So that's something, again, just if you're on, everyone's trading style is going to be completely different. But if you are using dark pools, and we talk about it all the time, understand the platform and understand some of the rules that are associated with those dark pools. All right, TQQ, we're going short right now. Nvidia is losing it. So it looks like that short in and around where we're long, actually, in and around that 60s and 50 area, seems to have been right. All we've been doing is fighting Nvidia right here. Looks like it wants to break 128.25. We're gone if it breaks that level. So we'll just hold this into like an optionable level. We'll take another bid right now, put the stop in at 128.24. If it breaks lower, then we'll get out. We'll try to buy a little bit more and then hold out for Nvidia. But we can afford to lose 15 cents on this trade. I mean, like no problem. So if that happens, that happens. We are still trying to short the market right now. I don't know. An hour left.
Less than an hour
earnings tonight.
Less than an hour left. I mean, it's quiet on the earnings front tonight. It's the calm before the storm, as far as I'm concerned. But like, there's like, what else are you going to do in a market like this? I think you're not provided with many opportunities when you're up at the top. It's just find something, unless you're trading the futures like Sean, like I said, like find something that looks at a rollover point when you make a double top on the market that to me gives me a nice strike zone. So if I'm not going to be able to reload, I don't think it's a good reload on Intel at these prices because look at the double barrel support here at 20 even. So you got to wait for it to get back up to the top. That's what led me over to Amazon with a similar setup as Cava, where it got to resistance spot and is now trying a lower high. So I'm just going to short it in here. I got 66. That was a bit of a chase. I really wanted like more closer to the 80s for that lower high. And let's just see if that one can get into VWAP. If there's something, relatively strong, willing to look at that as well. AMD was certainly a possibility. And we keep going over the same names. If that pulls back into VWAP, I might prefer this over Intel based on the prices that we're seeing. So let's see what happens here. Steve just said they went long in the NQ.
Yeah, probably good.
Good luck, I should say. It's just when we're at that resistance level, I want something where if we're not breaking out the highs, I always bet on when the market's going sideways, the way it has been in the afternoons, breaking out fresh tops just doesn't feel like that's been the way to go. Overall on the NASDAQ. And then if it does happen, it's easy to get out of your shorts when those resistance levels are in. I like the fact that there's clear outs provided. So no reload yet on Cava. I've moved down to the 118.80s, try and pick it up or add some more on the slight trend into the downside. If it gets to VWAP, that's certainly going to be an out for me if we can get it. So let's see what happens here. If we end up breaking out tops, there's no chance. Like we make fresh highs in the market. I'm already out this thing if it breaks like the 119. So don't mind shorting back into it if I can get some 80s here on Cava. That'll be the next one, unless Amazon does something. But even that, since I got into it, the range on Amazon is 14 cents. And this is a 3-minute chart. So that's like 3 bars here. It's not quite 9 minutes because they haven't closed this last one. That's a 14, 15 cent range in 6 minutes. Like you can't draw blood from a stone, wherever the heck that phrase came from. But it's true. You just have to be patient. Got to wait for a better price. If I'm going to add to this, if the range is 20 cents, then let's get some more tighter to the top because that's what you got to do.
All right. So we're kind of Waiting for something to happen, but Nvidia's working. I mean, we bought some more down there at 35. It's now 20 cents in the money. As we're saying, trade the right names. I mean, there's the buy right there on Nvidia. There's the upside surprise as it's continuously going here. But then we are not making any money. Why? Because we're short the market. I mean, going long Nvidia and shorting the market is not great. This was more of a technical setup. There goes Nvidia. It's blasting higher right now, so that's all good. If this takes this, we're only getting out right now, right here at the 50 period.
Here we go.
So here we go. It's too bad because we'll be net flat on this. We can't even really enjoy this move, but Nvidia is starting to get ramped up a little bit. Let's just take one more fill out there. There it is. We'll take a 66 out right now just in case, right? We don't need it to blow all the way up and then we somehow get stopped out, which we are going to get stopped out of our TQQs in a minute. If that does go up to the upside, we got to take advantage of getting something out on Nvidia. So there it goes, man. This could be like happy that we might have this one now at that bottom, but also happy to be getting out. We're out of half of our Nvidia here as it's working to the upside. So that one's starting to work out just a little bit here. The futures might be independent all on their own. You know, they have other names like the largest name in the world, Apple, trying to trade around as well. Let's get something out. You know what? Let's wait for the TQs. I mean, if it does fall in, I don't feel great about this trade. To be honest with you, we almost got stopped out. We could have waited a bit more. We tried to take the 200 period. That did not work. But the more and more I trade these TQQs, the more I realize that as long as if you have your outs in there and they trigger, because I noticed it right here as well. We were short. There we got triggered at the top. That seemed to have been a false break. We were watching other names. We went back into the short. That's probably not great to do that. Reload again, and then out. And then we don't have to worry about this 50, 60 cent move up. So as long as we have our stop orders in, it always sucks to get stopped out. But in this situation, we'll have
better than the alternative.
Yeah, you don't ever want to forget to put stop orders in.
You know, here I'll show you an example of why. Hold on a second. Here, I'll give you a stock. So I trade these things on the side. Like anyone that's around here knows. Like I trade like little buyout things. Just usually market making. And if you're not willing to get it, now I've been in these where the other thing happens. Like this one ultimately comes back. Like I'm shorted at the top end of the range. I can pull it. I can show you. This is what the chart looks like on a 15. Like this doesn't do anything. But when you do this or this style of trade, you know that you can basically just make markets, and if you're good at it, make consistent money. But it has nothing to do with how much you make when it works. This style of trading, and this is for anyone at Real Trading that does this, has nothing to do with that. It has to do with how much you lose when it's wrong. So for me, and I was away from my desk, and I was doing. I have to do exercise every single day, so I was away from my desk doing my little sad and pathetic like toe pushes or whatever the heck you call it with a band, and this broke the top and then get out. Now, ultimately, if I hold on to this trade, and just imagine if a stock has a 2-cent range, my expectations when it moves double that in one press to the upside and eventually 3x that move. Now, if I don't get out here and it continues, you're not talking about ruining days, you're talking about ruining weeks and months. So I'd rather lose. And when I lose on this, I'll probably lose twice as much as I would make on a good day because it extends the move, but you only lose like once every 10 days, something along those lines. But if you're not willing to get out when that's happening, if this thing decides it wants to squeeze because a bunch of people have been just shorting it inside, then you're just in trouble. And I take all of those lessons and you move them back over to any other style of trading. It's just a condensed version of it in a stock that doesn't move. It's important because if you can't say to yourself, or, I mean, to everybody, we tell you guys, where am I wrong in this trade? Like, where's the line in the sand? What is the Alamo? You know, like, what's the one thing that, if it happens, I should not be in this position anymore? If you can't decide that, whether it's a major moving average, whether it's a line on a chart, I don't care what it is. It could be a trend line. It could be just an absolute price. Who cares? You could be short in front of big size. You can be long in front of big size. Whatever that thing is to you, just make sure that you're getting out and not turning one bad trade into a career ender. I can't tell you how many times traders come and go. Most traders fail. We'll say that all the time. Like it's like 90% of traders fail. But if I look at the traders that are around and actually make money for an extended period of time, a lot of times if you look at the reason they ended up leaving or what started that path, one trade. One trade, one day was like that TSN turning point that they could not come back from. And I'm talking about the traders that make it for over a year. they usually have similar downfalls, and one of them is not being able to admit what they're wrong on a single trade. So, like on this trade here, there is your consolidation, there's your wick high, my stop is above that high. I want to short into it, it breaks that lower high, I get out. It's not the high of the day. Sometimes it would be the high of the day. It's not the high of the day here. It's that lower high. MNMD looking like it's going. MindMed is still apparently making moves. I just heard in my ear that it's going, so I call it up, see if it's doing anything. Nah, I mean, it's just like it's breaking the high of the day, so it's going to hit some scanners, and then you'll hear, hey, MindMed is breaking the highs, but that's not doing much of anything here. And the daily chart speaks volumes. The reason it would be interesting if it was breaking out, because this could do nothing and go 10%. MindMed.
Yeah, MindMed, a funny one there. All right, I mean, again, we're looking at Palantir, nothing's happening. I still have my plan for the TQs. If it breaks 69.10, we're out, although the 50 period is sloping down a little bit, but not much. Trying to turn upside right now. Hopefully, the market will push a little bit lower, but we'll have to check out what some of the big market makers are doing right now as well. Apple trying to fade maybe a little bit. I mean, that would help our position underneath the 200, underneath the 50 period moving average. So again, part of the reason why we're in this, right? Part of the reason why we are talking about Nvidia and getting out and getting out and getting out of Nvidia. Now we have about a third left of that trade. As here comes the market in. Let's just see now where it wants to go. I mean, we just got some outs for flat.
It's my charts.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, there it is. Yeah, thanks, Neil, for that one. All right, so we will just get out now for a little bit on the TQs for flat. Again, we are out of 10% of that one as it comes back in. We did get some outs for, and we only have a third left. We got 2/3 out of Nvidia as that tries to go back up to the upside. So now let's go. Let's see if there is that downside move. We were waiting for this, like the hit off of the 50 period moving average. It looks like we want to go down. Let's just continue. We need to make a new low. So this needs to break 19,630 basically, and then maybe we get this collapse in. We could also get nothing. I mean, we've been looking at this for the last couple of days. I mean, here's the TQQs yesterday. Basically, actually, I guess it made a move down, I guess, right there, up and down. Maybe yesterday was a bad example, but at this time of day, at 3 o'clock, we started to edge down, and then right there at 350 is when we got that kind of boom there to the upside once those imbalances came out, then a sell-off, and then the last-minute print higher for those imbalances. So we'll have to wait to see if that wants to work. There goes Nvidia right back up to highs as well. So we didn't get out of that much of the TQs. We talked about that, but we got out of something at 95s. And here comes Nvidia right back up into 60s again. Hey, man, let's just rinse and repeat. There it is. We'll take a 58 out. We'll hit the hot dog cannon on that one. 24 cents here. We're down 6 cents the other spot. So we like that ratio. We could get off of this right now for nothing and just basically cost us nothing and watch Nvidia try to fly higher. I'm just not convinced of either one of these positions, to be honest with you right now. So I like the way the futures are setting up for a short, and Nvidia is making me nervous because if that keeps going higher, then I know it will lift all ships. So that's something that I'm looking at right now is Nvidia long and the market short. And by the way, there it is right there. We just get a little bit of a money drop on Palantir because we get that fill. We wanted to get that fill just ahead of the 200 period. If it gets to VWAP, great. But Palantir, again, off the sticky note, short at 31s. So, yeah, that's all that I'm working with here with only 3. It's now 3:20, so 30 minutes until those imbalances, and we'll get a more of an early look with an update. But for right now, I mean, this is what it looks like here. CNQ, so Canadian National there, coming through. Visa.
You see those every day.
There's Lumen. Yeah, these are all nothing. These
CNQ and I feel like Enbridge we see almost every single. Lumen has been moving.
Yeah,
that would be interesting.
Palantir
would be there. You know what's Palantir always has imbalances in the morning. I don't wonder if there's not something that you could look at. Not every stock's going to have imbalances. Just very quickly here, that's Palantir. This is, there we go, there's Amazon. So it just came back into these lower highs, I'm calling them, into 173.80. So if we get a breakdown, I still like VWAP, but I got to be able to take 60s. It's just not moving enough. Like you're going into the high 70s, and then you're going 60. So first entry, I think was too early. We got it on the way down when the market was coming in, instead of allowing it to get to this consolidation level with the lower high. So that's what we're in right now. I don't think at this point, like Cava is not really moving around as much. Like, yeah, you've got these little moves in here, but there's just not a lot of printing going on. So every time I try, like it makes a level and I try to get in off the lower high, Well, guess what? It'll wick, not get there. Wick, not get there. So this might just be a hold until some kind of a trend breaks. It's bottoming 118 in here. So as long as it's doing that, I'll probably just stick the bid at 118 and just go ahead and take it if we can grab that. And if we get something back into 119, then ideally we're out of the trade and then we can move on to the next. I keep looking over at Tesla as well because like Tesla, see this 210 level that was essentially a flat bottom break? Like this was this support, that support. Well, all it's doing here is barcoding, consolidating, looking like it just wants to break higher on Tesla. So with the market coming down, Tesla's not failing 210 anymore. This morning it failed it. It even gave you a second look off this off VWAP. It got to 208, then it got to 209, then it got to 209. Now it's just kind of hanging out here, possibly ready for a break through the $0.50 that could go up. Now, if it happens way too late in the day, I'm not punching long Tesla at 349 or anything like that. But this looks like it could be a little local breakout. It's just consolidating long enough that it would look like a good break. Because if you take a 50 long, you can just slap a 10 even, stop on that. And Tesla, even if it just got to here, that's 211.50. That was the morning range high. So just keeping eyes on Tesla, throwing it up on another level too, or sorry, another one of my black charts up here, just to see if it makes that break. With only about 35 minutes to go, got to try to find something with an explosive move instead of just a scalp trade, which are fine. But I wouldn't mind seeing if there's something that could break out and maybe run into the imbalances as opposed to trade a range into the imbalances.
When Neil mentioned 90% of traders fail, I actually looked at the risk, and I was, very happy to say today we've got 5 of 12 traders are green, and that's great. So I just wanted to say that's great. Although the market is not super exciting right here today, it's opportunistic. So 5 of 12. So that's pretty good, man. 5 and 7. I think that's pretty good for a group of traders considering those odds that we had just sort of discussed there. All right. The market's going to, I feel like, do nothing, so we're going to have to look for individual names. What about bank stocks? I mean, JP Morgan right now is at 220, like right here. It's a kind of a cool level to look at, but I wish I could say more about it. I mean, the high of the day is 220.25, so you're coming into there if you want to sort of look at other names rather than tech names. Bank stocks have been just like, talk about buying best of breed. I mean, JP Morgan just continues. We did this yesterday. I think it was 14 of the last 16 days up for JP Morgan. That means it's getting probably a little extended and a little bit overextended, but at the same time, huge move up. And you look at how far away you are from the 200 period moving averages. Sometimes you get pullbacks when this is the case. And if you pull back into the 50 period moving average, that could be pretty good too at 207 and change. Join myself and Brian Shannon tonight on the Market Recap Show, where we'll be going over everything. And last time he nailed, we had Brian Shannon on when it was Nvidia earnings. And it was live, and I can't remember, I think it was I don't remember the stock, I think it was 7, it was before the split, I think it was 760 or something. It fell right back into that level.
I remember that.
Sort of an anchor, yeah, and then we had clipped it and everything, and we had talked about that.
It was anchored VWAP from the prior earnings.
I think, yeah, exactly.
Pretty sure.
It's out there in the ether somewhere, but it was a great call.
Go rewatch that one before. So. Warm up for Nvidia earnings by just going back a quarter. Because I think it was last quarter. It wasn't 2 quarters ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was last quarter. But it's one of those things. Like if you're positioned ready for it, I'm never going to advocate that you trade in the aftermarket. But if you're going to have a plan, and we've seen Brian nail that multiple times, and it's a good warm up going into it today. There's nothing crazy going on in the aftermarket, so you can just dig into preparation for Nvidia and other things. There was something small on the earnings list, but
for today,
there was something. I don't remember which one it was, but there was something there was a couple of small names out there for earnings. Nothing that I think grabs attention. Obviously, when looking at Box, that's the bet for stonks.com.
Nordstrom's.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, Nordstrom's is still a short float. Any retail name with a decent short float is worth looking at posting. It's still double digits.
Nope.
And with the concern on the consumer, sorry, I'm still on the Amazon chart. I hadn't even switched over yet to Nordstrom, but let me get it up here. It still has a 12.5% short float, so that's pretty solid. These names tend to do really good reversal plays on earnings, meaning if it gaps down, look for potential reversals like it did this last time. So there's your move down. I mean, it's done a couple times. There's your move down. There's your reversal. So something along the lines of the 200 period moving average. If it were to test like this, look for maybe some kind of a pop on it tomorrow. And generally speaking, I'm not saying you can't short the stock, but if it does that same setup where it kind of dumps, goes down initially, and you can catch a bounce play on a stock with a 13% short float, why not go ahead and look for that? So Nordstrom's, I think that's worth watching.
Yeah, I was just going to look to see. Did you find out the short float JWM?
12.5.
Oh, you did look it up. Okay. So we'll wait to see what happens there, and then KSS again. People talking about that in the chat as well as coming through. If Nvidia beat wonderfully, would Sound pop? I mean, I don't know. What is the deal with Sound? Did they get shares in the company or no? I think it was just a deal with Nvidia. So we can watch out to see. I mean, again, if you're into SoundCloud, we've talked about this a couple times as well, and that potentially SoundHound. Sorry, if you're in SoundHound, not SoundCloud. If you're in SoundHound with earnings on board, maybe you just wait for something in the release. About this, so you could possibly play options on SoundCloud, I guess. SoundHound, sorry, to the upside there. $6 seems to have been the top, sitting at $4.90, not doing a heck of a lot. All right, yeah. ARM. Oh, yeah. Let's have a check on ARM right now. Ooh, wow. Okay, we got out at 130. So ARM, it broke lower. We got out. We talked about that as we got out of that name. So I actually really like that one. So shout out to Coffee Trader because. I didn't notice it fell into the 200. So that was a great opportunity to pick something up. If a name ever goes into the 200 period on a 1 minute chart, generally speaking, that's going to be an area that if you like the stock, you like the stock, and that would be a good spot to pick it up. So there it was again. We used the 50 period here, not sure if it was going to come in to that level. It looks like it does, of course, come into that level. And now we'll have to wait to see where we go from there. But ARM right now trying to take out the highs. Nvidia is bouncing back up. So here goes Nvidia right back into 55, 56 level. We just take a fill there on Nvidia as well. So Nvidia climbing. We got it at the 50 period at 50. Now you're going to 56, 57. It's Nvidia trying to make that move higher. It's Adara at the screen.
We do have here quite a few names making some outsized moves on the S&P 500. Some of these catalysts we've discussed earlier today. Just to cover once again some of these larger moves. Carnival, CCL falling down a little bit here, still up more than 3%. We did have Carnival Cruise Line unveiling some new itineraries for 7 new ships with some new destinations as well. Looking forward to 2026 to 2027. So nice cruise line guidance setting CCL strongly to the upside. SMCI, nice recovery here, but this one initially trading lower after getting a short report from Hindenburg right before the bell, saying that the company has some accounting, governance, and compliance issues. They did a 3-month little investigation here, also citing some issues going back to 2018 and 2020 for SMCI. Stock recovering again, though, very nicely, despite that initial move to the downside. Last but not least, we have Paramount on watch here, PARA. This one basically at low of days. We initially had this one moving down after Edgar Bronfman, who had a $6 billion bid for the company, pulled out with its Paramount's deal, reaching a go shop period ending with Skydance. We also had Jim Leventhal announcing on CNBC that he sold his position in PARA. So another update to that saga for Paramount, guys.
Thank you, Adara. You know what? I didn't realize that SMCI, Hindenburg started their quote-unquote investigation 3 months ago, which as far as I'm concerned just means they shorted it 3 months ago. And usually you don't have an idea what price they might have. So using my napkin math, I'm just gonna propose it's somewhere between here and here, because that's 3 months ago. So let's just say 850. All the more reason. Like if you had an 850 and you were shorting it at that, they're risking, I don't know if they're getting out at 1,000, whatever. They can just lean on it as long as they want. But yeah, they've probably taken their profit. Ho-hum, they'll move on to whatever the next one is. And anybody that gets wiped out on one of those reports, it is what it is. Like there's nothing you can do about it. I remember when Block had theirs, like I own shares of Block. I didn't do anything. Like I wasn't, okay, that's nice. I'm still owning Block tomorrow. But good for you, Hindenburg. I didn't read the report. I'll admit, I'll cop to the fact that I didn't actually read the report. Actually, the cool thing about it now is you can just use ChatGPT to get summaries if you really do want to know. Like just, or it doesn't have to be GPT. You can use like Perplexity or whatever you happen to use in case you want to have a general idea of what it might be. It didn't sound good, but they never sound good. But yeah, they've obviously made some good profits. Amazon got back up to the 80s, technically 173.77. just got fills finally in the 60s and then one in the 50s. We'll shoot for halfway to VWAP and then VWAP in here. It's 330 already. I was about to double check. Just get that bid out there. I was about to double check those early looking balances, which are still CNQ, Visa, and Lumen. Lumen doing anything worth paying attention to? If it's going to be a buy and balance on Lumen, I know it's done 38 million shares, but a million's not nothing compared to the liquidity on level 2. It's making a sort of bottom, this Lumen, after dumping pretty much the entire day. Like, that is Lumen's false break. That is Lumen the last couple of days. But if it's a buy and balance and holding 5, that could be worth at least watching. Okay, Cava just printed in front of 118, so we're able to get that one out. It entered too fast. So we just got down to the 118. Never got the reload on Cava, just went station to station. 119 into a 118 support level as that starts to head to the downside. I don't think Cava's a flush, but I do think this is the kind of stock people are probably excited to take some profit on. I know I would be if I owned it, but I don't. But I can't, so I won't. And in terms of looking for buys on this thing, you have to grit your teeth. Not be too excited about what the PE could be on something like this, because that's how people missed out on Chipotle forever. I can tell you from personal experience, it's the only reason I never owned Costco. And sometimes if you just like the company, you got to let it grow into it. I'm not saying you buy Cava here, but I do still think for at least a day or two, I'll be looking for an opportunities to short it after this topping tail candle. As long as it's showing you some trend signs after this day, lower high, hold underneath 120, I'd be thinking short for a couple of days.
Okay, 330 right now. We have the TQQs, and it's trying to go. So let's see if the NASDAQ wants to go lower. We do see this fill right here, which is why we're trying to get out. This little bottom in the NASDAQ, so you can see what we're trying to do right now is just, what am I doing? There it is, more and more short. So we're coming into that bottom right now, 86s. I'm bidding 86 to get some out. So, I mean, this is my problem. It's when I think about the amount of shares, it's like, I bid 88s, 89s. Like, I don't want to miss this level. I'd sacrifice a couple pennies. Like, why am I exactly at 86? It's because that's the bottom. The bottom was what, 84, 85? Yeah, basically 86. So I'm trying to sit there to see if we come back into that level. It's just an ETF, so I'm expecting it to potentially wipe it and then see what happens. So TQQs right now, nice little downside push here, adding to our day. See, now I'm already getting anxious. Let me put some bids there at 91s, cancel the 86s, take a fill down there, reload it at 86, but just a little bit less shares, because if we do get those 91s, we don't want to be right and then it tanks and we don't have enough shares on. So whatever I cancel at 86, I'll put at 91 and then make sure to cancel my 86. Sometimes we don't do that. And then it's like, oh my God, what have I done? I have too many fills down there. And it's like, oh, well,
get the vaunted overfill.
Yeah, that happens to me not all the time, but, or you're out of something and you don't mean to get out of it. Let's just check what happens with Meta. Meta, obviously, that's $3, that's $2.50 or whatever. Our short right here is $5.22. That out is $5.19.50. So $2.50. But the thing is that look what's happening now. Meta coming back in pretty good right now, down into $2.18.50. So what a good short. 1, 2, 3 times. And multiple shorts as well.
And if you're wondering how to get that short, well, you got to put an offer in.
Right.
Zoom that. Was there 15? You have a 15 or 20 minute up.
This one is 20 down here.
There it is. So if you're wondering about that, look where it flat bottom broke yesterday. It was at 523. So what's the easiest? Easiest is the wrong word. What's one of the most simplistic patterns on a chart? A previous support level turning into resistance, a previous resistance level turning into support. It's that simple. Yeah, so Meta was 523 yesterday. It was 523 today.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is. A good call there. And when it came back up there, that's why we had a little more confidence. That was a short against 524. So that almost came out. But those are 523 shorts. Was our biggest stock yesterday. It's second today. The number one stock today, it's not even close, is Tesla. We somehow were able to have the high tick of the day on Tesla. We were short up here at $215.50. We covered it at $208. That's $7.38 we took on that trade. So, I mean, this is why we're here, man. We're here to put on some numbers and hopefully have some decent days. So I'm waiting for that to happen right now. We just got that 91. Oh, did we get 86 as well? No, we just got 91s. So we only got 91s down there. This is when we sort of started the short all the way up, but then we loaded it. We've been getting out. So it's not like this is, oh my God, we're crushing this trade, but we are short right here and it is trying to come in. We did talk about it fading through this, but it doesn't look like there's enough juice in this name. Nvidia, I mean, who would have thunk it? Right now, Nvidia's in a 20-cent range, 40s to 60s, up and down again with a couple slipping spots after that. But other than that, we wait to see if there's anything coming through into the close. I'm going to put one more bid now at like 96 here. And just, I hate doing this, but if the market's not going to move, we only now have 14 minutes. I've sat here over and over again with good winners or losers, and the fate has changed at 350, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I'd rather try to start getting some of this out, especially if it's going to print us for some profits, like it just does right there at 96. So just starting to get it out. We're slightly off of our high of the day, but if I do simple math, we've given back about 20% of our day, just doing whatever trading we've been doing. Like, and it calculates our high spot. So like when we were in the money on ARM, it did come back in, so that takes that loss there. Other than that, though, it's been pretty good. I wish Nvidia would go, but I'd be much happier with the futures fading. We have many more shares.
I would agree with the fade. It's still like the market's still not doing like a huge range, but it is here. Why not? It is a slight rollover. So again, it's just a double top, shorting things off the highs. Out of Cava, still in Amazon. It just tagged the $0.50 here and now continuing to bid. So I think VWAP at this point, VWAP or bust. The closer it gets to 350, no longer stop here. Usually stop in here at about 173.6. I like to put the lower high in. That's just because of the imbalances coming out. Like, what's the point? Amazon could come out with $1 million to buy. Or you could just have all the big cap tech names come out with buy balances and Amazon's nothing, and Amazon spikes in sympathy. And there's just, as Sean said, there's nothing you can do about it. I am still in Intel, but this is a trade from earlier. It got to VWAP. I just wanted to see, can it press through VWAP or get back to short off the high? It's about 2020. Actually, it is 2020. This wick high was like 2021, but I re-entered it here at that 2019 level in front of the 2020 when it just reclaimed 2020 to the downside. Same thing it did in the morning, just a smaller wick top. So if it gets back above 12s, I'm trailing it out. Like, simple. Like this level here breaks that, I'm trailing it out. There won't be a new trade in Intel unless somehow it has a big imbalance. And even then, Intel's imbalances are almost never important. I can't remember the last time it didn't pair off. It's a kind of name like Visa. If you see it on the locator, just understand it's probably not going to mean anything. At 355 it pairs, 358 it pairs, one of those two. Apple apparently recovering 228. That's a pretty strong stock today. Apple. And the other, you know what? That just reminded me. Microsoft. Sharif was on about Microsoft in the middle of the day, and I was like, I meant to take a look at it, but it was no part of my trading plan today was Microsoft. I meant to take a look at it, didn't. But you had a nice upward trend. When this got to VWAP, and then this little breakout here, there's your consolidation above this break at VWAP. That's a gorgeous looking trade because you can be long there with a stop there. You have to be looking at it first. But when do you get to risk 35, 40 cents on Microsoft and then have it be $1.50 to the high of the day? Very rarely you get that kind of a setup, and it was there for you. That's what happens with an inside day. And if you don't break fresh lows, you can get a trend that can go from the top to the bottom, or the bottom, in this particular case, to the top. Microsoft's still a bit of a dog on the daily chart, but hey, it's got the 200-period moving average. This was one of the names that I picked up on that doomsday. What the heck we call that Monday? On that doomsday. Right back at the 200-period. This is why I don't trust this market. If Microsoft loses the 200 period again this week, that daily chart doesn't look so good. So yeah, if you're holding it forever, I don't care. But that doesn't look that great if we lose this 410 level here in the 200 period moving average. That would be a decent head and shoulders look and not a very bullish looking chart. Kind of convincing myself that Microsoft could be a breakdown underneath 410 tomorrow. I'm just going to write that down.
We used to trade Mr. Softy all the time. I mean, in fact,
every day used to be.
Yeah, we coined it. I mean, that was like one of my favorite stocks. We've talked about that. But recently, though, we've really switched over, and now we're switching over to Meta. So Meta, again, very, very similar. Like, although Neil was breaking down a trade that wasn't taken, Meta, we already broke this one down. This was a big trade today. Very, very similar setup. So again, try to find what best fits because there's so many trades that you can have there today. I don't think we're here until we break. I was zoomed in there, and I just wanted to say if we break this 16 area right here, we're gone on the TQQQs. It doesn't look like it wants to go, which is completely fine by me. we're still, I mean, because now here it goes out. We'd like it to go down. We've gotten a bunch out now. So this was always going to be kind of just that shot here that we retrace lower. Look at the market. Take advantage when it dips in. Try to hold on when it comes back up. Very, very slow going. And we actually, when we came on today, we said, this can happen to us in the afternoon. And I was saying, like, I think it was this morning, like a lot of the money is always made. And I can tell you, because I look at the numbers literally all day, all the money made. I mean, I talked about Obi, and Obi's still right there, coming in. So it's like not much has changed here from the morning. Very little trades happening right now. And I think when you get that volume spike, it's great. But other than that, you're kind of just sitting around. So if this comes out, we'll punch ourselves out right now, and that gets out right now. We're up now 30 cents in the money on Nvidia. But as I said, we already have more shares on the TQs, which is why we started to get it out. So here comes Nvidia right back up to that high. You know what? One more out for us. Want us to do that. We haven't gotten anything out at 66, so we'll just take a 66 there, 65. Nice out for us. It's just right back into that level. Look, we can see levels, man. We've already been there right now. So that's something to look at right there for NVDA. Nice out. We'll see if we push back in. And then here comes the Qs again. We almost got stopped out there. Now I'm going to put a bid like at 04, 05. Maybe we're able to get that bid. Let's go. Give me that bid right now. And just start to like say, hey, let's throw the towel in the sky a little bit here, because the market's definitely, we got close to stopping out. We're able to get that great fill there on Nvidia because we were looking at it. Now, if the market comes through, it comes through. But if it doesn't, we only have 5 minutes now until those imbalances, 7 minutes. And then we're going to see what happens. So let's take advantage of this move down there. It is. We get a 4s. These are all profit spots now. It's just not making as much as we would like. TQ's pulling back in. Let's get some more out.
So, Daniel, I'm up on Amazon, but like you said, are you positive on Amazon after your loss? I haven't lost on Amazon. I lost on Apple this morning. Apple was the short that I liked this morning. And so maybe you might have got them mixed up, which is fine. They both begin with A. I mix them up all the time. No, it was Apple off of these levels, like the 227 and then the recent high 228. Like that's what I liked for the south side. It ended up extending well past that. I put in a resistance for the line that it made today. But I was shorting this one off of those highs all morning. So that one was no good. Amazon hasn't been bad. I did get out, like I trailed out of this earlier, but my last exit was a break-even exit, and then the one in here we have into VWAP. It doesn't seem like it wants to break VWAP because you're not getting extreme moves right now in this market. That ASTS
go.
Okay, well, it's accelerating to the downside, down 9%, starting to unwind after what has been. I mean, this has been a good run for it. This stock has a long way that it could drop. The 50 period is $18. The 200 period is $8. And it looks like it is starting to give this one up. It just broke yesterday's low a couple of seconds ago. So watch out. What goes up can come down. We always talk about taking profit in these kind of stocks. I just noticed that one. It hit an alert because it broke the low of the day. So that's all. I'm not trading. I'm not punching lows at 344. Just looking for VWAP at this point on Amazon. Did not get trailed out there in Intel. So it's going to still try to break those lows. I've tightened up the stop there. But just hanging on to this one for VWAP. My dad's account prediction on Nvidia by 350. I mean, Sean's in it, and earnings are tomorrow. That fly is really, really annoying. I'm going to get it at some point. But the easiest answer would be, well, the range has been 128.25 to 128.80. The midpoint of that, essentially, is just like 52. So just call it where it is right now. It's right in the midpoint of the range. That'd be easy to say that in 5 minutes, it's going to be exactly where it's been the entire time. And then after the imbalances, it makes a move. That would be my guess. Like, I feel like if a stock won't break, if Nvidia can't break the range for this entire hour, then before 350, do I think it's going to break the range? In a general sense, no. And I'd probably make that call every single time a stock does this going into 350. So that would be my guess. Not probably the answer you want to hear, but 350, I'd expect to move.
It will move 350. There is a mechanical
that'll happen.
issue there. Okay, so just quickly here, we covered some Nvidia. Obviously, we didn't get anything else out. We covered some TQQs here, and I just feel so stupid. Not stupid, but I wish the market was moving. I can't control this. It's not doing anything. So every time it comes down, man, we're getting out, and the stop is in right now. I'm hoping for better skies ahead on this name, but honestly, I don't know if the market's going to react at all. Here comes Nvidia. I have no more outs. So I think the Nvidia might come as a buy. But I don't know. There's been that seller in and around. I thought it was around 50, and it was, and I still feel comfortable with that. When's the last time? I mean, Nvidia, this whole hour since we've been looking at it is just at the same levels. So right now, let's wait to see what happens. But I'm not gonna. I think higher, but those imbalances will ultimately be the answer to the question. So, okay, what's up, Adara?
Just be aware here of Philip Morris trying to get to new highs here before we get those imbalances and the close. Bit of a volume increase as well. We did have this one coming out here saying about 10 minutes ago that their Swedish Match affiliate apparently adding 450 new jobs through this $232 million investment in Kentucky. Also talking about how the ongoing expansion of the facility in Kentucky is expected to provide roughly 900 million cans of capacity for 2025. So some capacity and expansion updates here for PM, giving this one a bit of extra volume as we head into the end of the day, guys.
Yeah, Lockheed Martin too, Philip Morris. All right, so yeah, all right. So we got stopped out there. The TQs did go back up to the upside. We have so many trades on it. I'm going to say that we were net positive after all of this because our last fill is right here and getting some out. So I feel like it was pretty flat, and it sucks because the last hour didn't give us much to do, man. I was wishing and hoping you heard me talk about that. When we dipped down, those were all great outs, and they did make the difference net at the end of the day. But here goes Nvidia. So this is now 40 cents in the money. I mean, we lost. Like, I'm boo-hoo here. We lost 7 cents on the TQs. Right now, we're 40 cents in the money. NVIDIA is trying to get back up here, and let's just wait. We now have 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes until those imbalances. We'll have a quick look. Tesla, 210. Nice bounce for Tesla. Right now, coming back to the upside a little bit. The other name that we had on our sticky note today was Alibaba. So we can have a quick look over there and see if there's anything happening with Alibaba. It doesn't look like it too much here, but 81.70, and again, put me to sleep, baby. Alibaba right now, 81.80, 82 as a top. Maybe tomorrow's that level. I want to buy more of this name. I just don't think the time is right yet. We'll give this a couple days to absorb some of that PDD news. PDD yesterday, of course, was down that 30%. Well, and today down another 4%. So 35% in 2 days for PIN Duo. Momentarily, we get this out. I do have an offer on Nvidia in case it doesn't come back here. We do have an offer at 90s right here, just before 129. If it blows up to that upside, that's where I'm looking to get out of half of what we have left. So what's up, Adara?
Another catalyst here as we get into the close and these imbalances, this one being for CrowdStrike, because you can see a bit of a volume increase in a couple of these candles as we head into the close. This company announcing here, CRWD, they're enhancing one of their NVIDIA agent blueprints here with their AI native Falcon platform to help accelerate secure generative AI development. So some AI development here through CrowdStrike's Falcon platform, setting CRWD a little bit higher here as we head into the close. Keep in mind, CRWD reporting earnings tomorrow alongside NVIDIA after the close, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Nvidia tomorrow, although I know everyone's excited about it, so thank you to Adara for reminding everybody. So it's interesting here because what I like when the market's going up, but look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's heading into the upside, but going into the imbalances in 30 seconds or so, you know what? The market's going up into this. I'm going to punch out of Amazon. I'm flat now. I'm just getting out of Amazon. It just wicked this bottom. I'm just going to get out. That went down. Cava continues to go down, so we like Cava for a retracement. I don't know if it got to VWAP, but if it gets to VWAP, but certainly like 119 lower high into 118, we'll take it. Amazon goes down when the market goes up, we'll take that. But I want my eyes to be on Nvidia in 10 seconds when the imbalances come out. So we'll see what happens. There's no guarantees one way or another that there's going to be a big number on Nvidia, but if you had to bet that one stock is going to put up a number in 2 seconds, I would make the bet that it's going to be Nvidia. And it's a sell of 2 million. Okay, I was kind of looking for the other direction. So that happened. Nvidia, 2 million to the sell side. Intel 1.3 sell. Peloton, 1.2 sell. That's not big enough for Nvidia that I'm going to love it. I think I would have preferred if it would have broken out that top, but Nvidia is now retracing a little bit. Not a huge move on Nvidia, about 30 or 40 cents back in. It was Peloton that was 1 million as well. So Peloton, decent size imbalance here for Peloton at 1 million shares. It's only done 14 million on the day. So that matters. Not a huge reaction out of Peloton. Dropped like 3 cents. That would have been interesting if that was breaking the low. That ASTS, yeah, that actually caught a little bit of a bid, ASTS, believe it or not, but still rolling under the debt to the downside. It did hit SSR range, so it could have just been like a nice little SSR bounce on ASTS. That one's still heading to the downside. So small imbalance, relatively speaking, on Nvidia, a couple million, but compared to the 5 and 6 we've seen before, it's not really breaking the bank. I want to see over that too, make a trade.
Yeah, still a big move on Nvidia there, man. Down 60 cents. We did not get stopped out, thankfully, so we'll wait to see what happens with that Nvidia. Yeah, 2 million cells. So not as heavy, but as relative number as compared to how much there was paired off. I mean, right now, still very, very decent. So I feel like this could push in. We break through 25, we're out of Nvidia. There's a little bit of a flip on Nvidia. Now it's gone. You see what I mean? So now we wait to see where Nvidia is now as it starts to bump back up. You see what I'm talking about? This is the problem. You have these imbalances that come out, and then this happens right back in where we'd love to get out. So we get stopped out and balances come. So we've already learned about this. Our net is still where it is. Today, if you're wondering, is going to be another one of those trophy days. So we're really, really happy. Shares of Google pulling back. Right now I'm hearing. Let's see what's going on right now. Yeah, there it is. A drop down in for Google. So maybe something happening there on Google. I feel like there was an imbalance I saw, but not too significant on GOOGLE. There it is, Google right there. Small, that's just the A shares. We'll find, or the B shares. We'll see what winds up happening. Now, Peloton, Alphabet, Apple right now not doing anything on that sell imbalance. So, yeah, it's too bad that I feel like we might have been right on the NASDAQ, but at the same time, this is what 350 is all about. So we take the risk there, ho-hum, little bit of an L on that last position, and it's all good because NVIDIA at the end of the day, we're able to get some decent high picks there. We don't have 72. Let's just wait up there now. Maybe we can get that 65 again. We'll put an offer. If we get it, we get it. We're also waiting at 90. We could get a flip over at 355, and maybe it turns into a bid. It might already be a bid. Right now, we do have some
Not yet.
News to share with you. Unfortunately, this will create lower ratings, but Adara has been working so hard here without Brendan on, and you can clearly see, even during the midday show, she's actually even coined her sleep trading. So we're going to give her some more time here, and she will be off of the recap show until further notice.
Still smiling.
So yeah, no, we're happy. I mean, it was a great experiment while it lasted, and we'll see if we can get her back on. So tonight, join myself and Brian Shannon as we will go over some of these plays. So yeah, so far so good, man. This Nvidia is coming back up to the upside. Let's see if we do get that 65 print right now on Nvidia.
So it's now paired down to 500,000. I think at 350, it's probably going to flip. We'll see what happens there. Peloton's still there, but it's not moving, so it doesn't really matter. 1 million to the sell side. It's not a huge number, but it's not nothing. So that's worth watching. Apple just came out of I mean, now Apple's a million. It was not before. It's Google. Look, this is enough to just put Google with a question mark next to it to go over this stock in the morning. Was never a part of the plan. But when you break lows like this, oh, thank you, Wick. When you break lows like this at the end of the day, when it's been completely range bound the last couple, this is another name that it could take out some major support as now you're headed to the downside. Google dragging, I think, some things down with it here. Obviously, could have held on to Amazon, but got out of that one at the imbalances coming out, and it comes to the downside. So it is what it is. It's that 50-50. You don't know which way it's going to go. Sometimes you get it out, and that happens. Other times you get it out, and it's the absolute right time to do it. So no bounce off VWAP on Amazon as that continues to head down to the bottom. I'd expect in 15 seconds we're going to see some flips. Nvidia could flip to a buy. That's certainly possible. It's already paired off 75% of that imbalance. And the reason we say 355, it's not we have a magic crystal ball. That's generally speaking when most of the imbalances get paired with a large update. So Nvidia,
I think it must have gone down.
Okay, it just went down. Oh, it went down a little bit, but it did not pair off. So, okay, it went down by like 100,000 and did not pair. So it's still a small sell imbalance on Nvidia. Not enough to write home about. That's not enough to do much of anything. 500,000 shares of Nvidia. It's done 265 million.
All right, let's get going to the upside, hopefully now with Nvidia. But yeah, we're not in anything else. We still have Palantir, actually. What am I talking about? All right, so Palantir right back into that spot. So PLTR, we will have once again another look on this one and see if we can get a fill at 86, because I forgot that. Okay, there it is. We just got filled there. So nice move on 86 as it breaks back through. That's a good trade. Dead in the day on Palantirs. We just got out of our last piece. Right there, I was only looking at the long, and I forgot that we did have a little bit of a short on Palantir, but we talked about that was like 10 or 5% of that position. We did get that fill there as well. So there it is at the end of the day. Still waiting for that one big move back to the upside, and we will see if that does come out or not. 128, here it comes. It looks like it's going to break lower, which is completely fine. And like I said, we don't have a big piece left of this. Still waiting to see if we get a pop at the end of the day. Our stop on this one is breaking through 25s. So here it comes, it just bounces again. I have no idea. The futures looks like that is going to be a good little move to the downside and then a stop. So hopefully we can hold that level right there, 68.85. We'll look to see if we can hold in there right now on the Qs. But
how are the futures holding?
I don't know. That was just a great short. I feel like we were right. We got taken out there. Yeah, I don't know what the news is there.
But Google's tanking. Amazon's going down with it. How are the futures holding up? I mean, it's not like Nvidia's blowing out the top. Like Meta just dropped $1.50. This is what I'm getting at. Meta dropped $1.50. This is Google just made some fresh lows. It dropped like 70 pennies, but making fresh lows there. Amazon, since this little move, it dropped from the 50s down about 70, 80 cents. Like everything is losing bids left, right, and center except for the overall NASDAQ. It's not like it has to. Like I'm not talking about the names that make up the 100%, but something is holding the NASDAQ up pretty well there for sure. What's Broadcom doing?
Apple, maybe.
It could be, you know what, I should have. Why am I looking at Broadcom before I looked at Apple? That doesn't even make any sense. Although Broadcom is bouncing. So Broadcom's holding up at least a little bit well there. Apple, what's Apple doing? At VWAP, came down, but it's just holding VWAP. So, I mean, Apple's relatively strong today. It's going to end up, 0.05% better than the NASDAQ, but above VWAP is good. So some things are holding it up. Looks like Meta, Amazon, and Google. Those are the three names that took it on the chin going into the close there. I didn't really check out Microsoft.
Tesla right now down about $1 and change. That's another name that's starting to go down. I mean, that was a good one. 210.30s all the way down to 209.20s right now. Coming back in is Tesla. So that's a nice move to the downside there. Palantir, Nvidia we got out of as that broke lower. Micron was a great short for us. We were able to do well on that one. I mean, look at this short. Look at that out right there, 97. We did get stopped out and back in on Micron. And then, yeah, Coffee Trader, you're right, man. We did have ARM today. And look at it closing at its highs right now. ARM up 2%. So that name continues to work. It's too bad that broke 130. That broke 130 just as we were getting ready for 230 and head into this little move back higher. So, yeah, it looks like that will have to close out on the high, which we like. Maybe we'll look for some ARM tomorrow. But I'm going to head over. Yeah, Starbucks is probably up huge right now. I don't know what was going on with Starbucks. That 98 and change. Wow. This name definitely has something underneath it. All right, here we go. No, Adara's just is off of the recap show. So she'll be back on there with Sharif and punning up a storm for you guys again tomorrow. So a minute left. I'm out of here. Adara will also be ringing the bell soon.
Yeah, go get them. It's going to be a good aftermarket show. It's not like, I think Nordstrom's could be a mover. There's no question about it. But obviously, you've got a lot to go over one day out from Nvidia earnings. So you know what to do, everybody. You got to get locked and loaded. We only have about 30 seconds to go. Just watching some bounces happen in the overall market. A NASDAQ making a little bit of a bounce. Google found a bit of a bottom in there after that move to the downside on the rollover. A big move coming back to the upside here. They're buying up Amazon as well. So that's looking at least a little bit better going into the close. I mean, everything was dumping in this last couple of minutes. At least not everything. I mean, it was Amazon, Meta, and Google were all selling off rather heavily without the market breaking down. But Adara, this Tuesday is over for at least the market in 2 and 1. So ring it. And the market is now closed. So hold on to your butts. We were a whopping 0.3% to the upside on the NASDAQ. And I'm saying a whopping, no, I'm being entirely facetious about that. 0.3% up on the NASDAQ, the ES 0.1%. The Dow, I have no idea. It felt like it was going to be a bit of an inside day overall, and for a lot of names, it absolutely was. If you looked at the market, it did take out the lows only to completely reverse it, not really make any fresh highs in the afternoon. I'd say very much an inside day, which makes sense in anticipation of the big earnings tomorrow coming from Nvidia. We get a few others, but I mean, everyone's going to be focused on Nvidia, no questions about it. Big shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos, as always, giving their absolute best and making us look and sound good, which is the tough thing to do with my ugly mug around here at times. I want to give a shout out midday crew, great lessons, wild trading, both Adara and Sharif, and a special shout out to Adara, obviously with Brendan gone, doing double duty. She's doing the desk in the morning. She was doing the aftermarket show. She was doing the midday, still doing the watch list and all that good stuff for you guys each and every single day. So big shout out to her. Shout out to everyone in the chat. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. You know, whether or not you make money or lose money, I can tell you, like, yesterday was much better than today for me. It made more yesterday than I lost today, but it was a losing proposition because of Apple this morning. Overall, wish I could tell you I had one less shot in Apple, or maybe use more size in Amazon, but all you can do is try to be better tomorrow. That's what we're going to try and do. That's what I want everyone to take forward with them. And do not say, I made this mistake, and I don't want to make it again. When things like Cava happen, look to that trade the next couple of days. Cava is a big-time mover. It is a stock that I feel like deserves our attention, and I know I'm slapping a fail on myself for not at least looking at it on a daily basis to put on some trades. There were some really good opportunities the last couple of days in Cava, pulling back in, and I don't think I took full advantage of it. Hope to maybe rectify that tomorrow. So you're not going anywhere. We still have the market recap show as normal. We've got Sean at the desk. We got special guest Brian Shannon and a whole lot of Nvidia to go over. Good luck, everybody. It's your market recap.
Nordstrom's, welcome to the recap show one more time. Wow, you know what we actually ignored throughout the whole day was MSOS, man. Wow, what a big mover there today, down 13%, goes cannabis stocks to the downside. I don't know why we didn't look too much more at that. We talked about riding Tilray to the downside today. It doesn't look like it does anything. Let me switch this over to a 3-minute chart. We will have Brian Shannon on. Yeah, it doesn't do anything all day. Well, Brian Shannon on today to talk a little bit about everything tomorrow. I see in the chat, tomorrow will be a good day. I promise you that. We had a battle back with FXI. And I do want to say we do have Benzinga Pro. I mean, I was doing this show alone for 6 months. We will miss Adara, maybe more than that. We will miss Adara here, but I still have all of this in my ear right now. Special counsel, something about DJT secures new indictment in election subversion case. Okay, we can check out if anything's happening right now with DJT, but do not fret. We do have all of the earnings coming through, and it's not too big. Nothing happening with DJT right now. Sentinel-1 coming through. Nordstrom's coming through today as well. And then there was one more box at 405. Again, not huge market caps tonight, but not bad. 4 billion. Looks like Box starting to run a little bit here as we wait out for these reports. We're going to go to a 1-minute chart just to be able to see it. Box could possibly be out again. I do have Benzinga in my ear. As soon as we get that, we will discuss it. Today was kind of just one of those days, man. XLF continues to go higher. Let's switch over into the daily charts for XLF as well. Look at that, taking out those highs. We looked at JP Morgan today, big movers. We had Justin Zaks on from Moo. He talked a lot. He talked a lot about Nvidia, and I asked him specifically what was of interest. It looks like those 140 calls and puts are being talked about a lot over on their platform. What was weak today? I mean, oil came into the downside. We did have some notes to talk about here. Energy sector drifted lower as market participants continue to react to disruptions in Libya, right? So we're going to have to wait to see what happens here with oil ticking now below the 50 period. We actually recently bought XLE. I'm going to ask Brian about XLE and what he thinks here for this ETF, because we had recently bought some of this, now coming back in a little bit down 0.88. Feel like obviously this is going to be a name that's going to get well looked at into elections, now 68 days away or so. I looked it up a while ago and it was 80. So I'm trying to, like, in my head, just kind of think about how many days. Maybe you guys in the chat can let me know what has happened right there to the downside. There it is. JWM is now out. So we'll go bang on that one. JWN now out, reporting 90 cents. Downside right there. $20 coming through for Nordstrom's. We will get those numbers immediately once they're hit. Revenue $3.98 million. Bouncing around right now. Now an upside move. Okay. Well, it goes up. What goes down must go up, apparently. Nordstrom's. Let's just have a quick look at the daily chart. What we're looking for is 23 break, 24 break higher, possibly coming through there. Watch out for 20 to the downside as well there for Nordstrom's. The expected move today priced in from options, 11% for Nordstrom. So Nordstrom's closing the day in and around $21. Let's see, 11% gives us $2 one way or the other. We do touch $22.50 and $20. There's still that story about me looking back and seeing Sharif there 2, 3, 4 years ago and him trading closing trades. I was like, do not do that. You, especially in our business, might be something if you're swinging them, but you can get taken out by algos here as that drifts down into $20 and up into $22.50. There goes JWN. If anything else comes out, I'll get it for you. I'm now seeing it right now. There it is. Nordstrom's Q2 2024 EPS, 96 cents, beating 71. Sales miss on sales, beat on earnings. So earnings beat, nice move there for JWN, starting to get higher and higher and higher right now. 22.70 coming in right there. A miss for JWN on sales, but a beat on earnings per share. And there's Box out right now. Beat 44 cents versus 40, 270 versus 269. Basically in line from what I'm seeing for Box, but you do like that 10% EPS boost for BOX. JWN, nice move on that one, my guy. Let's see what's happening with Box. Okay. Stonks.com, Box.com. Right now, nice upside move starting to go. If you had that pick, go over there to stonks.com. Obviously too late now, but tomorrow's Nvidia, you can go, there it is. It's, oh, that's Mumu, sorry, on the screen there, but you can go to Stonks and figure that out, what you're trying to do. JWN continues to make upside move. If I see anything here on the recap and on, here we go, Miss Analyst, this is a 3.23 increase in sales, same period next year. So despite missing, they still beat on last year's sales number. JWN right now, there it is. There's that percentage we are looking for. Implied move 11 and change. Looks like we're getting 8 and change. Nice move there to the upside. Nordstrom's, there it is. Okay, not a great guide, IMO, my opinion. 175 to 205 versus an estimate of 192. So I feel like they kind of just brushing that dirt off their shoulder and giving you right in the middle, right? 175 downside, 205 upside. Give us 13, 15 cents either way, and you're at that target of 192. So JWN, a nice move there to the upside as we continue to go. So there it is, man. 2 earnings, and both actually received quite well. Nordstrom's guidance higher, EPS beat on Box, beat all over the place, a miss one end on JWN. So there it goes. Nice movements. Nordstrom's up 9% now. Box up 8%. So I think a pretty successful day. I mean, today is going to be one day. Tomorrow is going to be another. And when we get Nvidia coming through, we saw that moving today. And what a disappointment it was for me into the afternoon. We were expecting a much bigger move right there on Nvidia into the close, and we didn't get anything. So I feel like right now it's shares tight to the vest. Shares tight to the vest right now on NVDA as we wait to see what movement will happen tomorrow. And it's funny because we actually talked about this. This also is there's Box right there on Stonks. There it is. Movement of 11% expected for Nvidia. And you can see it really got going early. On the sticky note, we were looking at 128. We did have that break back and forth, back and forth. And at the end, we were trying to hold the long. And the long was fine. It's just, it didn't do anything. So stopped out some areas, out on the top, stopped out on others. Basically, the afternoon was basically a washed trade. We did trade a lot of the TQQs, and again, disappointing into the close. Sometimes you got to trade the active sectors. So let's do that right now and go over some of these sector recaps. I'll go next topic. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, we'll figure that out after. But right now, let's go over something. XLF, XME, gold right here, still continuing to go to the high side for GLD. We talked about this with Michael yesterday. Maybe we'll have a talk about this with Brian very, very soon about what his opinion on gold is. I know we go back and forth. Let's check out IBIT. We did have Bitcoin moving around a little bit there today, and IBIT today down that 2.2%. So we could find out if there's anything happening with IBIT. Hey man, another one is out right now. It's Sentinel-1 reporting right here. This could be another one of those names. We could 198 million of revenue, 33% increase year over year for Sentinel-1. So we'll find out what's happening. Announced the second quarter fiscal 2025 results. We'll get those numbers when they come through here on Benzinga. So right now we're just getting a quick note that it's announced. We'll find out what that number is right now. So Sentinel-1 looks like it was, I'm hearing in my ear it was a beat, but they're starting to go to the downside right now, down 7%. There it is. Loss of 22 cents on Sentinel-1, sending this name downside. So there it is. Okay, so in line with estimates, expected minus 22 cents, they get minus 22 cents. So Sentinel-1 downside and in line, not great. If you look at the RSI, that's pushing this name all the way back in, down into a 15 handle. Big time movement there for Sentinel-1. If you look at the chart, you're now down, what did I say we're at now? 23? So looking at a daily chart, it's actually a drop in the bucket. Nice rally for Sentinel-1 again. And as you go here, if you're part of Trade Ideas, you can click it here, Endpoint Security Software. So we like Fortinet in this space. We like CrowdStrike. We can have a quick look to see if there is any effect on CrowdStrike. There was a story at the end of the day on CrowdStrike and Nvidia coming up with something. Doesn't look like they're doing anything. You know what? PanW, we kind of left alone for a minute. We'll find out what's happening now with PanW. PanW, nice high side there into 360, 365, and a pullback for PANW. The best part about what we do here on the show is cover all the earnings. I feel like a name that we're not giving enough respect to possibly for a really good move coming in tomorrow is Salesforce. I like this name breaking through this level. We keep bouncing off. I mean, I'd rather be down here so our expectations can get us back here and then a break higher, but I'm looking for Salesforce to put up some numbers. Not a great report here, dropping back in, obviously, and then a hold down at 232. Let's see what Salesforce can do tomorrow. That number is going to be coming in. All right, other than energy, a kind of a little bit of a flat day. IWM pulls back a little bit today into 218 as interest-sensitive stocks take a back seat. I mean, there wasn't too many stories, major stories today in the market. I mean, we can look at individual stocks right now. Let's go over to a heat map. You can get my mug out of there so we can try to see what's going on. There's Google coming back in a little bit today. So today, the market's chopped around Tuesday ahead of tomorrow's hotly anticipated earnings report, right? We talked about Nvidia coming through in CRM. Both the NASDAQ and the S&P sold off early and battled back to roughly end the day near the flat side. Stocks like Costco and Walmart continue to work. I mean, Amazon takes it on the chin today, down 1.3%, but Costco up $900, the price target there. Nice move for Costco, up to 1.8%. Good move. And you think there's strength in the consumer, you might be right. MasterCard, Visa upside today as well. KO upside. Talk about some of the consumers there going nuts. Nike up 1.2%. You know what surprised me today was Starbucks. Starbucks up 2 and change as well today. Eli Lilly on Zepbound, is that what it's called? Zephyra, something like that. Up 0.42, Zepbound. Adobe up today, Intuit up, Netflix with a price target increase today, taking it out, up 1.06%. Nvidia, Broadcom, your boy Qualcomm up 2.6%. Texas Instruments, and what's this name down here? Analog Devices, ADI, starting to make them sing as well, up 3 points. It's Google that really had a downside move today into the close. Let me just have a quick look at Google and see where that name winds up going. GOOGL. I wonder if we got a story here because this name really fell off near the end of the day. This name's in trouble, and I'll tell you why. If you're going to look at a daily chart for Google, we keep on rejecting this 167, 168 area. I do not want to see this name back down near 156. Stay away, Google. Do not get near that 200 period. Still show some strength. This is a name, again, should be independent of Nvidia, but we're going to see tomorrow where it winds up going. Jets ETF, a nice move higher. MSOS, wow, that name really hit back down into the lows. I've said from before, you're better off rolling up your stock certificates and lighting them on fire and smoking them rather than buying some cannabis ETF as these names continue to get hit to the downside. And you can see even here on RSI, I mean, down to $34. You know what? I know he's listening right now. I'm going to ask Brian Chen, let's find an anchored VWAP for MSOS because we found one for Intel, believe it or not, and it was a 40-year. I mean, come on, guys. You guys know about 40-year anchored VWAPs, right? And that actually worked. It bounced off almost flat off of $19. So that actually worked great there for MSOS. I want to thank everybody for sticking with us today. Over 2,800 of you watching today. That is awesome. And it must be for our guest of the day. And it's a good friend of mine. And he is the author of Maximum Trading Gains with an Anchored View Up. I got the book right here. Let's go. It's Trader Talk. Hi, Mr. Shannon. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well.
Good. I don't know if you heard what I said there. We saw today, we always go over sector recaps. Today, the cannabis sector takes a hit and is down 13+%. Oh yeah, that might be a pun. Takes a hit. Yeah, they're off air and still giving me these puns. But I don't know. We keep on talking about it. It's MSOS. It's a downside move on the daily chart. It looks broken to me. Any comments here about this Trust Advisors ETF for cannabis?
I agree. We're, the owners of these stocks are just getting smoked here, Sean. There's no anchors that I can see anywhere that are below the price. So we're below every single anchor that you can draw, meaning people are losing money on balance. There's the anchor from the IPO back in 2020, and you can see we came up short of that right here, and it's a disaster. You're better off, like you said, smoking your stock certificates if you got them.
Yeah, I started doing that a while ago and gave me a headache, so I stopped. But right now, yeah, I'm down honestly like 90% on some of these names. It's really pathetic, Brian. All right, so let's move on to something else. I was giving you a lot of credit and well due. A couple earnings reports ago, I think it was 2 ago, you were on with me live when we had Nvidia earnings, and what a fun time that was. And I believe, and again, it's stock adjusted, the split was there, but we had called, and I'm going to say it was back, some of these dips. And again, when you're looking at it, you put an anchor on it. I believe it was 760. Can't remember exactly what that would have been. And where I think it was right down into here. That would make sense. Down there, $67. Maybe it was $670. Or there it was right there, $75. That hit. And then since then, straight back up to the upside. So let's do a little bit of work now, Brian. What are we thinking? Is there an area where we could possibly bounce? The expected move for Nvidia tomorrow is 11%. If we get that move, it takes out all-time highs over that 140. Is there an area of possible support that could bounce off of if the report goes the other way?
There are, and I think the one that you're referring to, Sean, just might have been over here. I don't remember, but that's when it came down to the year-to-date anchored VWAP and got that really nice bounce. And just at the beginning of this month, we saw another bounce from that year-to-date anchor. Now, when we zoom in a little bit, you can see the anchor off of the all-time high is right down here at about 120. That's about where we see the 50-day moving average. And just below it, we've got the 20-day and the anchor from the August low. So this kind of looks like the sweet spot, somewhere in that 117 to 119 area, that if we pull back in there, I think you're going to see some buyers. Looking over to that 30-minute time frame on the right, the anchor from this gap has been really good here recently. And if we break below that, then, pulling back down to 117, I think that would probably be a place where if you're super aggressive and you want to buy the dip, then maybe that's the place that the buyers come back in.
We saw, good look there. Let's have a look at that tomorrow. And I think you and I are the same belief. It's not really worth taking a position a couple days or the same day maybe of earnings unless you somehow, a little birdie told you something, which of course no one ever tells us these things. So I feel like we might as well wait for those levels. So thank you for coming on and discussing that. I saw a little tweet of yours today or in the past, 200 SMA for Microsoft coming into play again. I love the stock. There's a lot of viewers here that are in this name again. I think it's number 2 or number 3 on the market cap watch list right now with Nvidia and Apple. Microsoft, what are we thinking about this? I mean, I'm a simpleton and I love the 200 period. I mean, if you come over to my chart, I feel like we want to buy stocks anytime we come into the 200 period. But you had mentioned, though, below the 5-day declining SMA. Anything interesting that you're noticing here on Softy?
Right, Sean. The 200-day, I agree. It's a good, simple benchmark that a lot of people look at and take action at. We saw the anchor from the October 23 low really kind of marked the low here in August. So from that low in August right here, we look at that 30-minute time frame, and you can see that anchor, that green anchor, is where we are right now. So it seems as though that level, that anchor coming together with the 200-day moving average and even this 20-day moving average, which tomorrow will begin to rise as we average this data out the next 2 days. So we'll have a rising 20-day moving average here as well. That gets people's interest. So what I had sketched out and what I think is possible here is we run up to the anchor from this gap in the 5-day moving average, maybe consolidate a little bit, then make a run from to the anchor from the high up near about 424. So it kind of seems like a good risk reward in here that your risk is down below this level. Maybe you get a little pullback in the morning, it starts to shoot up, and then you want to buy on the way up with a stop somewhere under here. But it's looking like it's always a good place for institutions to go put a lot of money to work in quickly.
Yeah, I think that also time frame, right? I mean, as you just mentioned there, as you said, if you're going to put money to work, Microsoft's not a bad place to sit and wait to see what is going on. A name, again, that you and I go back and forth about, and I'm just going to talk about some of the things that you've talked about in the past as well. Bitcoin. BTC, you had mentioned 62,000, a near-term level that a lot of analysts have been looking at. Today, we actually get a little bit below. I'm seeing right now a current quote of 61.8 for Bitcoin coming through. Your confluence here with Fibonacci's and anchored VWAP. So without burying the lead a little bit, what are you thinking right here about Bitcoin? Just looking at a daily chart, I still think it looks pretty good. I talked about this yesterday with Michael, holding some of these levels. I don't get too worried until we break below this 58 again. And then will we see 50? And will that hold like it did that Monday? Any interesting thoughts here about the biggest and the baddest of them all, Sir Bitcoin?
Sir Bitcoin, really overall, Sean, I mean, if you're in there trading it back and forth for swings, it's time to start getting interested. Perhaps we come down towards about 61,000, okay. But we're still in a little bit of a pullback mode. If we undercut that prior 62 a little bit, pull back down to the anchor from the recent low. But this overall on the daily time frame, we're just in this much bigger range of 55 to 73, really, and we're kind of in the midpoint of that. So we've got a lot of price memory in this general zone. And to me, that says there's no big hurry. But if it can hold in here and then start to bounce, this might end up being an important higher low. So it's worth paying attention to. And on that IBIT, this is, maybe we pull back. Maybe that would be towards 34.50-ish would be the place to, buy as it starts rallying away from that level.
All right, I was just looking at some insider selling numbers here because there's some chat in our chat right now about insider selling. Is that something that, we've noticed with Jensen Huang there with Nvidia starting to sell a little bit of this. Some of these announcements, of course, when you're director, have to be made prior to actually selling them. So you get the prospectus and you say, on this date, I'm going to be selling shares. Happening now ahead of earnings report. Is that something that you've ever looked at in some of your analysis? There's a lot of traders that say, hey, why are these guys selling? We hear Anthony Noto from SoFi going in there and buying shares, and we get a little bit of a spike when that happens. Is this anything that you've ever charted or looked at and taken in consideration for any of your positions?
Well, I think the price tells you everything that you need to know, okay. Sean. As they always say, people sell for all different reasons. Maybe they're buying a boat. Maybe they're, doing whatever tax planning, whatever it may be. It's the insider buys that you want to pay more attention to, okay, like you said in SoFi. In thinking back to Elon's sales last year, if you recall, we didn't find out until after he was done. And the stock was, being driven lower based on his sales. And then we got the news that he had sold, and then they bounced from there. Right. I'm not an expert in that area. There's nothing I've ever really found that I can use to make money based on that. So I just kind of look at the chart and say, what's the overall picture? How are we holding up in the face of these sales?
I think they say, like in sports, like ball don't lie. You got to look at the price action, judge it based on that, and try to do your best. Here's an example right here. As Berkshire goes in and announces that if you come over to the screen, they announce and they bought some Ulta Beauty. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, stock spikes up that 10% and now doesn't really go anywhere, probably looking to fade back. Brian, look at this move on Starbucks. Now, when you're looking at a daily chart, it looks, okay, great gap, huge move to the upside. But you know what I found, Brian, and I think that you've taught me a lot when I look at things like this. This is a weekly chart now. I cannot believe that we were here and drew this line on Starbucks. We were lucky enough to buy this dip on Starbucks. Then we get that Brian Nickel, of course, CEO change from Chipotle. But look what we find right here. Goes all the way back to 2019, where we see this high of virtually $100 for Starbucks. And guess what? We're knocking on heaven's door potentially. Shout out to Guns N' Roses as we look to break higher on Starbucks. Interesting point of reference for me at $100 and the 200 period moving average. Is Starbucks like a cool down spot here? I thought we'd fall back in. Any opinions on the way this chart looks?
Well, first, I think you got to give credit to Bob Dylan for that.
Correct,
and,
my bad.
Guns N' Roses covered it. But 100 is a nice round number. We've just had a rally from 75 up into this area. That's a 33% rally. I find this stock to be temperamental, I guess you would say. So it's not one that I've really paid a lot of attention to in terms of trading. I think you've got the right idea of buying it down low in that support area. And now you've got to look at it and say, is it going to cool off in here? Most likely it would seem. We've got a lot of price memory in this area. So it just seems to make sense that after a 30% rally, it would slow down a little bit for a large cap stock like this. But it's got great momentum. We are, we consolidated above the anchor from the all-time high. That's this purple line. And now we're, pushing higher once again. So the momentum's there, and we've always got to be aware of the potential areas where supply might be released, but there's no sign of it yet.
I just pulled up your book and started reading it because we have a question here from the chat from Henry. And he says, can we ask Brian about why, if in his book, it appears the anchored VWAP is more about anchoring, where to anchor it and the average than it is about some volume analysis. I mean, you do have a price time and volume chapter here, of course, chapter 2. So I believe that this book obviously going to be focusing on volume weighted average price and the anchor. But how important is volume? I mean, I don't really know how to address this question because it's kind of in the title, but volume obviously playing a huge part. And I guess we look for those extended days when stocks get really excited based on earnings or a news report, and then volume obviously will affect the anchored volume average price.
Sure. The volume, the reason we look at the volume weighted average price is it blends price, time, and volume together rather than like a simple moving average, which is time based and, based on our random 10 days or whatever it is we want to look at. If you look at my screen there, Sean, you can see that the earnings from Starbucks were reported right here. It took a couple days of back and forth, and then we had a little bit of supply release there, and then buyers defended it right here, and that's where we're getting this next leg higher is from the bounce, that began 2 days ago off of the anchor from the earnings. So we want to know, basically, we look at it and say, from an important event, that's where we start the anchor, and that's the art of anchoring. When did the sentiment shift in this market? Well, it shifted on the day of that earnings report. And on that day, we saw a big back and forth movement for a couple of days. Now, this is where the bulls and bears wrestled, and the bulls have retaken control. So we know that the average participant from the earnings report forward is now up by approximately, so the VWAP is 94. They're up about 4.5 points on average. So that tells us that the sentiment is strong here. Right. Buyers are in control. Short sellers are scrambling. They didn't get a chance to push it lower and break it down. And that's what the anchored VWAP does for us.
One more name, if you don't mind, as we're going to run out of a little bit of time. And it's one of my stocks that I own, and there's a lot of people in this name, of course, and it's going to be Salesforce. Another great stock, acting, in my opinion, quite nicely here. Would like to see it naturally get back to these levels and breaking through all-time highs. Software as a service hasn't been great. It's been a nice move, obviously, from the year to date down here. If we go back in, just about up, that's close to 10% on the year. We'll see what's going on with Salesforce. but it looks like it's trying to bounce off of 265 here and a break a little bit higher. I'm going to call up a daily chart just to give you a second to sort of load it up, although you're probably already ready. There it is. There's the 200 period. And normally I'm liking to buy stocks that bounce off of it. This one's bouncing the other way. Every time we've hit the 200, we've retraced back in. So what does Brian Shannon need to see tomorrow for price action to maybe stamp a buy here on Salesforce?
I think we spoke about this one maybe last week, Sean, because I have some drawings up in here, and I know I haven't looked at it in a while. On the daily chart, what we had seen was this prior resistance right in here over at this area, then became support, and then resistance over in here, and that's where we are. So what we were looking for last week was a little bit of a pullback, and then to kind of come up and make a higher low so it could break beyond this level, which is also this blue year-to-date anchored VWAP, and that's what these arrows we were talking about last week was where the year-to-date anchored VWAP had been holding a support and then resistance. So I think you're at a do-or-die place for this one. If it breaks back below this low from last week, after the earnings, then it might be that it needs more time to be able to push through that level. Otherwise, I think you're probably going to see a gap, and it probably does something like that if it gets going. So it'll be a difficult one to trade if you're not in it, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably, I hate seeing all that top just keeps on bouncing its head. Eventually, if it can't break it, must head to the downside. What about this thing? 3-day rule. So you don't get involved, and this is something that I try to do, and sometimes you miss the move when you don't get involved. You're like, oh my God, why did I wait 3 days? But let earnings settle down and then judge the volume, look to see some moving averages. You ever follow any rules like that, trying to get into play, or is it just based on price action for you? You don't care if it hits a certain level. It could be day one, you'll take the trade. You let stocks settle down after big news events?
I do like to let them settle down. I don't mind missing a move because I'm just not generally a very good news trader.
Right.
So I'd rather miss out than take the gamble of a bigger loss. And I think giving it a couple days really helps. And, like we just saw with, what was the one we were just looking at with the earnings?
Salesforce?
Which one was it? Oh, not Salesforce. The one that Starbucks. Sorry.
Starbucks. Yeah.
So
right.
sometimes it takes a few days, maybe even a week and a half. If you got the bigger the move, I think the more time it's going to take to digest it, and that's exactly what we had here with Starbucks. Is it took about 2.5 weeks. If we were to, if we gapped up to this level instead, then maybe after a day and a half, it would have continued to rally. So the bigger the move, I think it needs more time to digest. Smaller moves don't need as much time.
Right, so that's a great answer, obviously, and we talked about this last week, and I think you and I jive a lot with this stuff, and that is trading what you're comfortable doing. We talked about, hey, some of these stocks, Campbell's Soup, we had examples where we're getting bored, not breaking out. Certain stocks not participating in moves that we thought, not giving the action, so we just jump out of them. Why waste time and, of course, brain power on names that don't fit sort of what we're looking for as a sort of actionable event with a stock. So I think that's very important. Anything else before I let you go? Any updates on anything that we had talked about in the past? I just made notes on Microsoft and Bitcoin and some of the anchors there. So anything you want to go into that maybe you've just taken a position in or that you're interested in?
Well, yeah, I heard you talking about XLE, and you were going to ask me about
right.
that. I still think that the energy names in general are kind of a mess here. And that was, I think, part of the personality of a stock or a group that we were talking about is you've got these wild swings in here. But there is one that kind of popped up for me today when I was looking at stocks, and that's BKR, which is Baker Hughes. If you look at Baker Hughes on the daily time frame, it had this really nice uptrend, 3 legs up, and then it failed. But now when we put an anchor off of that peak, you can see we're battling with that right in here. And we can see that with more detail over on the 30-minute time frame on the right. So I think that, Baker Hughes is probably a good stock to look for some upside here. In looking at the weekly time frame, it's definitely a better looking chart than the XLE. So here's this weekly chart. It's got room to run where, you could say this might be a, ascending triangle if you wanted to, or you could call that a shoulder, a head, and a shoulder, whatever you want to call it. It's looking bullish on Baker Hughes, and if this one starts to might be a day or two away, but I think you keep a close eye on it. It might be as simple as buy above the high of the last 2 days with a stop somewhere underneath that 35 level.
And that's why we love having you on, giving us some of these names, looking underneath the hood. It's not all about ETFs. That's a great call right there. And here it comes. It's Maximum Trading Gains with your anchored VWAP. Go get the book ASAP. They can find you at Alpha Trends, of course, on Twitter. And hey, if someone messages you and tells you that they're from Trader TV Live, you'll respond to them, right?
I'll give them extra love always.
There we go. Thank you so much. It's Brian Shannon. Best of luck with all those ideas. We love having you on, and definitely a favorite guest of mine. It's Brian Shannon. Go pick up his book. Thank you, Brian, and we'll check you next week.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Ciao. Go Bob Dylan. Go Bob Dylan. Bye. And I got a lot of trouble there in the chat. And they're like, oh, man, come on. You're no spring chicken. You should know about Bob Dylan. But yes, we do. The problem is when I'm in the car and I'm listening to this rock and roll music, it's always Guns N' Roses. I should have remembered about Bob Dylan. And then there was some talk about, oh, Slash is a better guitarist and all that. I'm not getting involved in that. I clearly don't know enough about it. Thank you so much for watching. Over 2,300 of you stayed late the whole way. I want to thank you for that. Tomorrow, the show is going to be a banger. We've got Neil in for the rest of the week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then next week, of course, we have Monday off for Labor Day. So there you go, Fabian. Finally, we get a day off coming through again. So, hey, man, rest is for the wicked. And hopefully we'll get some tonight. It's been a blast today. It was another big day. Nvidia, tomorrow. Get some sleep. It's tomorrow. I believe it's 4:10. We should have some excitement. It was good, though, today. JWM higher, Sentinel-1, Box. Good reports. We'll see tomorrow with Salesforce and Nvidia. For that, I want to give a big thank you to Brian Shannon. I want to give a big thank you to Fabian for staying late. And for all of you as well, thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for that question in the chat. And thank you to everybody for participating and staying with us. I'm Sean Catini. You can go find me at Trader TV Sean on all the platforms. Until tomorrow, ciao, everybody.